Ada for not rescheduling my wedding after my sister was widowed. I, 34 am supposed to get married next month. Now I'm not sure it's going to happen. My partner's sister, 35F, was widowed last month. I've gotten a front row seat of how it has rocked my soon-to-be in-laws. Everyone has really tried going above and beyond for his sister, making sure she's as comfortable as possible. And I truly can't imagine, You'd probably have to institutionalize me if something happened to my boy. My partner's mom came to him a few days ago and asked if he would consider postponing the wedding. She said they would cover all the lost money, would help us replan, etc. Apparently his sister has said there's no way she can attend the wedding, and his mom knew how important it was to him to have her there, so she just wanted to offer an alternative plan. I'm not very sentimental, but my partner is. Our wedding was planned for the 10-year anniversary of when we met. That's something that meant a lot to him, which makes it mean a lot to me, too. I'm trying to be sympathetic, but I'm just fucking raging. I can't help it. My emotions aren't allowing me to be objective. I know his mom came to him in good faith, but it makes me so angry to think about this being put on his shoulders a month before our wedding. He was so excited. And now I'm worried that if we don't reschedule, he's just going to be in his head the whole time, feeling guilty and unable to fully enjoy himself. I know his sister is hurting. I'm trying my absolute hardest not to piss off the family that is soon to be mine, one that's already mine in a lot of ways. Still, I'm so mad. I'd appreciate some objective POVs. Edit, getting lots of she's and hers in comments. I'm a man. Doesn't having much weight in the story, just wanted to clear it up. Notable comments. Commenter 1. Major question. What does your partner want? If he wants to postpone, do it. If he wants to elope on the day and have a wedding or reception for family later, do it. If he wants to proceed, do it. Doesn't seem like you care either way, so it shouldn't be just your decision. Commenter 2. Please consider there aren't just your costs, there's also the cost for each guest to travel, time taken off of work, hotels, flights, cars. Depending on the size of your wedding, the cost to change dates could be significant for each of your guests as well. Commenter 3. Pray for the dead and fight like hell for the living. Commenter 4. Nah. I'm a wedding planner, I'll try and give you my best advice. 1. Regardless of anything else, get legally married on the date you planned. For one, the date significance is awesome, but also you have assumingly been planning this for a while, and you've been together quite some time. Don't let this delay the two of you actually starting your life together in the eyes of the law. Here's how I would continue. Check in with yourself. Be real and raw. How willing, if at all, are you to postpone this? It's your wedding too, you absolutely get a say in this. Once you know where you're at, check in with your partner. See where he is at and where he falls. Then together decide if you are open to postponing or not in the event SAL, or whoever else directly involved, says she'll be unable to attend due to this loss. Once you decide together if you're willing to or not, remain firm on it. Lastly, for now, have your partner have a conversation with his sister. See where she is at. This may just be MIL saying what she thinks is best. If SAL still plans to attend regardless, great. If she's unwilling to, it's completely understandable. Explain to her whatever decision you and your partner came to. Some reminders to consider. If not now, when? How long will it take to replan a similar wedding? Could be 1 to 2 years if you had high-in-demand vendors. Are there many out-of-town guests? At this point they likely will have some or all of their travel costs lost. They likely wouldn't be able to attend another wedding after eating the first cost. If this were your family, how would you want to handle it? Is there a possibility MIL or others wouldn't attend if you refuse to postpone? Does that change anything? I'm so sorry you're going through this. Hoping you are able to get things sorted in a way that feels honorary to your in-laws and satisfactory to yourself. Comments by OOP. About his partner, we've talked and he's torn. I'm trying to follow his lead because this impacts him more than me, but I'm just so frustrated. Never at him, but them for putting him in his position, by putting this weight on his shoulders. Planning has been a lot of work, but it's exciting because we know what's coming. Now we either have to do it for a second time, rebooking everything without that same excitement, or we have a wedding where no matter how good my partner feels, there will be guilt and sadness thrown in too. It's unfair. I'm half inclined to agree to cancel it all and elope. No distractions, just us. About eloping, I'm open to this. I've always been indifferent to a big wedding. That's why I'm so focused on my husband's feelings throughout all of this. This is his baby. I just want to see him so happy. I'll talk to him about it. As long as he's satisfied, I am. And I guess there is an asshole part of me that's still frustrated with how long we spent planning only to have it thrown away, but that's something I'm trying to work on. Being flexible isn't always my strong suit. Responding to a comment that says he should have more empathy for the in-laws, of course I have sympathy for them. I hate that any of this happened. Her husband was a good man. It's not about the expenses. I'm frustrated because my priority, my partner, is being put in a really shitty position. I'm more mad at the world than at his family. I just know how much this means to him. Like, that's my guy. My other half. I hate knowing he has to make this decision. I hate that he's going to feel selfish and weird about going through with something he's put his time, effort, heart into. It all fucking blows. His mother is reliable and I trust she would cover the costs if we cancelled. I love and trust his mom, truly, even if I am very angry right now. The expenses aren't my concern in this situation, anyway. I think my frustration is clouding my judgment. And then I get frustrated at said frustration, because we don't really have time to sit and process before we make big decisions considering the wedding is next month. I know I might be coming across as callous here, but it's really all just care for him. Friends have joked in the past that I'm like if a chihuahua was a guard dog. I'm quite a bit shorter, lankier than my partner, but someone would still have to go through me to get to him. I think my frustration is clouding my judgment. And then I get frustrated at said frustration, because we don't really have time to sit and process before we make big decisions considering the wedding is next month. Your last paragraph is a good reminder. I know I might be coming across as callous here, but it's really all just care for him. Friends have joked in the past that I'm like if a chihuahua was a guard dog. I'm quite a bit shorter, lankier than my partner, but someone would still have to go through me to get to him. About eloping, my fiancé is going to make a decision over the next coming days, and I'm going to support whatever he chooses. This would be super nice though. I would love 2 weeks far, far away from everyone in the world besides him. Resentful is a very strong word, and not one I would use in this situation. My partner knows about my anger, frustration towards the burden of this decision being placed on him because we've talked about it. It's not some kind of dirty secret I'm keeping or something he took poorly. Update: I'm a married man. I let my husband take the lead on making the decisions here and let him know I would support whatever he chose. After some discussion, we decided to cancel the wedding and elope instead. My husband said he wouldn't feel right, gathering all his family and our friends without his sister present, but it was still very important to him that we got married on the date we first met. It was perfect. It was exactly the right choice. It was quiet and intimate in us. There's nothing in the world I love more than seeing him smile, and he was stuck in perpetual D mode. I was so worried if we had the wedding, I would look over and see him looking anything less than thrilled because it wasn't how he envisioned it without his sister there. I think the complete change in expectation made it easier for him to let go. Again, exactly the right choice. We're on cloud 9. In the lead up, there was a lot of calling vendors, friends, and family to let them know we were canceling. It was very short notice and we weren't rescheduling anything, so we lost all of our deposits. Our loved ones were really understanding of our decision, at least over the phone. We had very few people flying in, only 3 friends, and his mom agreed to cover their flights as well. Finally, to address my anger. Most of it was directed towards the universe, but I'll admit that I was mad at my mother-in-law. Discussions about our wedding and his sister's grief were ones we were already having. Still, a third party coming to him and making this request felt cruel, in the moment. It felt like a guilt trip, like unnecessary pressure on my husband when he was already having to make these decisions anyway. We eventually made the choice we wanted to make, but he did tell me at one point he didn't want his mom to think he was heartless if we had the wedding without his sister. Emotions were running high for everyone. I don't think his mom would ever think he's heartless. I know no one was out to get us. His mom was doing her best to make the day comfortable for everyone, and navigating that is basically impossible. Still, I'm not sorry for my anger. And maybe that still makes me the asshole, but I'll be the asshole who loves his husband and puts him first in every situation. Comments: I feel so lucky. Peace was something that didn't exist for me for most of my life, particularly in my late teens, early 20s. Then he came along and changed everything. If the in-laws know they got married, nope. We've been in a hotel suite having a little staycation all weekend, so neither of us have been on our phones much at all. My mind has just been on him. Stories number 2. Would I be the AH if I don't forgive my SIL for a fucked up joke, she said. To give y'all a bit of background, I, 30F, moved to the UK nearly 7 years ago from the US. I was able to get a UK passport from my father, who immigrated to the US where he met my mother. She actually fled to the US from South America. After university, I decided to live and travel throughout Asia and the Middle East for a few years, teaching English in poor, and sometimes dangerous, areas before I finally made the decision to go back to my roots and move to Europe for good. All of this is important for later. 4 years in, I met the love of my life and we got married. We decided to buy a house in the countryside, and as we are getting things ready with the mortgage, his family was kind enough to let us move into their home for the time being. This was a massive change for me, but I didn't care as I grew to be a part of his family, including his only brother, Matt, who I consider to be the brother I never had. My husband and I were there whenever Matt went through breakups and gave him dating advice whenever he was seeing someone new, until he finally met Vicky. When we met her, we thought she was sweet, down to earth, and didn't take herself too seriously, which is what Matt needed, but over time she started to display questionable behavior traits. Once at the dinner table, I said something about being Latina and she said, "Well, at least you're not a dirty Indian." Mind you, my husband, Matt, and I are all for some dark humor, but that comment almost knocked me off my chair. In fact, I don't think we all think she said what she said because it was so out of the blue. She was obviously trying to be funny, so we all laughed, but it was obvious that it made us uncomfortable. Another time, I took my husband to Turkey for his birthday and I sent a video to our family group chat of him sun tanning by our hotel's pool with the sound of the call to prayer echoing from the Blue Mosque in Hagia Sophia. As a response she texted, "That sound would freak me out," clearly suggesting that it sounds like **I'd boomer. I can see how that would fly over people's heads, but I knew what she was talking about. But I get it, she has never been to the Middle East, so as someone who has lived there I took the time to educate her on what the call to prayer is and how it's actually beautiful. However, it wasn't until yesterday, when I've had enough of her closed-minded remarks, that she clearly tries to pass off as light-hearted jokes. As I mentioned, the family has a group chat where we send memes and jokes to each other at times. As you can imagine, Vicky sometimes doesn't know how to read the room and sends inappropriate memes to the family, and yesterday she sent a meme that was a picture of a huge group of immigrants on an inflatable raft in middle of the ocean with a caption that said, "Where's Jaws when you need him?" My husband thought it was too much, and so did his mum. I, on the other hand, was like, hell to the absolute and definite fucking O. I was this close to going on the group chat and calling her out for the bigot she was in front of everyone, but my husband stopped me, so I decided to spare the drama and DM her. I told her that was a fucked up joke, especially considering that she knows that both of my parents were immigrants, wherein which my mom had to flee her own country. She immediately started apologizing and saying that she didn't know, which I found hard to believe. We've known each other for a year and we've discussed this before, so either she's lying or stupid. She immediately deleted the meme off the chat along with the gif of her giggling about it as a response to my MIL reacting with a shocked face emoji. This morning she sent me a long paragraph about how she is upset that she upset me and that she loves me and that I'm like a sister to her. I appreciate her apologizing and all, but it really gives me the ick to associate with anyone who thinks it's funny to joke about wishing death upon a certain type of people. Is she that closed-minded, or is she that desperate for attention that she's trying to get it in the wrong way? I completely understand that she doesn't come from the same background as me or had the opportunities to travel like I did, therefore it's natural to be ignorant, and I don't want to fall out with Matt. And this has nothing to do with politics or anything, it's just a cruel thing to say, and there is such thing as a bad joke. So would I be the if I flat out call her a racist bigot the next time I see her and distance myself from her, or should I just accept her apology and drop it? Update. Last I left it, I said that Vicky sent a long paragraph with a dramatic apology saying that I am like a sister to her, but after reading a few comments I realized a few points. First off, how can she consider me as a sister when she clearly doesn't know me and never even cared to know me? Secondly, Vicky is only apologizing because she got called out and not because she realized that the meme she sent was out of line. I could probably forgive her if this was an isolated incident, but it wasn't. As I mentioned, she made racist comments twice before but never got called out for it, and now that she has, she's all of a sudden apologetic. If no one have ever said anything, I guarantee she would still think those kind of jokes are okay. I ignored her apology at first, but when Sunday came around and she and Matt were planning to come for our family dinner day, she texted me again asking if we are okay, and the only reply I could give her was, "I accept your apology, put it that way." It didn't take long for her to cry to Matt about it, who then called his mother to bitch about how mean I was being and how they are scared to come to dinner for fear of what I might say or stir up a bad atmosphere. I told my husband to explain to his mother that I am not one to cause a show, especially in their house, that they were so gracious to let us stay in while we were moving house. I have accepted Vicky's apology and will be civil, meaning if she wants to speak to me I will listen and answer, but I will not go out of my way to speak to her. My husband and I were out for a bit, seeing a friend for a bit before we had our family dinner. When we came back there was Matt and Vicky sitting on the couch. The moment I walked in, Matt had this uncomfortable smirk on his face. The kind of smirk you make when someone you hate walks into the room and makes eye contact with you and you have to be nice about it. Vicky gave me a hi in the voice of a mouse and immediately started having a staring contest with the floor, which was fine considering I made zero eye contact with her throughout the whole evening. When we were at the table I was chatty and made it out to seem that I was unbothered, meanwhile Vicky was across the table acting all quiet and sad and making the situation awkward. Eventually, she texted Matt under the table saying that she wanted to leave once dinner was finished. Mom and Dad knew the reason why Vicky and Matt left so quickly and they became upset. They had a go at my husband about why I can't let it go, and how I was the one that made Vicky uncomfortable with the way I did not speak let alone look at her once the entire time. I defended myself to my husband saying that she and Matt were the ones that made it awkward from the second I walked into the room. Not to mention that if Vicky truly wanted to square things away she should have pulled me aside to talk instead of thinking that things are gonna be easily settled through a text message. I always found her to be the type that constantly plays the victim, but now I feel like she's trying to rope the family into thinking that I am the AH just because I refuse to let a stupid joke that was a mistake to post slide and play nice for the sake of peace in the family. Now, I don't know what to do as everyone in the family is thinking that it is up to me to fix this even though I wasn't the one who stupidly posted a shitty joke on the family group chat. Update 2. Well, y'all. I am finally back with a final update and good lord did shit hit the fan. I was hoping that I could continue to keep Vicky at arm's length and she would eventually get used to it, but after what happened I am gonna need some advice on what to do going forward until the day Matt finally opens his eyes and realizes who he's dating. Right after that Sunday dinner when Vicky made an awkward scene in front of the whole household, my in-laws voiced their disappointment in me to my husband for being so harsh. Again, all I did was not acknowledge Vicky and kept my distance. Side note, there have been some of you in the comments questioning my husband's reaction to this whole thing and I want to make this absolutely clear. My husband has been defending me from the very beginning. He always agreed that the joke she made was completely out of line and that Vicky is the type that doesn't know the difference between being funny and being inappropriate, especially around his parents. In fact, I actually felt bad because although his parents were angry with me they took it out on my husband as if he had any part to play in this. Despite that, he fiercely defended me by explaining in full detail about my family's history as immigrants and even told them the story of how my mother had to flee her country and be separated from her family, which is something I never explained to my in-laws. He also pointed out that not only is this not the first time Vicky has said something racist but she builds her entire personality on being inappropriate and that his parents has seen her behavior for themselves. Therefore, I should not be forced to interact with her, especially on her terms, when she makes me feel uncomfortable. What's more, my husband pointed out how I was the chatty one meanwhile Vicky didn't say a word the entire dinner and made Matt leave dinner early with her simply because I didn't look at her. In fact, my husband's exact words to my in-laws were, "And what if she did look at Vicky? Then Vicky would have complained that she was giving her nasty looks. Besides, is that all she has to complain about? Because she didn't look at her." All four of us dropped it and moved on until Sunday came around again. It happened to be Mother's Day in the UK, so for the sake of my mother-in-law, I was going to make myself extra chatty at dinner and not make it obvious that I was still stonewalling Vicky. My husband is a personal trainer, so he had a few clients to train but was going to return in time for dinner. I decided to pass the time by getting a head start on my work and stayed in our room working on my laptop with my AirPods blasting in my ears. Around early afternoon, I received yet another text from Vicky saying that she and Matt are coming to dinner and that she's looking forward to seeing me. I left her on read and continued my work. Dinner usually starts at 7 p.m. and Matt and Vicky usually turn up an hour to 30 minutes before. Unbeknownst to me, Matt and Vicky decided to show up at 4 p.m. After a few hours, I came downstairs to check if my MIL needed a hand. I was surprised to see Vicky and Matt already sitting at the table. When I asked if they had just arrived, Matt replied that they arrived hours ago. I then turned my attention to Grandma to say hello and at the corner of my eye I saw Vicky and Matt looking at each other awkwardly. At this point, I was just gonna let Vicky play the victim card until she made herself look pathetic while I act completely normal. The entire dinner was great as we all laughed and talked just like we always have, but then we finished dessert and that's when Vicky spoke up and said, "I think it's time we address the elephant in the room." The whole table went silent and I took a massive swig of my wine because I knew what was coming and I started to seethe. Seething at how she was about to force me to be nice to her by guilt-tripping and embarrass me in front of everyone. Seething at how she would rather cause a scene at the table on Mother's Day instead of taking the 3 hours that she had when she arrived to pucker up the courage to come upstairs and knock on my door to talk about this elephant in private. Most importantly, I was seething at how she was about to play the victim over something she did. I gave her a chance though. A chance to correct herself by saying, "You really want to do this here?" She insisted because the way I told her, "I accept the apology, put it that way," and me ignoring her texts was immature. That's when the wine I just downed kicked in and I let her have it. Me, "I'm sorry, do you expect me to invite you for bottomless brunch dates and sleepovers now?" Vicky, "I didn't say that we have to do those things." You have been ignoring my texts and you won't even look at me. Me? Okay, but here's the thing, sweetie, you do not get to post offensive jokes that you know full well is offensive and then act all shocked when someone gets offended. You can apologize all you want, but at the end of the day we both know that you're only sorry because you got called out for being out of line and not because you knew how inappropriate that joke was, because you wouldn't have posted it in the first place. Vicky, I had no idea that joke was going to offend you. I had no idea your parents were immigrants. Me, oh, so I have to disclose to you that my parents were immigrants in order for you to understand that finding humor in wishing death upon people is wrong. Vicky, why are you being like this? It was never my intention to hurt you. I am not an asshole. But you are deliberately ignoring me. You have been upstairs the whole time we've been here and you didn't bother to come down and say hello. Me, how funny considering I had no idea y'all got here so early, but you knew I was upstairs and the whole time you bothered to come upstairs to speak to me. You're the one that screwed up, therefore it is not my responsibility to seek you out and speak to you. But you already know that, which is why you're now asking me to talk, right here, at this dinner table, in front of an audience, on Mother's Day. You just want an audience so you can play the victim. Vicky, oh fuck off. At that point my MIL stood up and told us both to shut up and stop bickering, then ran upstairs to cry. There was a brief silence after we heard her bedroom door slam and all I could say was, well, congratulations, Vicky. You ruined Mother's Day. I hope this show you created was worth it. Vicky then got out of her seat and ran to the back garden to cry with Matt running after her. My husband just looked at me stunned at what happened, but I was relieved when he took my hand because I knew he was still on my side. MIL managed to calm down and came back downstairs. Bless her, she said that I was the best thing that has ever happened to her son and she loves me, but she doesn't want this to cause a wedge between her two sons. I assured her that I had dropped this since the day I wrote to her saying that I accepted her apology, so I don't know why she had to take it to that level. MIL then said that she wants our dinners to go back to how they were before all this and not have any tensions, to which I reiterated that I never did anything to cause tensions. Out of nowhere, FIL screamed out while looking at my husband dead in the eyes, "You need to stop this," and smashed a wine glass on the table. I then ran upstairs and started packing my stuff. It's one thing for being reprimanded for something I did not cause and standing up against bad behavior, but to see my husband catching blame for something that has nothing to do with him made me sick. If anything, FIL should have directed that anger towards Matt for not controlling his troll of a GF to shut her mouth in the first place. Husband begged me not to go, but I just couldn't bear to be around his parents with this sort of bad atmosphere hanging over us. I left in a hurry and stayed in an Airbnb near my office. As of now, I am staying with a friend until the process for getting our house is finalized. Husband keeps telling me that his parents wants me to come back, but I keep refusing because although it has been weeks I still feel embarrassed. So Redditors, I am left with two questions. Should I get over what happened and go back? Most important question, it's clear that Matt doesn't have the spine to break up with Vicky even after witnessing her obsession for drama, therefore how am I supposed to interact with Vicky whenever I have to see her again? I was planning to continue giving her the cold shoulder and not talking to her or looking at her like before, but husband pointed out that she will want me to do that because then she can use that as ammo against me. She will try to test my damn patience and bait me into making her look like the poor victim. I don't want that bitch to win. How should I do it? Stories number 3. Aita for ghosting my ex because she is married now. My friends think I'm an for blocking my ex, who is married, because she keeps calling and messaging me. I wanted to ask if what I'm doing is right or if I should keep in touch with her. I dated Lisa for 4 years, and we broke up 2 years ago. Lisa told me she didn't see a future with me and wanted to call things off. There were many reasons, and I knew it was coming. Lisa came from a wealthy family, and we met in college. Our relationship was great during the college years. However, after we graduated and got jobs, it became clear to her that I would never be able to provide the lifestyle she was used to. She hated the small apartment we rented because I wanted to pay off my student loan quickly, and she resented that I couldn't afford to take her on nice vacations. It sucked, but I couldn't blame her. I loved Lisa deeply, but I also knew she deserved the life she wanted. After we broke up, we still had lingering feelings and stayed friends for a few months. We had mutual friends and would meet regularly. I never hated Lisa, in fact, I cherished the memories of the 4 years we were together. But I was also acutely aware that we came from different worlds and that she shouldn't have to settle because of me. Still, it was hard to let go completely, and sometimes I wondered if I'd ever truly get over her. We drifted apart after Lisa started dating a family friend. I met him a few times at parties, he knew Lisa and I had dated, and though he was polite, I started avoiding her and focused on work. Eventually, I moved to another city and lost touch with Lisa. I heard from mutual friends that she got married 6 months ago. I wasn't invited to the wedding, but I was happy for her. I also dated someone briefly last year, but right now, my career is my main focus. That's what I need to believe. 3 weeks ago, out of the blue, I got a call from an unknown number. It was Lisa. She started with small talk, and we caught up on each other's lives. She told me about the new house she and her husband had just bought and how busy she'd been. I told her about my work and my new life. It was nice, like catching up with an old friend. She gave me her new number, and the call lasted about 20 minutes. Although I found it odd, I figured she might have thought about me and decided to reach out. The next day, she messaged me and sent a few photos of her new house. I complimented her on them. 2 days later, she called me again, saying she was driving and thought about chatting. We talked about my new city, my new friends, and even gossiped about our old mutual friends. Then, she started sending me photos from a recent party where they all met up. Over the next 2 weeks, Lisa began calling me almost every day. I ignored most of her calls, but she always said she had free time and wanted to talk. She started sending me TikToks, memes, and messages, initiating conversations all the time. At first, I brushed it off, thinking she was just being friendly, but it felt wrong. Lisa is married, and I shouldn't be talking to her so frequently. The more she reached out, the more unsettled I became. Was she unhappy in her marriage? Was she just lonely? Or was I reading too much into it? Last Friday, I finally messaged her, saying that it felt inappropriate for us to talk so often, given that she's married now. She replied almost immediately, saying there's nothing wrong with us being good friends, like before. I didn't want to continue, so I told her we needed to stop talking for a while because I needed to focus on work. After that, I blocked her number. She called our mutual friend Jess, crying about how I was rude and blocked her. Jess told our other friends, and some of them called me, saying I was being unreasonable to treat Lisa that way and cut her off. I don't understand how no one sees that it's wrong for Lisa to call her ex when she's happily married after more than a year of no contact. It doesn't make sense. But maybe I'm the one who's missing something. Am I being unreasonable with Lisa, or was it right for me to block her for both our sakes? And if I'm right, why do I still feel so conflicted? Top comments. Commenter 1, NTA, simple question and test, ask her since, there's nothing wrong with us being good friends, does her husband know and can she add him to the text group? I'm pretty sure we both know the answer. Commenter 2, NTA. She wants you as her side piece. Don't play her game. Let her live her boring life with her boring husband. Commenter 3, she is bored with the lifestyle that you couldn't provide. She's missing what you had and it will turn into an affair. Maybe her husband is gay and is hiding in the marriage so that he doesn't lose his inheritance. No matter the reason, NTA. Update 1. I had posted a month and a half ago regarding going no contact with my ex-girlfriend Lisa after she tried to rekindle our friendship. Lisa married her husband, Jason, 6 months ago, and I wanted to respect their marriage, and blocked her after I felt we were crossing a line. My friend was very critical of me because I was ignoring her, and most of you agreed that I did the right thing. Things have been really crazy since then and many of you asked for an update. I wanted to respect Lisa's privacy, but as things settle down, I am again not sure if I am doing the right thing and need advice on my situation. Sorry for the long post, but too many things have happened, and I wanted to get this off my chest. After I blocked Lisa, she called my friend Jess and wanted to talk to me one last time. I initially declined, but finally caved in and told her that it would be the last time we would talk. Lisa called me on Saturday morning and told me that she wanted to talk to me because she needed help and does not know if she can trust anyone. She sounded awful and I had to calm her down before she told me what was going on. Lisa told me that after we broke up, she met her husband Jason within few months. Jason asked her out for a date in front of her mom, and her mom insisted that she at least give Jason a chance. Jason was a charmer, and they quickly became official. Jason was everything I was not. He came from a wealthy family and had everything figured out. He took her on all the vacations I could never afford, and Lisa loved this life where she does not have to worry about things like loans, money when she was with me. They had a grand wedding, but Lisa told me that things quickly started going south. One night, she was hanging out with Jason's friends and one of his college friends started flirting with her and touched her inappropriately. Lisa was shocked and told Jason immediately. Jason was drunk and told Lisa to loosen up and enjoy the party, and did not confront the friend. As months went by, Lisa found proof that Jason and his friends were doing drugs, and Jason had slept with most of his friends' wives, and it was a common thing in their friend group. She suspects it happened during the time they were dating, and also few times after they were married. She confronted Jason, but he just got mad at her and told her that she is being too uptight. Things got messy and Lisa told me that there were some instances of physical abuse, thought she did not go into too many details. Lisa wanted to leave Jason and told her mom about it. However, her mom told her that it is too early in their marriage and instead, Lisa should work harder to make Jason happy, so that he does not need to look at other women. Lisa never told any of our mutual friends about this because they all loved Jason, mostly because he paid for all the parties, restaurants, etc., and Lisa just felt very lonely and helpless. That is when she got a burner phone and started messaging me on it. She apologized to me for getting me involved in her mess, but asked me if I can buy her a ticket to my city so that she can get far away from Jason and everyone and figure out what to do next. She could not buy the tickets because Jason had access to all her cards and accounts, and she could not trust any of her friends back home because Jason might know about it. I was really angry with the whole situation and agreed to help her. I got the tickets immediately and did not email her any details. I only told her the confirmation numbers when packed and reached the airport. She flew to my city and is staying in my guest room. As expected, hell broke loose as soon as she called her parents to tell them that she has left Jason and is with me. She told them and our friends why she did what she did. However, everyone just thought that we had an affair, and she left Jason for me. Jason was really angry and demanded her to come home or they are done. His parents called her to plead her to come back and talk about things calmly. Her dad refused to talk to her, while her mom flew to my city and we all met and she told her what happened. Her mom was more worried about their reputation than what Lisa went through in the last few months. It was just sickening. Lisa is looking for lawyers to file for a divorce, and has refused to talk to Jason since she came here. Jason has not made an attempt to visit her, and initially sent he a lot of threatening messages. I feel he was advised not to send any more incriminating messages to her, and the messages from him suddenly stopped and there is radio silence. Lisa is currently living with me for the last month. She has offered to pay me rent, but I have told her to just save up for any legal fees, as it seems her parents might cut her off. Many of our mutual friends still refuse to believe what Jason did, and some feel we were having an affair. Many of them have completely stopped talking to Lisa and me, and even removed us from their socials. Lisa looks like an empty shell of herself. She was the most kind, fun person when we were together. Even though she keeps a brave face, she just bursts into tears randomly. I feel she has still not told me the whole story on what Jason did to her, but I am just going to be a good friend and give her the space she needs. I, honestly, am not sure how to feel. Everything happened so suddenly, I never had a time to react and think if what I am doing is right. I don't know how I got in a situation where my married ex is now living with me. I cannot kick her out, and I want to be there to support her in such a horrible time. However, a part of me also does not know if what I am doing is right, and as she is still a married woman, and I do not want to be labeled as a home wrecker or a cheater. Any advice would be appreciated. Edit, just wanted to add some context since many of you are asking about it in the comments. Lisa left her main phone home when she left since her husband can track her phone. He was already paranoid that Lisa would leave him, and was tracking all accounts, and Lisa's whereabouts. She did not want to let anyone know she was at my place. However, I insisted that she at least call and tell her parents that she was safe, else they would have thought she disappeared and might have gone to cops to file a missing person report. Jess did not help her because Lisa did not tell Jess or any of our friends about the abuse. All Lisa told me was that she did not trust any of our friends right now. I am still not sure why and what happened there. However, most of our friends have sided with Jason, and he is spreading a false narrative that Lisa married him for money and waited for 6 months exactly so that she is eligible for a significant alimony, based on their prenup. Everyone suspects that we, Lisa and I, planned this whole charade for Jason's money. Lisa left and came me because she wanted to put as much physical distance between Jason and her before she told him that she was leaving him. And of course Lisa and I are not getting back together. I understand the vulnerable position she is in, and I just want to make sure she is safe. Finally, what are my future plans? I am taking one day at a time. I luckily have a very well-paying job now and do not have to worry financially supporting her for a short time. However, I do understand Lisa cannot live with me forever and we need to figure out something as soon as things settle down. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, whoa, what a wild ride. Although it seems like you made the right decision in blocking her at first, I'm happy you were able to intervene and support her during her difficult time. It's terrible when people put their reputation before the welfare of others. I'm sending Lisa my best wishes and hoping that everything turns out well for her in the end. Reply, it is just crazy to see Lisa go through so much in the last few months, and no one is standing in her corner. I also hope she finds strength. Commenter 2, okay, she should not be living with you. You are not her savior. Maybe what she's telling you is true and maybe it's exaggerated to gain your sympathy. She needs to end her marital relationship and deal with her baggage from that before jumping back in with you. All of the reasons she threw you over for her husband still exist. She is still married. Period. She can go live with her parents. If he has money and she doesn't, it could be a long messy divorce. Step back and let her deal with her crap. Update 2. I wrote about my ex Lisa contacting me 7 months ago. She just wanted to be friends, but I ended up ghosting her because he was married. She was able to escape her abusive marriage and I have been helping her over the last 7 months to get her life back on track. A lot of you have been messaging me for the last few months regarding the update. I think we have some resolution now and, in my opinion, a semi-happy one. After Lisa left Jason around 6 months ago, she came to my town. It looked horrible as I was her ex-boyfriend and her parents and our friends flipped on us. It did not help that Jason, her husband, went around telling everyone that we were having an affair, and she left him for me. In reality, Jason was abusive to her and her parents and most of our friends refused to help her. She reached out to me because I lived halfway across the country, and she just wanted to get some distance from the situation before filing for divorce. I took everyone's advice, and we got her an apartment near me immediately after I wrote the previous update. Her mom refused to acknowledge the situation and called her a lot of names, but her dad secretly helped her financially for a while and she was able to get on her feet. Jason kept on harassing her and leaving nasty messages, and suddenly trying to love bomb her and sending her flowers, etc. Lisa filed for divorce around 4 months ago. Initially, Jason tried to fight it and make her life hell. However, Lisa gave all the evidence she had against Jason, text messages, proof of him cheating, etc., to her lawyers and they negotiated with Jason's lawyers for an uncontested divorce. I think all the paperwork is in now, and we are just waiting for the courts to finalize the divorce now. This is where it got really complex. Lisa's lawyers filed for alimony and Lisa will be getting a significant payout along as she signs an NDA and not share the text messages and pictures that her lawyer used as leverage. It's significant enough that Lisa will not have to ever worry about money again. Lisa agreed to the NDA as a clause for getting a quick uncontested divorce. As soon as the news of the divorce came out, news spread that Lisa and I were having an affair and planned the whole marriage charade to get money from Jason's family. I know many of Lisa's friends who are from her hometown sided with Jason and sent Lisa some really nasty messages. Lisa's family also has been harassed by everyone in their town, and they lost a lot of friends due to this. Lisa's mom went nuclear on Lisa and me and accused us of conning Jason. Her dad has also cut all contact with her after the divorce details were finalized. We cannot share any of the messages to prove her side as she has already signed the NDA. Regarding Lisa and me, when I saw Lisa in trouble, I jumped immediately into saving her without an afterthought. I feel the part of me that loved her never went away. I did not tell her that, nor did I bring up dating. However, Lisa came and kissed me when I was cooking, and we just could not control our feelings. Even though we have been romantically involved for the past 4 to 5 months, we have decided to take it slow and wait until Lisa heals before thinking of any next steps. I feel Lisa is in a lot of traumas and we are just bonding over that. We do not know what to do here. On one hand, we want Jason to pay for what he put Lisa through. However, Lisa is now like a social pariah and suffering depression. She is in therapy, and I just feel so bad for her. I would love to get some perspectives on what I can do to make Lisa feel better. I feel she is just caught up in a rock and hard place. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, she might want to talk to a lawyer to get advice on what she can and can't say. For instance, she can't show these messages and prove that he was cheating on her. But can she say he was cheating on her? Can she say he was abusive? Can she reference that she has proof if she doesn't show it? Surely she can say he's a liar. She should defend her reputation as much as she legally can given the deal she made, but only to people who seem open to hearing it. I don't know, for instance, if her parents are open to hearing it, which is just awful. Reply, according to the lawyer, it's advisable to not say anything at this point as it may derail the proceedings. We had told this to her mom and her best friends in the past, before filing, and they all sided with Jason anyways. Commenter 2, he can't use the NDA to defame her. Take him back to court and sue. Stories number 4. Mess with my kids and find out $$ by truck. I, 34F, have lived in a very nice part of conservative Oregon State for 5 years and this is not an easy state to be accepted when you're a family of 4, M38, kids 10M7F, from OC SoCal. It's like we have been transported to another planet. And shout out to parents, it's been awful dealing with the staring parents at the school bus stops. Oh my god. They stare at my style, hair and tattoos like I'm an alien. I refuse to wear leggings so it's like they take that as a personal insult. I've always avoided the lot of them and kept a polite distance, get my kids and bail. But there was one mom that was like the leader. I even heard her say once, "Yeah, I'm the neighborhood mom. In case blah blah." She drove her husband's huge truck and thought she was the shit, revving it up and down the street. Our apartment complex, all the families that wait at this stop live here, was within eyesight. It was so close. I walked every day to teach my kids to not be lazy and to not be afraid of the weather. I always kept my distance, but what made my skin crawl is the woman couldn't park the truck. It was the first in-person school year since COVID and she was parking on the sidewalk directly in front of the corner that the bus pulled up to. I was the only parent that walked each day despite the weather. On one particular day there was snow on the ground. She and one of the other creeper moms were sitting in the truck with the windows down, so I actually stopped and said, "Hey, do you mind not parking on the sidewalk? It's hard to get by." Completely calm, just a passing comment. She immediately responds with, "I drive a big truck. Deal with it." I was not expecting that reaction at all. Her friend was closest to me on the passenger side, frantically trying to roll up the windows, but at the last couple inches I come out of shock and say, "Then learn how to drive it, then walk away." The next day I walk up the sidewalk and there she is in the rain, now blocking the sidewalk. I call the non-emergency police line and they said they will keep an eye on the corner for afternoon drop-off. When the afternoon comes, there is a black Tesla sitting there with gray lettering that says, "Police." Truck bitch pulls up on the sidewalk, not seeing him. She's bumping 2000s techno and has kids jumping around. He walks over and talks to her and leaves. I then get a call from the officer to offer some comfort, I guess. He gave her a ticket for driving with kids not in their seatbelts and gave her a warning for parking on the sidewalk, forcing people to go around her into the street on the icy ground. He told me to call him again if she keeps doing it and to stay away from her. She's an angry person. I don't see her till the next week. Guess where she parks? I call the officer's direct hashtag he had given and he comes within minutes pulling right along her truck. All the parents are staring. But I do notice that the friend that had been in the truck is now staring at me. I stared straight at the street ahead of me, praying for the bus to appear because I was trying not to laugh. I have always left these women alone, kept my distance. It's been a couple years now. One of their sons even went up to MY's son and told him, "Did you know your mom is a bad person?" I never did anything, never approached the parents. I ignored it and used it as a lesson for my son. Now I found out how far her new tickets have added up to. She racked up $800 in tickets. She hasn't gone to the bus stop since. I eventually figured out she does still live here. I haven't seen her at the bus stop since the second cop interactions. I see her driving around. Now she drives an ugly little gold Honda. I'm the last person that wants to fuck with you. But if you won't stop, what can I do? Stories number 5. Aita for being furious that my husband and his mother hid that she lost her pension to a scam and now expect me to financially support her. So, my MIL, mid-50s, has always been a bit much. She's a lifelong hypochondriac, constantly convinced she's dying, despite doctors telling her she's fine. Over the years, I've learned to smile and nod while she goes on about her spells and energies. But recently, things went off the rails. She started seeing a soothsayer who convinced her that her workplace was full of dark energy, draining her life force. She was advised to resign immediately and devote herself to healing. Against all logic, she quit her stable job, cashed out her pension. Turns out, a few months ago, she met another soothsayer who told her her life force was being drained by bad energy, and that only a cleansing ritual, for a fee, could save her. Long story short, she gave away nearly her entire pension and savings to this scam artist. Did not tell anyone while going through her cleansing. But here's the kicker, my husband knew. She told him, swore him to secrecy, and he agreed because she was embarrassed. Months ago. And he said nothing. He claims he didn't want to stress me out and that his mom was just going through something. Fast forward to now, she's broke, has no savings, no income, and is suddenly turning to us, well, me, for help with groceries, medication, rent, everything. And when I found out, only because she confessed when she had no money left, I absolutely lost it. I told my husband it's insane that he kept this from me and that I feel like I've been blindsided into being responsible for someone else's mess. He says I'm being heartless and it's not her fault, she was manipulated. But I say she's a grown adult who made a choice and hid it while expecting us to clean it up. So now I'm scrambling to keep our own household afloat and make sure she's not starving, all because of a decision I had zero say in. Comments. Commenter 1. NTA honestly, to me this is divorce worthy. Your husband committed financial infidelity and now expects you to pay for it. If I were in your place, I'd be contacting the lawyer and looking for a way to get out of this marriage ASAP. Otherwise, you'll have his mother take while you're breaking your back to support her. Fuck that. Reply, I'm really considering it, but I feel that they will say I left because she needs support. Commenter 2, they'll blame you no matter what, so do what makes sense for you. Reply, true. Commenter 3, given the betrayal of trust, why should you care what they think? For your own family, simply tell them what you put in your post. Commenter 4, you are not obligated to sacrifice your own financial stability to make up for someone else's poor choices. Update, remember my 32F MIL 56F, who gave her pension to a soothsayer and quit her job. Yeah, it gets worse. I'm embarrassed and I honestly didn't want to update, but so many people reached out that I have to. Disclaimer, I did not use AI this time, so good luck reading this. If you read my previous post about my MIL who handed over her pension to a soothsayer claiming to cleanse her of bad energies, quit her job, and left us scrambling to support her, you'll know I was already nearing my limit with my husband's 33M family. Well, as I said in the comments that I needed to sort through my finances, because even though divorce was the unanimous answer Reddit gave me, I needed to know if financially it was possible. Backstory, I had a car I couldn't trade in because of the shortfall. My honest, loving husband suggested leasing it to his brother. I was wary, but he swore it would be fine. We signed a contract, payments came in on time for a while, I got my new car, life went on. At some point, before the pension thing, DH decided he wanted to take over the house finances. And like a fool, I let him. I slowly watched groceries and bills stop adding up even when I knew I gave him my portion. But things always worked themselves out, so I didn't question it, because in that house, asking questions meant I didn't trust him. And now, while reconciling my statements, I realized the car hasn't had a single payment from his brother in months. The payments were from DH the whole time. And the car's apparently been broken for 2 months. And guess who knew and never told me? Yup. Husband. When I found out about the car situation, something in me just broke. Not in a dramatic, plate-smashing, screaming way. Just quietly. Like a balloon finally deflating. I didn't argue. I didn't cry. I just packed a bag for my son, 8M, grabbed a few essentials, and went to my mother's house for the night. And before I left, I told my dear, sweet, loving husband he had the day to package his things. He's now moved out. Gone to live with his mother and I'm back in my house. I'm not sure how or what to feel about. I don't know if this was the right decision, if I'll regret this, if we'll ever sort this out. I don't know if this is me now, single mom in need of a lawyer. I'm just numb. And maybe that's okay for now. Thank you to everyone who listened, aimed for the throat and don't pull their punches. Bonus info, he apologized for everything and said he will do better, but I stood by the separation and I know I made the right decision because when he left he took some of my groceries because his mother ran out. He still doesn't get it. LMFAO. My life is a film with poor casting. I can already see that Subway Surfer background, because this is honestly ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. That's all. Comments. Commenter 1. You made the right choice. This man would have sacrificed your families, you and son, finances to enable his relatives, promising to do better when you've asked him to leave, and then taking you and kiddos food. Yeah, no. This farce of a marriage is over. He'd set you all on fire to keep his mommy and his brother warm. I'm sorry you've had to discover this is who and how he is. Listen, how you feel now is only temporary, it will pass. You and your son deserve better, and this man cannot provide that better. He's a liar and will cheat the family he created with you so his relatives never have to experience consequences. See a lawyer ASAP. You need to separate finances, everything. He's a lying liability. Reply, it was sad to see it. I didn't even comment when he started packing it. I was just done. Commenter 2, good. Don't let him back in. He's beyond redemption. Commenter 3, yes, financial infidelity is just as bad as any other kind of fidelity. Unfortunately, you will get stuck with half of the debt in a divorce, but it will be well worth it in the long run. If you don't divorce, his financial support for his family will sink you. Now he can support his relatives, and live with his foolish mother. Don't be shocked when he immediately finds someone else to finance him, and his family. Stories number 6. My wife has a pregnancy fetish and I think it's gross but don't know how to tell her. My wife has a pregnancy kink. It's not like I'm just finding out about it out of the blue, but she also wasn't completely open about it from the beginning of our relationship. She refuses to say she has a kink or to label it as anything really. Kinks are weird and gross to her. She's sort of shy about many things when it comes to sex and I feel like I learn new things about her, sexually, all the time. That's kind of exciting in a way, and I'm happy when she decides to be more open and uninhibited with me, because I know it's hard for her. I'd say this pregnancy thing has trickled out over time, but recently some new things have come to light, things she's shared with me that she wasn't open about before. She's not on birth control. We use condoms sometimes, but we mainly use the pull-out method. I know that's not actually reliable birth control, but that's not the point here. If a married couple agrees to the risks, I don't think it's anyone else's business. But the reason why we use this method is because the risk of pregnancy or being able to feel like she's getting pregnant is a turn-on to the point where she can't get turned on if that risk isn't there. Sometimes I don't pull out, agreed upon by both of us. I'd never do that without her permission. During those times, it's always when chances are lowest that she'll get pregnant, aka timing of her cycle indicates it's not near ovulation. She doesn't actually want to get pregnant. She says she doesn't even know for sure that she wants kids ever. Sometimes we watch porn together when having sex. She's a lot pickier about what we watch than I am, but she usually wants me to find something to turn on. Until recently, she had been too embarrassed to share anything she liked watching. She watches porn on her own too. She got frustrated one night when she was struggling to orgasm during sex, so she asked to turn on some porn, and this time she wanted to pick it out. I thought that was great. She was finally going to share one of her favorites with me. The video featured a heavily pregnant woman having sex. She told me she almost always watches pregnancy porn. I had a hard time being aroused by it. I don't think pregnant women are unattractive, but there's just something uncomfortable for me watching a pregnant woman have sex, especially since so much of the attention was on the woman's belly. It felt wrong to me, like I'd only want to be to that if it was my partner who was pregnant, not a random pregnant woman posting sex videos online. She tends to be uninhibited once she gets very turned on. It's before that when she's very shy about things. So while still riding the high of her arousal after watching this video, she was telling me about some of her favorite videos she tends to go back to over and over, and she told me she watches videos of women giving birth and gets off to these videos. This really disturbs me. I mean, I feel like I've been so open to everything else she's told me and I'm so willing to try new things, but watching women give birth and masturbating over that? We're talking about birth videos that weren't made for the purposes of porn, and I think that crosses the line, and honestly I'm so turned off about the thought. I haven't told her how turned off I am about what she told me. I told her she has a pregnancy kink and she got mad, swore she didn't. I don't know what else you'd call it. It's taken so long to get her to be more open sexually and to share things with me, so if I share how I really feel I worry she'll completely shut me out and won't tell me anything anymore. At the same time, I don't want to watch pregnancy porn with her, and there's no way I will ever have sex while watching a woman give birth. I don't even think I could physically be turned on enough to have sex. I don't really want to spend my life having to cater to this kink every time we have sex, and it seems like she can't get aroused unless pregnancy is involved. So, not that I'm an expert, but when you need the kink to get off and you have to incorporate it every single time, that's a problem to me. It feels gross just typing this. I'm not about to tell any of my friends that my wife has a pregnancy fetish. That's what it is, not even a kink but a fetish. I don't think I could say it out loud because it's just so weird to me. Honestly, if she'd been upfront about this at the beginning of our relationship, I probably wouldn't have continued it for much longer because it's just not something that I also enjoy. Stories number 7. Aita for turning my sister away for the second time after she slept with the father of my children while I was with him and then came to me when he cheated and passed on STIs to her. I, 27F, have 3 children with my now ex-con, 29M. 10 months ago my sister, 26F, confessed that she and Con had slept together the week before, and she said she regretted it and needed us to be okay. She told me it was a mistake and she got caught up in a moment because she had a crush on Con and she needed me not to hate her for it. That she loved me and wanted us to make things work. Con didn't even try to deny it. He told me he'd been sleeping around for years and that he slept with my sister more than once. My sister denied it strongly. I broke up with him immediately and told her to get lost. I said I never wanted to see her again and that she disgusted and repulsed me, and I didn't care how bad she felt. I wanted her to feel bad, I wanted her to hurt, and she would never hurt as much as I was right then, so forget about me. I got checked after I broke up with Con to make sure he didn't give me anything with all the cheating. I was negative for all STDs and I'm incredibly thankful for that. With the amount of cheating he talked about, I'm still surprised I didn't catch anything. She ended up dating Con because I rejected her. Or that was the story she told others. She said she felt guilty and needed some good to come from this because clearly I would never give her the time of day again. And that's true. I swore to myself that I would not forgive her. Even through therapy I have become more secure in the belief that what she did broke our relationship beyond repair, and regardless of whether it was one time, which I don't believe, or a full affair, it was wrong and will never come back from it. I really don't care what happens to her, and if she died tomorrow I would not grieve or make an appearance at her funeral. Recently my sister found out Con had cheated on her, and he didn't only cheat but he passed along some STIs. I don't know specifics. I believe she's also waiting to make sure he didn't give her HIV. Although I can't say I paid enough attention to know if that was a big concern or just them being cautious. But she thought that experience would make me more forgiving of her. She was wrong. She showed up at my place and I shut the door in her face without saying a word. She showed up at our brother's house while I was heading inside and he shoot her, but she told me how sorry she was again and how scared she was and how much she needed me. I ignored her and kept going and our brother told her she wasn't welcome. She tried again and this time I did respond. I told her I do not care and if anything she deserves everything she got after what she did and how stupid she was in the end. She told me she needed me and that she was scared. I told her just like when I found out my partner of 8 years and father of my children was cheating and I could have used my sister only she betrayed me as well by cheating with him. She said it was one time and she would have been there for me and I told her I didn't want her disgusting self to touch me. Because I said that's how I saw her now, a disgusting backstabber. I told her I don't care if he's given her every STD under the sun, because I want nothing more to do with her and she can die in a hole for all I care. I haven't seen her since. Apparently she's very distraught and she's also the topic of gossip in our social circles. She lost most of our shared friends and a few have shared a similar sentiment to me on her. But a couple have asked me if I don't even feel a little bad for being so cruel to her and turning her away a second time even after all her apologies. They said they felt like I should have found a way to work through this because we were close for such a long time and sisters are for life or whatever stupid crap they said. I don't feel guilty. I don't even feel bad for her or have any kind of empathy. Aita though. Stories number 8. 21F, drunkenly kissed a lifelong friend, 22M, at a party and he told me he loved me. How do I approach this? I mean, the title is pretty much it. James and I have been friends since 2nd grade. We have shared practically everything with each other. Been there for each other when no one else was. We tell each other, I love you, pretty often. He is my family. I don't drink much, ever, and James had begged me to come with him to his friend's apartment for drinks and games. I decided to let loose, bad move on my part, and drank too much. He had a bit to drink as well but not nearly as much. He saw I was warm and loopy, so he took me out for some fresh air. Honestly, this bit is pretty fuzzy. I just remember laughing and going to kiss his cheek like I would my mother, but it didn't end that way. I missed and kinda hit the corner of his mouth, and he took that as an invitation to really kiss me. We kind of made out. And then he told me he loved me and I told him I loved him too, 'cause that's what we always say, but he responded with something like, no, like I am in love with you. And then I puked in a bush and he took me home, still quite embarrassed about it. It has been a couple days and neither of us has brought it up. I am kind of confused about my feelings. I haven't really been in love before, but I do love him and have always considered him my person. Am I being obtuse? How can I bring the topic up with him because I do want to discuss it once I figure myself out. Comments. Commenter 1. Close your eyes and imagine him with another woman and think about how you would feel if he smiled at another woman just like he does with you, in the way he looks at you. Many times they don't realize the feelings until it's too late, many times because you take it for granted or because you see such a predictable person, and many people let that person go because another person came along and they see the novelty, they see something new, but in the end you realize that that other person didn't love you. So you regret it, and many times it's too late. Reply, well, we have grown up together and have seen each other through different phases of life. We have each dated other people. Whenever he has had a girlfriend, I have never felt jealous or unhappy. He seemed happy, which made me happy and I always got along with his GF. That being said, we have always had our special inside jokes and secret handshakes. I never felt pushed aside, so maybe that was why I was so okay. Commenter 2. I had a BFF woman when I was younger. We both got married to other people, divorced, caught feelings later and have been married for 22 years. Process how you feel and then talk it out. Reply, is there a good way to process emotions? I am just so confused and nervous tbh. Commenter 3. Ask yourself honestly how you feel. Don't worry about the future. Don't worry about what happened. Do I enjoy being around him? Is the only question you ask. Then you go a step further, is he nice to me? And then eventually you'll get to, do I like him as more than just a friend? One step at a time, but you two have crossed into uncharted territory so you have to either diffuse it and move on or embrace it and move on. Maybe you don't like him, but maybe you do. Either way, you're young so you should embrace what it means to be human and see where life takes you. It seems to want you to go this direction, if only for a little while. Commenter 4. I'm ADHD and old, so not sure my advice is worth it for you. But I basically need a few days for the feelings to make sense, move past confused and nervous, make sure it wasn't all emotions misfiring and I legitimately feel what I do, then approach a conversation openly based on what I want to see if it's mutual. Update. Someone mentioned something about an update. I'm not sure if this is how it is meant to be done, so if anyone will even see it, but this is how I am doing it. So we talked and I was honest. I have been way overthinking this and really just confusing myself more and more. I came to terms with the fact that I was truly very into the kiss and enjoyed the thought kissing him even when I was sober. So I told him that. But I also told him how nervous I have been about our relationship because I have thought of him as someone who will be in my life forever since 6th grade, and I have never been lucky in love. The thought of us parting ways because our relationship goes south makes me feel legitimately ill, and I told him that too. I started off with the talking because he knew it was coming and I could tell he was incredibly nervous. But he seemed to loosen up as I continued. He actually smiled a little. After I finished my speech, he said, "Can I say something cheesy but true?" And I naturally replied with yes. He told me that he has loved me since middle school and that he never thought it would get this far. I am still utterly shocked by this. I seriously have never known. I was getting all flustered and shy because of a man I have literally shared everything with, which is bonkers. When I am with him, I am the most unapologetic version of myself, but he had me blushing. That pretty much solidified it for me. The only thing left to discuss was how to move forward, and he took the initiative and asked what it was that I wanted to do about this. I had been thinking about this for a day or so since unraveling how I felt about him. I suggested that we go on a real date, not just a hangout, if he would be okay with that. I understand that at this point, he is much deeper into this than I am, so I don't want to do anything to hurt him, but committing super hard would be a lie on my end and this feels necessary to explore. Honestly, it is a possibility that he could find out that I was better in his head or something. Anyway, he agreed and we are giving it a shot. I am very happy, and he seems to be as well. He was absolutely grinning once I offered up the date idea. He was tickled that I asked him out. It was very cute, so thank you to everyone for your suggestions and support. It was surprisingly helpful. This post was more like a diary entry than anything else, and reading it back is kind of cringe, but I am grateful nonetheless. If anyone is reading this, have a great day. Comments. Commenter 1. This is so wholesome. Sounds like you handled everything really well, being honest about your feelings, acknowledging your fears, and giving yourself space to explore things naturally. The fact that he's been in love with you for so long and was so happy when you asked him out is seriously adorable. Wishing you both the best on your date. Reply, thank you. Keep your fingers crossed for me, lol. Update. Hey everyone. I really didn't think I would ever do another update, but so many of you have asked for one that it feels evil holding on to this information, haha. Just a summary of my last 2 posts. James and I drunkenly made out and he said he was in love with me. I freaked out and questioned how I felt about him because we have been best friends since 2nd grade. I came to the conclusion that I enjoyed kissing him and we talked it out and decided to try out a real date. If you want more details, just read the other posts, lol. James and I are exclusively dating and have been since that first date, which went, well. I thought that I would be the nervous one and he would be chill, since I had been overthinking about how our dynamic will change since day 1 and he kept saying he was so excited for the date. But when he picked me up and brought me flowers like the gentleman he is, my brain went a quiet calm and everything just felt like it clicked into place for me. He, on the other hand, was sweating bullets. Incredibly nervous. He was chivalrous and cheesy, opening the car door for me and making a show of it. It was really adorable. Also, this felt entirely new. I wondered if our date would feel like a regular hangout, but it didn't. It felt special, and my cheeks were warm and tired from smiling the entire night. The car ride was kind of awkward at first just because he was so stiff, but he explained that this is something that he had been dreaming of for years now and was really scared to mess up. He loosened up after I reassured him that the biggest possible mess up wouldn't deter me. We had a real big heart-to-heart on the drive to the restaurant and came to the conclusion that no matter how this goes, we will be in each other's lives no matter what capacity. It made us both relax a bit more. I held his hand in the parking lot. Because we already know each other like no one else, we fell into our conversational habits, but it still felt like I was unlocking parts of him that weren't available to me before and that he was doing the same to me. I really thought I would be freaked out, but it is so natural and we have such a deep trust that has been established over the years that I don't even feel slightly stressed. Sometimes it is a little weird, but nice. Over the years we have cuddled a few times, like a head on the shoulder with minimal contact. So being a little more intimate feels foreign, and sometimes I do feel the need to rewire my brain because I have to remind myself that it is appropriate to do with him. But once I remind myself, it is incredibly nice. It has been over a month since our date and we are still taking it slow. Don't expect an engagement announcement anytime soon. We are comfortable with this pace. Also, if you have any questions about our past or our relationship, fire away. There is a lot of lore spanning over a decade lol. Thanks to everyone who wants to keep up with how we are doing. It is genuinely so sweet to have the amount of support that you guys have provided. Comments. Commenter 1. I love this. I am curious, did he tell you why he didn't confess sooner? Like, did he almost tell you some other time? Seems like such a long time to wait. Reply, he confessed that he actually never planned on telling me. He was so positive that it could never happen and thought it would be a burden on me. Thank you, alcohol lol. Commenter 2. Friends to lovers is the best plot twist. 19 years strong with my friend. Stories number 9. Aita for telling my coworker to freshen up for an important event. I, 32M, work at a company with the occasional events. I take them as chances to network with people from other companies and so on. My coworker, 33M, who we'll call Ben, is pretty scruffy. Showing up to work in the same outfit he wore the previous day and even sleeping at his desk sometimes. I've never interacted with him one-on-one per se, but we've been on the same projects and I'm friendly with him. Here is where the issue is. Recently, there was a company event, and, for once, Ben didn't really participate or speak about it beforehand, so most of us assumed he wasn't going. I didn't expect him to come, of course, but he did in the most unprofessional outfit. He was wearing wrinkled clothes and colors that didn't match. Like he rolled out of bed. He walked up to my circle and we locked eyes, and I joked that he should have freshed up a bit to an event like this, and there were some chuckles, but everyone was mostly silent. He soon walked away and my other coworker pulled me aside and told me that I was way out of line, and her and my colleagues think that I shouldn't have spoken about his attire, especially since I don't know him very well. I thought I was just making a joke to lighten the mood. I haven't seen him since and he's been actively avoiding me. Mostly everyone in my circle is expecting me to apologize to Ben, Aita, for making a joke. Edit, same post March 21st, 2025, next day. Edit, I understand how the joke wasn't a joke at all now, and I'll be apologizing to Ben at work tomorrow. Comment. Commenter, Whitey. Why did you notice that he wasn't attending if you're barely familiar with him? Also, why does his clothing bother you to make a joke out of it? It seems like you have some unresolved feelings. Reply, he catches my eye a lot, so it felt disappointing to not see him. Top comment. Commenter 1, I'm so confused. What was the joke? You told a coworker you barely know that he should freshen up because his clothes were rumpled and unkempt at a company event. You told him this because you thought he looked bad and should have freshened up before coming. To make your humiliation of this man even worse, you told him in front of a group of coworkers, some of whom chuckled. Now you're claiming that you humiliated the coworker to lighten the mood as a joke. Perhaps you should look up the word joke and the words bullying, unking, and mean. You seem to think these words are interchangeable. They're not. Truly shameful behavior. Whitey. Commenter 2, he didn't try to make a joke. He tried to make his coworker a joke. He stated an opinionated statement to try to ridicule and humiliate a coworker. OP, you may have gotten a few chuckles, but they were probably nervous laughter from witnessing a huge disrespectful action, which obviously offended one party. Just remember, karma is real and you aren't perfect. I hope someday someone points out that you have a giant leaking pimple on your forehead and a booger dangling out of your nose by a hair in the middle of a meeting. Professionalism and tact are both useful skills. Commenter 3, someone wearing the same clothes, looking unkempt, and falling asleep at their desk sounds like someone who is going through something. Awesome that you chose to embarrass him. Whitey. Update post. Thank you to everyone who made me realize I was in the wrong. I have been in contact with Ben lately and it's been good between us. Firstly, I apologized the minute I saw him. I didn't care who was watching, I just did it. He was sorta awkward, now that I think about it, and it took him a few days to slightly warm up to me. The coworker who told me off for my joke informed me that Ben found out he has chronic pneumonia. It was severe that he was hospitalized for it. His insurance company didn't cover most of the cost, so he was left with a crippling amount to pay. I should have noticed his health was deteriorating as soon as he went from a cane to a crutch, but I was too caught up with myself to even see it. The people who didn't laugh at my joke knew about his situation and they're all trying to help him in their own ways. The nature of my joke was incredibly out of place. I can't even begin to explain myself for something like that, and even though Ben assured me that it's okay, I'll be trying to make his life easier, or at least his work life. We recently started coming to work together since we found out we live pretty close to one another. I'm starting to realize what a great person he really is. Top comment. Commenter, this is chicken soup for the asshole's soul. I'm glad it worked out well for you and your new buddy. Stories number 10. My boyfriend sexualized an innocent childhood memory and is trying to make me feel gross about it. My boyfriend and I were having a conversation about our families, and I mentioned how both of my parents worked full-time when I was a kid. He asked who took care of me and my brothers while they were working, and I told him that my uncle, who was 18 at the time, used to babysit us from when I was around 3 to 5 years old. I mentioned that when I was still potty training, I would sometimes need help wiping, and since my parents weren't home during the day, my uncle was the one responsible for that kind of caregiving. I remember it being more of a chore to him, something he clearly didn't enjoy, and he was always trying to get me to learn how to do it myself as soon as possible. Edit. I know it probably sounds random that I brought up potty training, but it came up naturally in the conversation when we were talking about what kinds of duties my uncle helped with as he watched over my siblings and I. My uncle has always been like a second dad to me. He helped raise us, and I've never once felt unsafe or uncomfortable around him. But my boyfriend's reaction really caught me off guard. He looked horrified and said it was super creepy and disturbing. He said my parents were irresponsible for allowing that and that the whole thing was weird. Now, instead of letting it go, he's acting mad at me because I don't see anything wrong with it. He's trying to make me feel like I'm the weird one, like there's something wrong with me for not viewing that memory through a sexual or disturbing lens. It's like he's pushing this narrative that I should feel ashamed or grossed out, and the more I try to explain that it was just part of being a cared-for child, the more upset he gets. Now I'm sitting here feeling confused and gross about something that, until now, just felt like a normal, innocent part of my upbringing. It really hurts that he took something so harmless and turned it into something gross, and now I feel like I did something wrong just for sharing it. Am I missing something? Am I wrong for not seeing this as a big deal? Note, I don't know if it matters but I forgot to add that I am 29F and he is 36M. The conversation led to our families and babysitting after I had just babysat my uncle's, same uncle, 2-year-old son. He asked me if I was getting paid to babysit and I said no, my parents were in the same situation when they were full-time workers when my brothers and I were little. We were babysat too and I'm sure it was for free. That's when all the questions started as to who babysat me and him being flabbergasted when I told him it was the same uncle whose kid I was watching. Thinking back I wish I would have said more to defend my parents and my uncle. I don't know why at the moment I felt like I was a weird one because I didn't see anything wrong with it. I was more like, wait, this is frowned upon. I just felt like a scolded child listening to him. The more I think about the conversation, the more it angers me. Stories number 11. Aita for how I handled a prank my brother's fiancé pulled on me. So I know this isn't as dramatic as some of the posts here but I'm curious for your opinions. My brother 29M's fiancé 24F has been trying to prank me 23M forever. I don't get startled easily so she has decided on her own to take up the challenge of being the person who successfully scares me. I never prank her back, but sometimes I'll play along with her attempts. She doesn't do this often. Previous pranks are hiding behind a door car in a closet and jumping out at me so it's never anything elaborate. They've been together 3 years. Never had any problems with them, but she tried to prank me last night and now my brother is upset about it. Both my brother and his fiancée are currently crashing at my apartment because they are in the process of moving into their first home in my city. The prank, she hid under my bed while I was out for a run in the evening. When I got back, before I went into the shower, I was at my bedside table taking my watch off and dropping it on the charger. The room was dark except for my lamp so I didn't notice anyone under my bed. She touched my foot. It was a really light graze so it didn't register with me. I stepped back and squatted down so I could see under there a little. It was dark but I could see long hair. A part of me just knew it was her because no one else would do this. I said something like, her name, I can see you under there. But who's the other one? This scared her. In her panic she struggled to get out from under the bed all while asking me, what do you mean? She scrambled out and slammed into me. She also screamed which made my brother come into the room. She was in my arms. I take it, this is why he's mad. I tried to explain I was just fucking with her because she was clearly trying to prank me. He thinks I'm flirting with his fiancée, that apparently this has been going on for a while since these pranks began. I told him the pranks are his fiancée's idea and he should be having this conversation with her, not me. It's been really awkward between us now. I have 2 more weeks with them. I feel like they're both blaming me and it's unfair. Should I apologize? But for what? I feel like I'm owed the apology. Am I being an asshole? Sum of comments. Commenter, NTA. Frankly I think there is some truth, at least perceived, that your brother's fiancée is flirting a bit. The fact that she was in your arms, and he said, it's been a while, tells me that maybe he thinks or is seeing things from her that he doesn't like. Problem is, he's taking it out on you and not his fiancée. Reply. Do you know how I can discuss this with him so that I'm not the villain and without setting him off? I don't even know how to fix it. Commenter, NTA, so it's okay for his girlfriend to constantly prank you, but the one time you turn it around on her and all of a sudden you're the bad guy. Your brother should have put a stop to this a long time ago and stopped enabling his girlfriend's shitty behavior. Tell him that she is no longer allowed in your home, and frankly he should not be either until both of them learn how to be actual adults. Reply: it honestly feels like she told him a version of events to save her own ass that's made him develop a misunderstanding grudge against me. I don't know what it is though, because he's giving me the cold shoulder until I apologize, but I have nothing to apologize for. SMH. Commenter: hell no NTA. Sit everybody down ASAP for a grown-up discussion. You're guests in my home and you're very welcome to be here, but there is tension and it's not right that we live like this. So let's have a talk and clear the air. What is bothering you? Listen to their grievances and then respond. I've listened to you, now here's what's bothering me. If y'all can't reach an understanding and be cool with each other, invite them to find other accommodations. I've been humoring your fiancé's immature attempts at whatever it is that she thinks she's doing, but this is my home and I want it to be peaceful and stress-free. I don't want to be walking around eggshells in my own home. If this is what you'd like as well, then let's agree that this was all a misunderstanding, no one meant any maliciousness or harm, and move on. If you aren't able to do that, then we can Google some places for you to stay. Reply: cucumber. I appreciate you. This was helpful. I liked how you worded some of this. I'm going to say something a little less polished but similar in sentiment. One more thought from OOP on his brother and how he didn't notice his girlfriend gone. He was locked in on the PlayStation. I never actually thought about how long she hid under my bed for, but now I'm curious. To clarify, I don't think he thought we did anything inappropriate during that moment when he walked in, it's more like he just didn't like the sight of it and it's triggered him somehow. Being uncomfortable in my own home describes it perfectly. I'm going to take some of what was said here and express it to them clearly. Update post. I mentioned in a comment, but I have a boyfriend. If it matters, I like women too. My boyfriend has met my brother and his fiancée. I didn't think flirting was something I would be accused of given my relationship, so when my brother brought it up, it felt abrupt and I was blindsided. I spoke with my brother privately since his feelings are more important to me. He said this all came out because ever since they moved into my apartment, his fiancée has been making comments about how I maintain my place, handle chores, the cooking I do for us, how I'm quick to fix things, that I make furniture, I do that for a living, etc. He felt she was comparing us and her comments started to build up. He apologized for directing his frustration at me instead of communicating with her. Which he then turned around and did. I don't know how that went. She refused to apologize to me initially because she claims I have flirted with her too, but she couldn't come up with a single example of the behavior. It doesn't exist. As straightforwardly as I could, I made it clear to both of them that I am not interested in her, and if she can't apologize, she can leave. I entertained the pranks before because they were harmless, but they're off the table now. I didn't have a rule about going into my room. I only told them to knock first, if I'm in there. Today, she approached me to apologize. I told her I know it's insincere, but I'll accept it because I love my brother. I hope they break up. Some of comments. To a deleted comment. I think so too, but her pranks were premeditated, and my response was just my reaction. I did turn the tables and I found it amusing, but outside of that just being my personality, I've never actually pranked her. I won't play with her moving forward. I'm going to keep interactions short. Leave no room for misunderstanding. Commenter: I thought you would update. I asked you originally how long she had been hiding under your bed while you were out, and you mentioned that your brother had been gaming. I judged your brother on not even knowing where his fiancée was because he was too interested in his gaming. I was wrong. I feel really bad for him. If she is banging on at him constantly about how much you do around the house where chores are concerned, how you cook for them, how you fix things, etc., it means that he has been feeling inferior for a while. Not your fault, obviously, because you are just taking care of your own home and taking care of your guests. Can you imagine what his life will be like when they find their own place? She sounds like she will expect him to do everything. The fact that she basically admitted to flirting with you, her admission was when she claimed that you flirted with her too, very important word, is enough of a reason for him to reconsider their relationship. I think he's halfway there already. She is a nightmare. Reply: the comments she's made are apparently new and only started when they moved into my apartment, based on my conversation with my brother. He feels like a lot of it is probably due to us having to be close quarters and the general disruption of their routines. My brother struggles to adapt when he loses his routine. They're living out of boxes. They're short with each other and stressing out about their move. There was also some maintenance issues with their house that needed to be addressed before they could obtain occupancy. I got a bit more of a clearer picture after he opened up to me. He did apologize and I know he means it too. My understanding, however, doesn't extend to her. I think she's immature. My brother is the one taking on most of their tasks, and to hear that she's been criticizing him pissed me off. I think he started feeling burnt out, and gaming is something that allows him to escape and decompress. He might have been isolating, and that ramped up her boredom, so she decided to focus on pranking me. That part's a guess though. Oh, and for what it's worth, my brother tends to be really slow with decision making, so even if he sees the flaws in her that I've brought attention to, he's the type of person who is going to turn the same thoughts over 1,000 times before he does anything about it, so I'm staying out of the relationship side of things. Stories number 12. I'm pretty sure my wife's DM hates me. For the last 4 years, my wife has been playing with a group that very quickly became close friends. Every Wednesday and Saturday night she would go on about epic tales and stories that she and her group would get into. Seeing her eyes light up as she talks about her tiefling artificer and his growth and development made my heart swell. She had been wanting to find a group that matches her energy and encourages creativity, and told me she found it with them. I couldn't be more happy for her. With permission from the DM and players, I've sat in some of their sessions on Discord, just listening and watching, and found that everyone's energy was so infectious. They bounced ideas off each other, the DM allowed creativity and out-of-the-box thinking, even rewarded everyone for roleplay and solving issues without bashing people's skulls in. I was laughing with them, even felt my heartstrings tugged at emotional moments. I have to say, the DM was insanely great at storytelling and allowing everyone to be the character they wanted. Well, about 6 months ago, they ended their 4-year-long campaign and said goodbye to their beloved group. The DM mentioned she was going to start a new season set in the same world setting with a new adventure 100 years prior to the events that kicked things off. She DM'd me asking if I would like to be a player, and I enthusiastically replied with a hell yeah. I've been playing solo TTRPGs for a while because, like my wife, I've had bad table after bad table, and this seemed like the best opportunity for us both to play together with perhaps one of the best tables we've ever had. Over the last 5 months, DM has been contacting me and other players both in the public Discord and privately about our characters and the world. I asked her for anything and everything she had on the world setting, so that I could acclimate a character that would fit perfectly within it. I was given lore, and any questions I had, she promptly answered. I asked her what kind of limitations she had or requests, and she said, as long as you play a good aligned character, we Gucci. Apparently she had some issues where people played evil, and even neutral characters, and it caused a whole issue. She wants to tell stories of the hero's journey and not worry about every villager being killed for having a bad attitude or looted of precious heirlooms. When I believed I had a good idea of what to expect, I created my character. We shared our character concepts like personalities, a bit of our backstories, classes, that sort of thing. There were so many unique traits that we all had, and it was looking like it would be diverse and amazing. The DM wanted us to have a few secrets in our backstory that we wouldn't share with the other members of the group, making for character surprises in-game. She did this in her last session and they loved it, giving them moments to discover about each other and some crazy roleplay scenes. My secret was that my character was abused and tortured by the gods of this world, a punishment for her bloodline from centuries ago. She was a tiefling runeblade warrior from an Asian-inspired home where she prayed to her ancestors to guide her. They were very spiritual and believed they could fight their inner curse by being better than their progenitor. Unfortunately, most of her family had gotten wiped out by the gods, leaving her and her siblings alive but scattered. Her goal is to find them and to confront the gods who had done that. The idea was fun, and we hashed out a lot of little details that would make it interesting within the story that was being told. I was all for it and for the drama it would bring. We all have tie-ins to other characters, so I was thrilled to get playing. We had our session 0 in which the characters had already started out knowing each other from attending the same academy. We took on a group mission, and it kick-started our main story. It was a blast and the roleplay was very good, and that's about where the fun ended for me. From that point on, everything became about shitting on my character. We would go into other towns because that is where the story would take us, but every town apparently did not like tieflings. Every single town. We went to a place with humans and immediately they refused to work with the group because they don't associate with cursed blood. We went to the city of elves, where the bulk of the story took place, and I had to sit out for 95% of it. The elves scoffed at her, but they were willing to work with the rest of the group. Not a single NPC would address my character, and my character wasn't allowed in any elven sacred places or inside their city, so she had to remain outside in the camp and fend for herself while the rest of the party would be welcomed. I brought up the issues I had. I told her that while I fully understand that there might be people who are untrusting of her, maybe there could be a way that someone might take some consideration to the fact that she's not a bad person. She gave it some thought and said that sounds reasonable. The next session, a player found a potion that could change one's appearance and snuck out to give it to my character. My character then had a moment of shame for being who she was, and the only way she'd be accepted is if she changed who she was entirely. It brought her more strength to prove that she was good, to prove to the world and the gods that she was worthy of being seen as a person and not some monster. There was a scene where she drank the potion and looked human, and then it went to the rest of the group. The group had a moment in which they were involved with the elven children that lasted most of the entire session. It was fun, as they got to engage with them and learn about some special alchemical potions, each of them being granted a bonus and buff for the remainder of their time there. When it finally came to my turn, my scene was of me getting into the elven city and finding one of the children who was part of the group who wanted to learn sword fighting. Since I was a rune blade, I felt I could help them and have a fun one-on-one moment like the group had. Nope. As soon as she said she was going to help, the DM went, "Okay, you do that and have a fun sparring session." And then immediately went back to the group before ending the session. In a 6-hour session, I played for 15 minutes tops. I messaged the DM again, being as polite as I could about the frustrations. My wife and her friends are having so much fun, and it seems like when the DM is focusing on them, everyone is laughing and having a grand time. When we spoke, she told me that the elves are untrusting of anyone who isn't elven, even more so with cursed blood. I told her that there was an orc in the party who had a violent history and the elves seemed perfectly fine with them, but somehow my character who had been atoning for their curse for several generations prior is seen as more untrustworthy. She explained that's just the way things are, but that's what my character was fighting for. I told her it wasn't fun to not be included in the group activities, and that I was feeling left out because of this. I asked if I could change the whole cursed bloodline plot and opt for something else, or just re-roll, and she said not to worry about it because she had a whole story built in for it and it would all make sense when we get there. It only got worse from there. Several more sessions in, the characters had been guided by the elves to a ruined city where we were supposed to find out what happened. I picked up a relic and it burned me, which I had to take 11 radiant damage and had a permanent -1 to my strength score until I could get it cleared through some unknown means. My wife's character picked up the relic with a cloth and was blessed with light and had gotten a permanent +1 to her intelligence stat. It was a relic of her character's goddess who started off a major quest line. The downside? She was one of the pantheon who deemed it necessary that my family's bloodline get wiped out. I didn't know what the hell to do. Why would my character be willing to help this goddess who killed her family and kept her and 2 siblings alive so they would live out the rest of their days in suffering and mourning? Why pit my character against the whole group? I asked my wife if this has happened before in their games and she said it didn't, but maybe the DM was hoping for more drama. I told her I wasn't having fun, and that I might just leave, but she wanted to play with me so badly, that this was the first table we could sit at together and have fun. I'm not of the mindset of keeping to a bad table just because, but it is my wife and their previous campaign looked so much fun, I had to hope that by keeping open communication we could have a good experience. Things got mildly better with my character having some story beats. She found her older brother and saved him from an execution, and I had a little more roleplay from the other characters, but there were several moments where things felt like I was being picked on specifically. For instance, we had a scene where we were running from a giant, and the DM asked me specifically, "Tanya, what shoes are you wearing?" "Oh, Geta. Yeah, you have disadvantage on your rolls as the wooden platforms of your Geta are getting stuck in the crevices while running." And things like that. She wouldn't ask the others what they wore, or how they did things to give them disadvantages, just me. I wondered if it was because I was the only guy in the group, as this is an all-girls table, but I just can't help but feel as if I'm constantly being picked on while everyone else is not having to make extra challenge rolls or have times where they aren't even a part of the plot for several sessions. I've spoken with her several times and even brought up the options to reroll or just politely bow out, but she's told me she has some grand plan for my character that I'll love and it ties into the overall story and the other characters, so leaving or rerolling would ruin all that. I'm at an impasse here because my wife and her friends are having a great time, and if I leave, it will somehow ruin this great plot and their progress, but I dread sitting at the table twice a week for 6 hours a day and get to only chime in when I get any acknowledgement from the NPCs who are even willing to talk to me. Sorry this was such a long post, this has been sitting with me for the past 4 months since we started. TLDR, I joined my wife's group after watching her 4-year-long amazing campaign, and her DM bashes my character every single session despite her saying that this character is essential to her overall story and everyone's backstory. Update. I'll try to make this much shorter than my last ramble, lol. So a few things that I want to clear up about this situation that I had many people asking me. We were part of 4 tables previously. The first one was a group of college mates we had together that we thoroughly enjoyed, but it ended about 3 months in as the DM was going through a divorce and never picked it up again. After that, we had bad luck finding good tables. The first one, the DM was a very raw player and skipped all roleplay. Nothing wrong with that, but we found out that it wasn't necessarily what we were looking for. The other tables had some problem players whom the DM didn't do anything about, so we left as it would kill the jive of all the other players around. My wife found this group on DNDB. It was advertised as a novice DM looking for players and not as an all-girls table. It just so happened that all the ones who contacted her were women. She had been telling me about her sessions pretty much from day one, as she was super excited to have found a table that worked for her. I stopped searching and did mostly solo as my new hobby, but I loved hearing about her adventures with other people. She told her group that she'd tell me about these adventures and how excited I was. The DM then extended an invitation to me to watch them via my wife and I could sit in their Discord. I personally asked her permission and the group's permission if I could. I was fully intended to give them space if even one said no. They all agreed and I sat in for the last 3 months of their session. We had all gotten along pretty well. At the end of their campaign, DM told me that they were going to start a new one up a few months after that ended, and asked if I wanted to make a character. I was excited to join since they all seemed really chill, and asked if that was okay with the group. Everyone agreed and were very welcoming. I came to the DM with a different storyline than what we decided on. She liked my idea but wanted to add a little flavor with the scenario between the gods of that world, saying that it fit a vision she had for the story. She didn't tell me what that vision was, but from what I saw she was a great storyteller and I'm very flexible and can play into whatever she drums up for me. I did not know that this vision would then have me out of the game for almost all the social RP stuff. Sure, she came in handy for the mechanics and during fights, but any kind of RP with NPCs or main story plot was non-existent. 7.it wasn't always bad, just during big roleplay moments and some strange rolls that I had to make, but there were moments I had fun. It just wasn't the majority of it. I stuck through because my wife enjoyed me playing with her, and the group always seemed outwardly friendly. I was really trying to give it a shot. Now for the update. I talked it over with my wife and she understood how I felt. She admitted she was in a hard place because she loved this group so much and it was the first time she felt like she could express herself, but also play in a game with me that was reminiscent of our first group. She agreed that we would have a one-on-one video chat with the DM privately and discuss any possible ways to make this fun for us all. I even said that if she was going a certain way, to give me some info and I can play up to it. What I basically got was, "I'm sorry you feel that way and can't handle some confrontation within game." My wife explained that confrontation is one thing, but I wasn't given a fair shot to prove myself. She, DM, was not happy and said if I didn't want to play in her game, I can hang out with the boys and do my own thing. Right then and there I got my answer and politely said she's right. I thanked her for her time and said that I'd be leaving. I told her she had full access to my character and whatever plan she wanted for her, and she thanked me before we ended the call. Shortly after that she kicked my wife and I out of the Discord and blocked us. I feel so bad for her, wife, because she was honestly hurt, but she said she stands by my decision. This happened Wednesday after our game, and I know she's hurt. My heart breaks because I know she's hurt, but I told her she could take that same character and we could play a solo D&D session together. TLDR, DM wasn't happy that I discussed my issues and she told me to go play with the boys. She then kicked me and my wife from her game and Discord and blocked us. We're now rolling up a solo D&D game to have fun our way. Edit also, thank you for all the support. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get back to a lot of you who reached out personally. We had a lot happen on top of all of this and needed to unplug for a bit to unwind. I am sincerely grateful for the encouraging messages I've received. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. With the context given, it seems that even if not said directly that DM had a huge grudge against men, if you really told her politely that she could use your character and thanked her even, she shouldn't have your wife punished. It's sad but your wife would be better off if they can't respect people equally. Maybe in some Discord you can find another group overseas. Much luck finding a new group if you're up for it. Reply. It breaks my heart because she thought they were good friends for 4 years. They chat outside of D&D about books and played games. Only one of the girls talks to her. I won't say her name in case anyone sees this and goes after her, but it's been hard. These tables really make solid friendships and I feel awful for ruining that for her. Commenter 2. I'm sorry your wife lost access to a thing that mattered to her, but honestly, I'm proud of you guys. That doesn't mean a lot from an internet stranger, but the fact that you stuck by each other despite the risk to something important is impressive and inspiring. Reply. She didn't have to stick up for me. I know she was between a rock and a hard place and I was fully intended on doing it so she wouldn't get any heat. I think she felt bad for not sticking up for me and knew this could be an outcome, but she did it anyway. I'll be spending the next few months making it up to her. Has anyone from the group reached out? One player has reached out to the wife to talk. They keep it very hush-hush, but I think it's what's kept her from being completely devastated. Reply. I am not privy to what they talk about mostly, I don't ask, but I at least hope that if there are any misunderstandings about what happened that it gets cleared up. The fact one friend reached out might mean that others are on to what's been going on. Stories number 13. My 33F husband, 34M, fell in love with another woman and wants to try polyamory. Hi. I've been married to my hubby for 4 years and we've been together for 12 years. After a lot of financial struggle, we bought a house and we are now planning to get kids. Thing is, a few months ago, my husband fell sick and had to stay home for a while. He decided to pick up an online game and started having weekly sessions with a group of players. Among them is a girl, 30. I think, and long story short, he fell in love with her. He broke down crying a month ago and admitted it. He told me it built up so gradually he didn't understand how he felt until it was too late. They started texting privately after meeting and eventually had one-on-one calls together. Then at some point, he said, she told him she was in love with him and he realized it was mutual. He said he told her it was impossible but loved her too. They tried to be just friends but they couldn't resist and continued to show affection for each other. He showed me the texts, but also venture into sexting. She asked if she could meet him face to face but he refused. So he told me all of this, apologized over and over again and told me he couldn't control himself and while he loved us both, it was me he would choose no matter what. I was still very upset and slept at a friend's that night to gather my thoughts. I decided to forgive him because he clearly felt guilt and wanted to work it out. I told him that while I was deeply hurt, I still appreciated him coming forward to me and being honest about what happened. We got into long conversations about how we were feeling in our relationship. I accepted he could love someone else but said I didn't like how he handled it. He agreed. And then yesterday he asked if I was comfortable opening up the marriage to polyamory. He said he still wanted to live with me and have kids but can't erase nor ignore the feelings he has for her. He says he wants to do it right and let us both see other people, with clear boundaries and communication and still be present for one another. I'm gonna be honest, it made me very uncomfortable at first. We have several friends who are poly, I know more or less how it works. But I never really thought about getting into it myself. I am not against, it just never crossed my mind before. I am trying to think it through but it's a lot to take in. Sorry my writing is probably messy but it's kind of hard to focus. I guess it's too early to decide and we have a lot more to discuss beforehand, but still, could you guys give me your opinions on this? Thanks a lot. Top comments. Commenter 1, I'd be divorcing so fast. Commenter 2, so he cheated and now wants to be able to keep cheating by calling it poly, lol. Come on. Do not have kids with this man for the love of God and if you have any self-respect you'll be serving him divorce papers soon as possible. Sorry your husband is a cheating ass. Commenter 3, you got married under the assumption you would remain monogamous. He is trying to fundamentally change the nature of your relationship. If I were you, I would drop any attempts at conceiving and figure out your next steps. Personally, I would not stay with someone who desired an open relationship. You need to decide if it's something you're willing to entertain or not. Update 1. First off, sorry I didn't reply to all your comments. I am very thankful for them, they helped me realize hard, but fair, truths about the whole situation. I waited for a bit to think about it all and had multiple long discussions with my husband. I wanted to confront him before making a final decision. To answer some of your questions, the other girl wanted to meet him, but they never did. Partly because my husband refused, but honestly, mostly because she lives too far from here. I still got checked for STDs, though, and I'm clean, yay. As for our polyamory friends, they apparently were the ones who suggested him to go down the polyamory road. I stopped talking to them for now, I'll deal with the bigger problem first. I told him his actions hurt me deeply and that while I appreciated him admitting his affair, it was still infidelity. I told him what you guys said, that turning it into polyamory was merely green-lighting the affair after the fact. That polyandry should be built on mutual trust and communication, which he already broke. That I didn't feel respected. It destroyed him. He said he already knew, deep down, but didn't want to admit it, neither to me nor to himself. We both screamed and cried a lot. He finally admitted he wanted to open the marriage for selfish reasons. He is very sorry. He cut off contact with the other girl, let me fully access his computer and phone, and now wants to go to counseling to repair our relationship and marriage. He is showing me a lot of affection and attention since then, although he admits himself it's sometimes out of guilt and not just out of pure love. And now I want to make it work too, but... am I? Or is it sunk cost fallacy? I don't know. Our first session is in 2 months, the earliest we could get, and every day I change my mind. Literally yesterday I wanted to leave him, while today I think it's worth giving it a try. Because we've known each other for so long, we understand each other on a very deep level, share a lot of interests, and have already built so much together. He was there for me during hard parts of my life. He took responsibility for his actions and is really trying. Plus, if I leave him, I'd have to start my life nearly from scratch, find a new place to live, go back into dating for the first time in 12 years. I don't want to lose everything. It sounds very hard and scary. Am I not too old for this? But at the same time, that's a form of denial, isn't it? It doesn't matter if those years were good, it's not going to be the same. Even if he gains my trust back, even if I forgive him, I'll never forget. I think he is genuinely remorseful, but isn't it too late for that? I am too empathetic, him being present now doesn't erase what was done. Do I want to stay not because I still believe in this relationship, but because don't have the strength to ask for a divorce? Because it's the easy choice, some kind of codependency, I have no idea. I can picture both paths clearly, and it's tearing me apart. I am lost, maybe even more than I was when I wrote my previous post. I've lost sleep and appetite, and I'm not sure I enjoy anything in my life anymore. I booked an appointment with a psychologist, for me alone, to help with this whole thing. I am sorry, at this point, I am rambling. I know I am the only one who can decide what's okay and comfortable for me or not. It's ultimately my choice and my choice only. The emotional hell I am going through just makes thinking about that choice very hard and paralyzing. I'll go to both therapies and try to see what to do from here. I'll try to update, but it's probably going to take a while. I am sorry. I want to thank you again for your support, and I am sending you guys a lot of love. Edit. A couple of infos I should have mentioned but didn't because putting all of that into writing without omitting something is much harder than I thought. He cut off contact with her because once he told him he was married and wanted us both, she just ran away and broke up with him. There are times since then where my husband starts feeling sad or angry because of what's basically withdrawal. And for that he's smart, least sensible enough not to blame me. What kind of marriage did we had before this crisis? It will sound so naive. It's my first and only romantic relationship. We were very close and basically grew as adults together. We could talk about anything and understand each other. We shared the same values and interests. What changed? I think is that we got into a routine and he got bored. During our argument he said he was addicted to the attention the girl was giving him and that he felt I didn't show him I was in love with him enough anymore. I told him that even if it was true, he should have told me instead of having an affair. On one hand I have my faults too and I could accept this as one of them, on the other I was taking care of him and the house while he was sick. I don't think he believes it, I don't think he means it. But it makes me wonder whether I was actually a good wife for him. Even though I am not responsible for his actions. Thanks again for your support y'all. It's a lot to process but it helps me so much. Relevant comments. OOP on if she and her husband have kids and plans on getting counseling. Reply, kids are off the table. If we do go into counseling, and it goes exceptionally well, maybe we'll talk about it. But for now, the distrust is already there. He says, I love you, but I never know whether it's to regain my trust, whether he means it or not. Even if he does he love me or is it a lie he tells himself? Commenter 2, if you choose to stay, don't be surprised if in a year you find him talking to someone again. Cheaters are sneaky. They'll show remorse and swear they've changed. Meanwhile they're smirking inside because they've started a new affair and think they can get away with it this time. Reply, thank you. It's obvious and well known. Once a cheater, always a cheater, but reading it helps me fight denial. I really need to break up with him. If not for myself, just to show him that actions have consequences. Final update, my 33F husband, 34M, fell in love with another woman and wants to try polyamory, July 26, 2024. 3 months later. TLDR, we are divorcing. Hooray. TW, emotional affair, manipulation, self-harm threats, psychological abuse. Hey. I hope you are doing well. Original post here, and previous post here. A huge amount of things happened since then. I'll quickly summarize, feel free to check my profile if you want to know more. It was a very, very unpleasant ride. So, soon-to-be ex-husband had an emotional affair online and tried to make me greenlight it by asking for an open marriage, where we'd be allowed to have side adventures. I refused and his affair partner dumped him. He begged me to try to reconcile with him, to which I agreed while I was actually trying to prepare my exit. We both went to individual therapy, still am. We separated temporarily 3 times, but every time I came back, it went terribly. He was desperate. He kept trying to cross my boundaries, love bombing me, playing the victim, asking to touch me even though I established I didn't want to, threatening to kill himself if we were to divorce. I could go on and on. This made me finally realize, along with my therapist's help, lot of self-reflection and my exchanges on Reddit, that I was in an abusive relationship. Which is an important part, actually the most important part, of this update. Please look up definitions and examples of abuse, because I had no idea that what my husband had been doing all these years, even before the affair, counted as such. In his case it was psychological abuse, manipulation, gaslighting, guilt-tripping, blame-shifting, emotional blackmail. Nothing aggressive or mean. Which turned me into a very submissive partner over the years, always catering to his needs while erasing mine. I rationalized everything. It happened subtly and gradually and I was too naive to see it for what it was. His emotional affair and open marriage proposal were the natural continuity of that. Of course, the more I tried to get away from him, the more manipulative he got. Now that I was aware of it, I knew what he was doing, but fighting years of conditioning, even if you recognize it and succeed, is fucking exhausting and disarming. So, earlier today, I brought a friend home to assist me. We sat down, the three of us, and I told my husband we were over and I handed him the papers. It might sound dumb but it's genuinely one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. I was terrified, yet he agreed. He repeatedly asked me if I was sure. He reminded me of the family we were planning to have and of our best memories together. Was it all for nothing? Apparently, yes. He was heartbroken. Clearly mad and frustrated. But still, he agreed. He signed them and went back to his parents for now. We still have to go through the whole procedure, separate our assets, decide what to do with the house and all. And he still wants us to go to marriage counseling. But right now, I feel free, for the first time in months. The last hours have been a mix of tears, celebration and godly, restful sleep. And I have to thank you guys again, because my first Reddit post was the wake-up call I needed to eventually, finally, get here. Better late than never IG. Thank you so much. Lot of love to you all. Relevant comments. Commenter 1. He reminded me of the family we were planning to have and of our best memories together. Was it all for nothing? Apparently, yes. He was heartbroken. That's a special kind of asshole. Was it all for nothing, after cheating on his partner? He sounds like an insufferable dickhead honestly. Congrats on your freedom. Reply, I know right? The hypocrisy. The nerves of this man. The worst part is that he appears very charming to everyone who knows him, myself included. Hell, lot of people from our circle, who are aware of what he did, still think he's a good person who just lost himself for a while. I guess it's hard to accept the ones we love can be terrible persons, too. Commenter 2, you have been through a long, hard journey, and it will take a while yet, but you are investing in yourself and your health and happiness. Good for you. Continue self-care, and practice safety and security. Slow down and heal so that you will be strong and ready to seek and recognize true love. Wishing you a joyous future. You can do this. Reply, thank you. I'll do my best. I like to think the hardest part is behind me, but this story taught me to expect the worst. Whatever happens though, from now on, it's me first. I deserve love and happiness and I'll fight for it. Update 3. My previous post should have been the final update. I wish. God, I wish. But no, of course not. Of course it got worse, again. Fuck my life. After my soon-to-be ex-husband signed the divorce papers, we went no contact, or at least, I tried to. He still sent me text messages, voice messages, and tried to call me multiple times. He even sent me a long letter full of statements such as, I'm concerned that your mental health is deteriorating. I believe you need antidepressants to help you feel like yourself again, or, your trauma is understandable, but it probably makes you want to punish me by making irrational decisions, like divorce, or, I am afraid you are surrounding yourself with questionable influences that have bad agendas. Please let me help you see it through. He claimed that the crisis was just as hard for him as it was for me. People told me he was escalating and that I should protect myself. I should have listened immediately, but I didn't react soon enough. Then he came to our street. He arrived uninvited and pleaded with me to give him a second chance. He said he wanted to be there for me and for us, insisting that he didn't deserve any of this. I started to feel distressed. He saw that I was unwell and wanted to comfort me, so he hugged me. But I didn't want to be touched. I'm pretty sure I told him no. I think I screamed no multiple times, but my memory is fuzzy. Either I misremember, or I did say no and he ignored it and didn't stop. I know it's just a hug, but it triggered a severe panic attack. He called emergency services, telling them he was worried about me because I wasn't myself. I had to ask the paramedics to make him leave. After that, he told me he was there for me if I needed him, but he thought we needed space. He contacted half our social circle to inform them that I was unwell and needed support, our mutual friends, my colleagues, our neighbors, my physician. People reached out of the blue to ask if I was okay. I became paranoid, unsure of who to trust anymore. Close friends, my therapist, and people here helped me see things more clearly. My lawyer filed a restraining order against him, but unfortunately, it was refused. Not enough concrete evidence of a threat, apparently. I want to scream. We submitted a second request, which is currently being reviewed. In the meantime, I've moved into an apartment of my own. He doesn't know where I live, hell, almost nobody does. I constantly wonder how he reacted when he found out. I'm still paying my half of the mortgage because nothing has been decided regarding our house yet. It's financially very hard for me, but I do feel safer. I am feeling much better, although I remain haunted by constant stress, sleep disorders, nightmares, nervous tics, random bursts of tears, and rushes of anxiety. My physician prescribed me sedatives. They do make it easier. I realize I'm isolating myself more and more. I try to fight it, but I'm really afraid that sensitive information could leak, even accidentally. I've started reaching out to my closest friends again, as much as I can. I am trying to come back here on Reddit. I keep going to therapy. It's necessary, because one part of me, the part he cultivated for so long, urges me to stop all of this, to go back to the house, cancel the restraining order, cancel the divorce, call him, apologize, and repair our relationship. It would be insane. I am not going to do that. I do not listen to that little voice. I don't. But when your defenses are attacked over and over again, it becomes incredibly hard to reason properly. I can't wait for the divorce to be over. I just want to move on. I want all of this to be behind me. I'm sorry this is bleak. I wish I would have left sooner. I just hope this can help someone, anyone. Relevant comments. OOP needs to get cameras for her new place. Reply, I already have a Ring doorbell. I am waiting for this month's salary, which should probably arrive today or tomorrow, to buy additional cameras. I also got my landlord's authorization to add latches to the door. I hope this will help. OOP talks with her therapist about how manipulative her ex is. Reply, my therapist is aware. She stopped putting gloves on a while ago and straight up say his behavior is abusive. She encouraged me to move out and gave me a lot of grounding and breathing exercises to help me when it gets overwhelming. As I said in another comment, I'll see if I can someone else, maybe specialized in trauma, but the waiting lists can be very long here. I've been journaling for a few months now and it's true that it helps a lot. As for my friends, I have a couple ones I really trust and they already know everything. I am trying to find a balance between venting to them about all of this, and keeping some lighter, positive interactions. Anyway, thanks for your support. It means a lot to me. Update 4. Hey everyone, I know it's been a while since I last posted, and I appreciate your patience. I am okay. I was waiting for the storm to pass but also wanted to take some time to gather my thoughts and reflect on everything before posting again. First off, I'm relieved to say that a restraining order was finally granted. Shortly after, my ex-husband sent me a long apology love letter text asking me to take care of myself. I haven't heard from him since then. The divorce was recently finalized, and the house has been sold. It was draining. Saying it was a roller coaster of emotions would be an understatement. I have to thank my lawyer for carrying it till the end. Starting over is overwhelming. I often find myself asking a lot of questions. What if I had spoken up sooner? What if I had recognized the signs earlier? What if I had been more assertive and expressed my boundaries better? What if I had communicated more effectively? What if I let myself get caught in the pain and overreacted? I think I failed miserably and made many mistakes over the past year. I'm still working on forgiving myself for those what-ifs. I feel bad for the pain I caused my ex-husband and others. There is shame, guilt, and self-hatred for sure. I know I can't change the past. I can only learn from it. Therapy still helps, even more now that the situation is stable. I don't need sedatives and sleeping pills anymore, most of the time. I still have plenty of bad days where memories, flashbacks, dissociative episodes, and nightmares paralyze me, but I'm learning to cope with them and identify their triggers better. My new apartment has become a safe haven for me. It's comforting to wake up in a space that truly feels like mine, not a house filled with reminders of the past or a mere survival space. I've finally found the energy to decorate it with little touches that reflect who I am, and it feels so good to embrace that, to have a place I can call home. I recently turned 34. It could have been a miserable birthday, but it was not. It felt more like the mark of a new beginning. I am proud to say I'm taking evening classes, slowly making some new friends, and reconnecting with old ones. The laughter and joy they bring into my life is something I didn't think was possible anymore. I still struggle with trust in relationships though. I am very careful around people. I'm still haunted by the traumas, and I never, ever want to go through something like this again. I fear being manipulated and worry that people might realize I'm broken, damaged goods. I have moments of doubt, anxiety, and sadness, but I'm learning to accept those feelings instead of pushing them away. I understand it's okay to feel lost sometimes, it's part of the healing process. I carry my scars with me, and I know that while they will never disappear, they will still fade with time. I'm excited for what's to come as I slowly build a new life, one filled with hope and possibilities. I am not there yet, but I know I deserve happiness. We all do. For now, I think it's best for me to do what I was already doing, step back from posting. This will be my last update. It has been 1 year since I joined Reddit, and I am now ready to move forward and focus on my journey, without constantly revisiting the pain. I have plans to travel, explore new hobbies, and meet new people. I want to rediscover who I am outside of my marriage. Thank you all for your incredible support throughout this. Your kind words and encouragement have meant the world to me. I hope this can help anyone else going through something similar. It's tough, it takes time, and there are going to be difficult days. Healing is not linear, but it will get better, eventually. I'll be okay, and I hope you all will be too. Much love to you all. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I just read through all of your posts and am truly sorry for your struggles this past year. That said, I am happy that your life is moving forward and wish you all the best. Reply, thank you. It was a lot and I am glad the hard part is behind me. All the best to you too. Commenter 2, good luck in your new journey. Is your ex still with the other women? You deserve all the best. Reply, is your ex still with the other women? As far as I know, no, that ship has sailed while I was still living with him. You deserve all the best. Thank you very much. Stories number 14. My counselor sent me links on why I should not do yoga. I mentioned to my counselor in our last session that I started yoga and was loving it for my mental health. I then received an email from her with links as to why Christians should not do yoga and how it invites evil spirits. I am a Christian, but that isn't something that is a part of our counseling sessions. I felt like it was out of line to send me that, and not sure how I should respond if at all or let it go. It was really off-putting. Asterisk update, she is a LMFT, so a therapist. My husband and I were doing couples therapy. I did express that this was out of bounds and I do not feel comfortable continuing. She did apologize but I think missed the point. She could have gone about this as a much better way. I had no idea I would click on a video link that said, "You're opening demonic doors, warning against yoga." It was shocking. Update, yes, I terminated the relationship. She did apologize but I had to explain the inappropriate nature of her email and how that could be damaging. Update, here was the email, I am wanting to send these due to your discussion of doing yoga. Please know I am not trying to condemn or tell you what to do. I stopped doing yoga based on my own research and information I had received from others based on my Christian beliefs and desire to stay guarded spiritually. I am inclined spiritually to send these resources, not to persuade but simply to inform. Do your own research, of course. And the link had YouTube conversations and an article, Why I No Longer Practice Yoga as a Christian, Yoga Invites Demons, You're Opening Demonic Doors, Is Yoga Demonic, and Why Catholics Should Not Practice Yoga. I knew this didn't sit right with me and I tried to laugh it off, but I agree that I don't think I could return to the counselor. It would be just too weird. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I think Christian counseling is a bad idea. Be a Christian, go to counseling, but stay the hell away from Christian counseling. Reply, the irony is, I actually chose her because she didn't advertise as a Christian counselor because I really didn't want that to be part of the counseling session, so the crossing of that line was a definite no-no for me. Commenter 2, is it bad that this makes me want to do more yoga now, out of spite? Reply, me too, I have been 3 times since the email and I laugh to myself that I am a devil worshipper. Top comment. Commenter 1, therapist here. There are so many studies showing that yoga is positive and beneficial to mental health. Any therapist who doesn't believe in science is not someone I would trust with my health. Update, I had to post a couple weeks ago about my therapist sending me videos that yoga was devil worship. There were over 900 comments. Thanks for the feedback. I did fire the therapist. I also joined a yoga studio for cheaper than the therapist costs, and have never felt better. I have been going 2 to 4 times per week. I can squat down without knee pain, my back doesn't hurt when I wake up anymore, I have more mental clarity and peace. Whether I get a new therapist we shall see. It was a short-term couples counseling, so we may or may not seek out another therapist, but yoga is here to stay. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, yoga is not medical treatment and shouldn't be treated as such. Yoga instructors aren't trained in mental health needs. If you need therapy, find a different therapist. Do yoga, sure, but don't offload legit mental health concerns on a yoga practice. Reply. It was a short-term couples counseling, so we may or may not seek out another therapist, but yoga is here to stay. Stories number 15. Aita for saying I'll be driving myself and paying for my own room on the upcoming family vacation so I won't have to be a babysitter. I 23M was repeatedly stuck playing the part of helper and babysitter on family outings. I had to move out of my parents' house because I kept being forced to help watch my 3 nephews. Last year we took a family vacation in summer to the coast. I rode along with my parents, and they paid for my hotel room. Only, I had to share that room with 3 rowdy boys because my sister and her husband wanted a room to themselves. I was promised time to do my own things on the vacation. But instead I ended up having to help with these kids. I complained to everyone about it, and was reminded I was there for free, and then we pretty much just did only one thing I wanted to do. Which was tour an art gallery. I like doing this whenever I'm at the coast. But the kids find it boring. This year my parents have a beach trip planned for June. And they assumed I'd be riding along the same way as last year. But I refused. I said I'd be driving myself, and paying for my own hotel stay to have my own room. My parents were shocked, and tried to remind me of the cost. I said it was no worry. I've got a good job and a decent running car. I can more than afford it. That's when the buts started. I stated the previously listed things as why I'll be driving myself and paying for myself. I want to be able to enjoy this vacation as an adult, and not be treated like a child like last year. My parents told my sister, and she called to blow up at me that I'll be ruining the vacation if I'm off doing my own thing while she has to wrangle her 3 boys. I ended up yelling at her that last year all she did was rope me into her mess. I didn't really get to do much of anything I wanted to do. And I was treated like the bad guy for wanting to just go to an art gallery. I'm a grown man. I deserve my own vacation too. Now my sister is not speaking to me, and my parents are still trying to convince me to just ride with them to keep the peace. I'm still refusing. But the pressure is getting to me. Aita for not giving in. I know they'll have a pretty hard time when they won't have another person there to help. Edit. It's barely been an hour since I posted. But my sister is apparently a Reddit lurker in the mornings, and she saw my post. Not only is she furious with me, but she's also upset no one in the comments is siding with her. To make it short, she went on a big rant about how it's so hard to be a parent to triplets. And the least I could do is help because I'm young and single, and she needs a break. I stood my ground on my decision, and now she's calling our parents to get them involved. I'm expecting a call from them any minute. Update. Well, I'm off work now, so I can tell more of what went down. I guess you could say it's over. My sister got our parents involved, they looked at my post, and were absolutely horrified by the continuous influx of commenters. Yes, they're very angry with me that I posted here. But I told them that if they'd just listened to me to begin with, I'd have never needed to. I'm sick of the whole keep the peace mentality that sacrifices me to placate my sister. They in turn went off on my sister, and to make a long story short, the whole vacation has been cancelled. The hotel wasn't booked yet anyway. But my parents are arguing with my sister is blaming me, and my nephews are crying because they aren't going to the beach. My sister called me at lunch and basically implied I have no life, which is why I have time to help. I recorded that and told our parents, and that's currently what they're fighting about. Small update, I wasn't gonna update again. But here's a little more. Parents said that they won't ever push babysitting of my nephews on me again, and have agreed that what happened last year was unfair to me. Right now they're very angry with my sister for telling me I should help her because she thinks I have no life. My sister is playing the victim. And my brother-in-law is basically saying, nope, to the whole mess and spending most of his time at work. Thank you to everyone who has commented, you made my day. Stories number 16. Aita for destroying my best friend's proposal because I believed she was being kidnapped. So this actually happened last weekend and I'm still shaking. My best friend Emily, 29F, has been dating her boyfriend Chris, 31M, for about 4 years. I, 28F, love her to death and I've always supported their relationship even though Chris is eccentric. He loves surprises and stuff. Think flash mobs and scavenger hunts that no one asked for. Anyway, I was visiting Emily. We were walking around catching up when this unmarked white van comes up next to us. 2 masked men jump out and grab her. She begins screaming. I freak out. So I did what any sane frightened human being would do, I grabbed my pepper spray, legal where I am, and yelled bloody murder and went wild. Sprayed one dude in the face, kicked another in the shin and literally pulled Emily back by the coat while yelling for 911. Turned out it was Chris and 2 of his buddies. They were attempting this strange, prank kidnapping into surprise proposal situation cause Emily wanted a proposal like in the movies. Chris was yelling crying over the pepper spray. Emily was scared while the cops arrived. It was chaotic. Now Chris is angry. He tells me I ruined the most significant moment of their lives and embarrassed him in front of everyone. Emily tells me she understands why I freaked out but wishes I'd read the room. But like, how was I going to know? It seemed real. She was crying they had masks and it was a literal van. Everyone's acting like I overreacted, but I genuinely thought she was being trafficked. Aita for spoiling the proposal. Stories number 17. Aita for bringing a salad I know one of my coworkers will hate to the office. Potluck. I, 43F, work a semi-remote job and every month we have our remote employee meeting at the main warehouse. During that meeting, one of the other in-office employees, we'll call her Janice, always plans a potluck lunch. At first it was nice, but for the last handful of months Janice has been passive-aggressively suggesting dishes that I can bring to the lunch, even going so far as to call me out in the email invitation. This month's theme is salad bar. Our company is supplying a few different types of lettuce for the base and we are supposed to bring toppings. I have been covertly asked, pressured, to bring the toppings for a strawberry chicken walnut salad. This means that I would have to buy enough chicken, strawberries, candied walnuts and croutons to possibly feed the 20 people in our department. Janice has mentioned she thinks she is bringing cucumbers, tomatoes, and chopped onions. I typically don't have issues doing this, but this year I am in 2 weddings, have our annual family beach vacation planned, my parents rent the house, but I still need money for my son and me to eat and enjoy ourselves a bit, and I am trying to save spending money for a cruise that we are taking next January. I've mentioned a couple of times that I'm slightly tight with money until next year and then was shocked to be asked by someone that makes over $10 more per hour than me to bring toppings that cost more than triple the cost of what she is bringing. When I blatantly said, wow, the chicken salad toppings are kind of out of my price range right now, my concern was met with dismissal and a lighthearted comment about how it shouldn't cost more than what I pay to have my nails done every 2 weeks. I was furious because I had just mentioned the other day that my nails were the one luxury that I really look forward to nowadays and I felt like she was trying to use that against me to manipulate me into doing what she asked. Yesterday, after I went home and rage-raided my pantry, I decided that this would be the month that I would not be doing what was suggested. I went through what I had on hand and decided that I will be making a Mediterranean chickpea salad with lemon vinaigrette dressing to share with the group. This included chickpeas, Kalamata olives, sun-dried tomatoes, crumbled goat cheese, all of which I know she hates. She gagged when she smelled olives on a charcuterie board another employee brought a few months back. The only things I have to purchase are the goat cheese and olives. I'm sure that most of my coworkers would enjoy this salad, too, so it won't go to waste. I also don't have to worry about her mooching leftovers from me again when I could really benefit from having them to eat myself. So am I the asshole for making something I know she will hate? And should I keep doing it until she stops asking? Ironically, as I sat here writing this, Janice announced that she bought a case of corn dogs and a case of black diamond steaks from our warehouse. The steaks alone are almost $100. I've decided that I am not the asshole. Relevant comments. How does the corn dogs fit with the salad bar theme? Reply, we work for a food service distributor and we are able to purchase bulk items from our warehouse. She just bought these for her own home and had to announce it to everyone. Maybe I should have asked if she could cut up a few steaks to toss on a salad. LOL. Why did Janice brought corn dogs and steaks, but don't want to contribute to the potlucks? Reply, yes, that's exactly what happened. This purchase was to celebrate paying off her car. She paid off her house last fall. She also has a 2-income household. While I don't know her specific situation, I'm sure she's in a much better financial position to buy chicken and off-season produce than I am. OOP on Janice's role at their workplace. Reply, she's not even my supervisor. I report to the department head because my job encompasses work for the entire department, including her. Commenter 1, your salad sounds awesome, and I don't even like olives, and someone needs to remind Janice that while the upside to a potluck is not having to figure out and provide all of the food, the downside is that you do not get to control what other people bring. I don't really know what the office dynamic is like, but I would honestly consider speaking to a manager or HR, even just for documentation if you don't want action taken yet. It might seem lighthearted, but singling you out in group correspondence and making comments about your financial situation choices is not appropriate or okay. Reply, good point. My boss is fantastic and I'm really good friends with his boss and his boss's wife. I'm sure I could talk to one of them and let them know that it makes me uncomfortable, but I worry that they'll toss the whole potluck idea out the window. That would suck because it was great up until the Christmas potluck when this BS started. But if it comes to that, it does. I'm sure my bosses wouldn't mention why it was cancelled. Commenter 2, why is she announcing things she buys? Reply, because she has to be heard. About everything. Additional information from OOP after reading the comments. Reply, thanks for the responses, everyone. I'm going to send the email tomorrow to say that I'm bringing the Mediterranean salad and blind copy my boss on it. I'm also going to talk to my closer coworkers to see if she acts this way toward them. After that, I'll figure out if I need to go to HR or if she eases up. I definitely know that everything will be in email form from now on just in case I need it in the future. I won't be in the office until Friday, but I'll keep everyone updated as things progress. OOP provided the Mediterranean salad recipe. Reply, I just throw a bunch of shit in a bowl, honestly. It's something like 2 cans of chickpeas, rinsed a jar of Kalamata olives, quartered half a jar of julienne sun-dried tomatoes in oil, pull the tomatoes out, don't dump the oil into the salad, a tub of crumbled feta or goat cheese, whatever size is at Aldi, half a seedless cucumber, chopped half a red onion, finely chopped fresh parsley, chopped, like a handful. Then I just use either the Greek or house vinaigrette from Aldi as the dressing. It's nothing fancy, but it's filling and I really enjoy it on a bed of lettuce or stuffed into a pita with grilled chicken, sans strawberries, for lunches. Update. Just wanted to update the whole Janice and the potluck salad debacle. Sorry I deleted the post. It got bigger than I ever expected and one of my other coworkers saw it. She thinks Janice is an asshole, too, but I don't want a chance losing my job over a potluck. Anyway, I responded to the email that I would be bringing the Mediterranean salad and didn't say another word about it to Janice, but I did bring it up to other coworkers that I'm comfortable with. Most said they used to enjoy the potluck, but feel it's no longer fun because Janice is a jerk. I am also not the only person she has made suggestions to about what to bring. Knowing that I'm not alone, I also talked to my boss on Friday. He was awesome about everything and over the weekend he came to the decision that we're no longer going to do a potluck at all and the one for this month is cancelled. Moving forward it's either going to be cooked by management or catered by different local businesses and food trucks. He even asked for suggestions from all employees to make sure it's not being controlled by just one of us. I didn't expect that to happen, but I'm actually really excited at the prospect of never having to make anything again. He cited health concerns because of us not being certified in food safety and handling rather than telling Janice we all think she's an asshole. I just wanted the annoying behavior to stop, not crush her soul completely. He also told me that if she continues to make remarks about anything that makes me or anyone else uncomfortable, we need to come to him right away. He said just because she's been there for 35 years doesn't mean she runs the place. He is seriously the best. Janice has been grumbling all day about the changes but the response from everyone else was positive. The way I see it is that she did it to herself by being a pushy, control freak fun sucker. So thank you everyone for your responses. It helped me get over my aversion to workplace conflict and I feel like this is possibly the best outcome for everyone, well, everyone except Janice. Relevant comments. Commenter 1, I'm glad your boss is finally in the loop and Janice is put in her place. Food trucks and catering should have been the way all along. Thanks for the update. Reply, the potluck was fun at first, but she sucked all the fun out of it. Regardless, I am super stoked at the options we have now. There are some really good food trucks around here. Commenter 2, every time Janice grumbles about it being catered, explain that office potlucks are kind of frowned upon after a seafood supplier's office potluck hospitalized 46 people last year, November, December. Reply, she'll be fine until we vote to have the local Thai truck cater it. I can't wait to see the look on her face when she's given the option between chicken or tofu in her pad Thai. Stories number 18. My fiancé pushed my brother into a pond and my family is boycotting my wedding. I understand when I put it like that, the title, it does sound bad, but hear me out. I'm 23F and my fiancé is 25M. My brother is 28M. My brother is an abrasive person to say the least. I am East Asian and I only mention my ethnicity because I genuinely feel that some of this is a cultural issue, where my brother being the older male child, gets all the slack in the world. He is very much favored. It was after we went to dinner with my family to celebrate my mom's birthday. My parents invited us back to their place, where my brother still lives at home. We went out to the backyard to take a family photo. My mom wanted to change her clothes first so she went to go do that. I don't remember where my dad was, probably on the toilet lol. My fiancé, brother, obviously drunk, and myself were standing outside. My brother received a dating app notification. It was loud and it was Grindr. No one acknowledged it or cared, but my brother chose to make a comment. He said something like, I'm just trying something new because I'm curious. You know how it is and nudged my fiancé. My fiancé raised a brow. My brother added, being in the military and all, you experimented right? My fiancé just replied with, wrong. My brother then said something like, you give off toxic top energy. My fiancé ignored the comment and I was just annoyed at this point so I replied, who talks like that? What is wrong with you? My brother then made a sudden gesture of raising his arm as if to hit me, backhand, and on instinct, I just flinched and closed my eyes. Unfortunately, my fiancé's instinct was to block my brother in that same moment, and because my brother had drank quite a bit, he staggered backward into my dad's pond. My brother has exaggerated the story in his favor and is now loudly boycotting my wedding, and has convinced my parents to do so as well, because I refuse to let my fiancé pay for my brother's expensive custom suit that is supposedly ruined beyond repair. I am pretty sure he can just dry clean it. I love my parents, but I'm sick of how blindly they back my brother up. Am I being petty? My aunt told me to pick my battles, that this isn't a time to hold a grudge, and I swear it's not wedding stress that's making me feel this way. I am just fed up with always having to absorb the damage while he gets coddled. Stories number 19. Aita for refusing to repay my ex-husband for the college tuition he paid for years ago. So for some background, my ex-husband and I ended things over 20 years ago. When our son was 2, he stepped out. At the time I was a stay-at-home mom and going to nursing school full-time. He was paying for my schooling. After he left, I asked him if he would keep paying for my school so I could finish with no debt. He agreed, saying it was the least he could do. A few months after that, he got his affair partner pregnant. Once she got pregnant, she demanded he stop paying for my schooling. It was 1/5 of their income, and she said that money needed to go towards their new baby. He refused and kept paying for the remaining year and a half I had left. Over the years I continued my education, and now I'm a nurse practitioner. I do well for myself and I never remarried. On to the problem. My son called me and told me he and his wife are expecting. I was ecstatic. I asked if I could come over sometime during the weekend by and give them some things, his favorite stuffy as a child, a check, and some other small sentimental things. He said yes, so I went over earlier today. I came by and gave him everything, including a check for a few $1,000s. For baby stuff, co-pays, the nursery, or anything else they may want. My son and his wife thanked me and told me the money would be very helpful. My ex-husband and his wife came over, and little while later, they surprised them with dinner and didn't know I'd be there, and saw the check on the counter. My ex's wife asked about it and I said, oh well, I wanted to help out where I could, everything's so expensive nowadays. I was really just trying to be polite, but I don't think this is any of her business. This woman had the audacity to say, well, maybe since you have all this money now you can finally pay us back all that money you took when you went to college. I was dumbfounded. My ex has literally never brought up me paying him back. He's always said it was the least he could do for both me and our son. My ex has done very well for himself in his career. I didn't see how or why they'd need the money, so I asked them, do you guys need the money or something? And my ex said no, and she said, of course not, it's about principle. I told her I will absolutely not be paying them back for college tuition from over 20 years ago, especially when she ended up in our marital home while I was living in a small apartment barely making ends meet for years after I initially finished school. I've never been bitter or mean, I've always been civil since our kids are siblings, but my blood was boiling. I left shortly after that. According to my son, this has been a point of contention in their marriage. She's brought it up a few times over the years in front of him. And she's insisting to him that he needs to convince me to finally pay back what they're owed. The biggest issue is now that the whole damn family is involved. I got calls from 3 separate family members saying I need to get over myself and just pay it back. So Aita here. Stories number 20. Aita for breaking up with my BF after he read my little sister's diary. Some time ago, our mom read my sister's diary. My sister had written about her insecurities, her being bullied at school, and wrote some negative stuff about our parents. Mom flipped and responded like, I'm such a terrible mother, huh, and nobody's perfect, you know that, and sort of wouldn't listen to my sister. She's hidden her diary since from her parents. My little sister stayed over my place for some time. She went out with her friends for a while, and I was also out for a bit, and when I came home my sister was holed in her room. I noticed my sis seemed off and I went over next to her on the bed. She grabbed me and was on the verge of tears, and I held her for a bit. She opened to me that my BF had gone in her room and read her diary while she was out. He teased her like, got a little crush, you two gonna get married, not good enough for him, huh, and bringing up her vulnerable writing like it was nothing. She was already rejected by her crush and wrote about that, and was embarrassed and told me not to tell anyone, not even my BF. She didn't want to come out of her room. I was so upset at my BF. My BF didn't seem to get it. He said, yeah, I shouldn't have gone too far with the teasing. He said he was trying to make light of some stuff to make her feel better. No. You shouldn't have read her diary in the first place. I demanded he apologize to her. I was really emotional in the moment, and when he started with, sorry you're sad I brought up that vulnerable stuff, didn't mean to hurt you, I ended up blowing up on him and I told him that we're done and he needs to move out. He left to his parents. I spent the rest of the time with just me and my sis doing stuff together before she went back home. My BF's been texting saying he can apologize better to my sis and we can get back together, but my sis doesn't want to see him again and I just ignored his texts. Aita here. Stories number 21. Aita for soloing a trip after my coworkers brought strangers into our Airbnb and made me feel unsafe. I, 26M, went on a trip with two coworkers, 24F, that we planned earlier this year. They invited another coworker, 24M, to join later. We agreed to split costs for things like groceries, a rental car, under my name, tickets, and some errands. I fronted the costs for a few things like festival tickets, groceries, and an eSIM, with the understanding they'd pay me back. We had 3 group rules: safety first, we all come home together, and no randoms in the Airbnb. On night 1, after barely sleeping during our travel, I stayed in while they went out with 2 men they just met on Hinge. They got blackout drunk and didn't respond to my texts until late. Around 1 a.m., one of the random men tried to enter our Airbnb alone. I told him to leave. At 3 a.m., they all returned, drunk and soaking wet. My co-workers told me to close my eyes and cover my ears while they hooked up with the 2 strangers on the balcony. I felt shocked, uncomfortable, and unsafe, so I quietly packed my things and left at 3:30 a.m. I paid $50 to get the rental car out, found an overly expensive last-minute hotel, and continued the trip solo. The next day, they were apologizing for what happened the night before and admitted how intoxicated they were. I responded by saying I didn't agree with what they did and felt extremely disrespected. They asked for their basketball tickets, so I sent them to avoid conflict and still wanted them to enjoy. Later, coworker 3 arrived and noticed the Airbnb was trashed from the state they left it in: sand on the beds, colorful stains, and a burnt spoon in the sink. Also, they haven't stayed there since after day 2. He stayed one night and moved to a hotel because of how disgusting it was. When he tried to reach out, number 1 told him she didn't feel safe around me, which confused both of us. After the trip, I calmly asked to be reimbursed for agreed-upon shared expenses. Instead, they refused and accused me of stealing groceries, going through their luggage, taking the car for myself, and ruining their trip. Meanwhile, they kept partying and posting about it online. They were also saying how I owe them for their food and Uber expenses. Now they're spreading rumors at work, saying I'm scary and untrustworthy. But all I did was follow our rules, pay for things up front, and remove myself from a dangerous situation. I didn't cause a scene and I chose safety and peace. Now they're refusing to pay me back for what we agreed to split on. Aita for leaving and finishing the trip on my own. Stories number 22. I rejected a guy and he killed himself and posted it in his suicide note. So at the start of the college year, I, 22F, met a guy who I will call Adam, 21M. We were both majoring in the same field and we became friends pretty quickly. We talked about a lot of things together because we had hobbies in common and because we shared the same field. I thought he was a great person, but I only saw him as a friend and also had this other guy I was into who asked me out in December. Last month, Adam asked me out over text. I was extremely shocked as I never thought Adam was into me. I told him I already had a BF and only saw him as a friend. He kind of ghosted me after that, but I still followed him on IG. Well, 2 weeks ago he posted a suicide note, stating that he didn't see a point in living anymore. He listed several of the bad things happening in his life, including his abusive father, failing grades, and debt. However, he also wrote a paragraph about how his heart had been broken by a girl he wanted so badly who turned him down. He didn't name me, but obviously I know it's me. It's been 2 weeks but I've barely slept. I don't know what to feel. I know it's logically not my fault, but I can't help thinking that I was the catalyst for Adam's suicide. How do I get past this? Stories number 23. Why do so many men have poor hygiene compared to women? It really bothers me. For every one woman I've met that smells, there's like 100 more men that smell even worse. I've heard men make jokes about how washing their bottoms in the shower is gay, and how real men have skid marks in their underwear. One I was friends with joked about skincare being gay and made fun of a random guy for having clear skin, saying it's feminine. We got in an argument because of it, and he even smelled too. To me, hygiene is not a gender role thing and it shouldn't be something that only women do. I don't want a smelly man with crusty skin. It's becoming a serious problem for me because I'm having a hard time dating as a woman because so many of these men have a smell and won't take care of themselves. One of my exes wouldn't even do the bare minimum. He wouldn't even wash his face or between his ass crack. His breath smelled. And I tried to be respectful and help him get it together. I would try to nicely tell him when he needed to shower, to wash the grease out of his hair, to work on wiping cause he had poop stains in his underwear. And he wouldn't listen. He would actually yell at me and get violent about it whenever I brought it up. He just didn't care, and it's getting even worse with the younger generation. I see so many men with bad hygiene whenever I leave the house now, and it's become a common occurrence at this point. And even more shocking, they have girlfriends, 2 women that don't seem to care and are staying silent about it. That's insane to me. How are you dating a man like that and not caring? Stories number 24. Aita for cleaning dog poo off my kids at birthday party. I have a friend who lives an hour away. We always attend each other's kids' birthday parties. She has 3 kids. We've been friends for 6 years. She's always been a genuine, calm person who doesn't talk bad about others. She has always showed up for me. I usually host parties at rented play places. She does hers at home, which is fine in theory, but her house is often dirty. There are no activities or even toys for the kids, and overall it's not a great experience. Over time, I've noticed fewer people show up, probably for the same reasons. Today, we went to her son's party, and it was honestly gross. The only thing for the kids to do was play outside on a swing set, but the yard was covered in huge piles of dog poop. They have a large cane corso, and it was obvious no one cleaned up before the party. I was shocked. This is a kid's birthday party, and the only play area was full of dog poop. While my toddlers were playing, my 3-year-old fell and got dog poop all over her pants. I told her to come over so I could clean her up. I also called my other daughter over and said something like, "No more going on the grass, there's dog poo everywhere and we need to stay clean." Of course, they started complaining, they're toddlers, but I calmly explained we had to stay inside and wash up. I was trying to protect them from getting sick or dirtier. That's when people started giving me weird looks, especially my friends' relatives. It felt like they thought I was being rude. When I came out of the bathroom after cleaning them, I saw her sisters whispering and then suddenly going quiet when I walked by, clearly about me. I ignored it, even though I thought it was ridiculous. What made it worse was that my friend didn't even check in on me. She just stayed with her sisters and family the whole time, barely acknowledging anyone else. I was the only friend who showed up, and there were no other kids besides mine and hers. Eventually, she came up and asked, "Is everything okay?" Like I had caused a problem. I explained my kids got dog poop on them, so I had to clean them up. She just said, "Yeah, sorry about that," and I replied, "No worries," to keep things cordial. But honestly, I was disgusted. I made an excuse to leave soon after. I couldn't believe someone would host a kids' party, not clean the yard, and offer nothing for kids to do but play around poop. It felt careless and kind of gross. Now I haven't heard from her. No thank you for the $100 gift, no thanks for driving an hour with 2 kids, nothing. I'm starting to wonder if I somehow offended her or her family by simply taking care of my kids. But I really don't think I did anything wrong. Am I missing something? Aita for saying out loud how the yard was dirty and to go inside. Stories number 25. Aita for giving my husband a pregnancy test as a birthday gift. Hi, I am F23, my husband's M25 birthday was 1 week ago. We've wanted a baby for a really long time, and when I found out I was pregnant, I was so excited. Knowing my husband's birthday was in 3 days, I decided to keep it a secret, and give the test to him as part of his birthday gift, because he wouldn't be expecting it. In my head it would make it more shocking equals exciting. At least that's how I thought it would be. Perhaps that was a dumb thought. Now, this was not going to be a big party with tons of people. My husband didn't want that, so it was just gonna be the 2 of us. He was gonna open his gifts, we were gonna eat a nice dinner, and it was going to be chill and intimate. With this in mind, I didn't think giving him the pregnancy test as a gift would be a problem at all. If it were a big party I wouldn't have done it, because it would have taken the entire focus off of him, but this was a small party, just me and him. When it came for me to give him his gifts, the pregnancy test was in a small box and I told him to open it last. He was super happy with all of his gifts, and when he opened the box with the pregnancy test in it, his demeanor changed. He seemed upset. I asked what was wrong and he said it was a stupid gift and how could you hide something like this from me? You knew this for so long and hid it. I explained to him it was 3 days. I thought it would be a wonderful gift. Like I said, we've wanted a baby for so long, and I thought he'd be happy. He said that he was happy but the timing for me to tell him was horrible and that it was his birthday, not a celebration of pregnancy. I was confused, hurt, upset. So many emotions at once. I called him immature, and that led to a fight. He slept on the couch that night. This past week, he hasn't talked to me too much. Whenever I try to bring it up he says, "Just stop, we're past it. It was dumb of you." Stuff like that. He doesn't tell me how happy he is, or any celebration about us being pregnant. Whenever I talk to him, he doesn't really reply, it's just yes or no, or a grunt. I feel horrible. I didn't think this would be a bad gift. I thought he'd love it. Ada for doing this? I really thought it was okay, but I'm starting to think he's right, I shouldn't have done this. Update, I don't really know if this is considered an update, but after reading replies, I had to clear up a few things. No, my husband has not ever acted this way towards me before. We've argued before, but it has never led to the point where he ignores me. To all the comments asking what I mean by wanting a baby for a really long time, we've been married for 4 years and we agreed from the start about wanting children. Yes, we've been trying to have a baby. I didn't stop taking birth control secretly, nor did we stop using protection accidentally. This was something we were both originally wanting. I didn't tell anyone before him. He was the first person to know. I thought I clearly stated we were alone for the party, but we were alone. There wasn't other people around to hear. It was just us. Also, how to get rid of these numbers, so ignore them. But, I don't want to kick him out or leave him. I really would appreciate advice on how to go about talking to him if you have any advice. I don't want to get an abortion. Stories number 26. My boyfriend's refusal to help with grocery shopping. My 27F boyfriend, 27M, of 3 years really doesn't like grocery shopping. When we moved in together about 2.5 years ago, we agreed that I'd take the laboring or on groceries since he hates it so much. I thought it was a nice thing I could do for him, since it's so unpleasant for him. 2.5 years later, he has not once gone to the store. And I don't normally mind, but sometimes it just would make practical sense for him to help out, and he will just outright refuse to help. For example, today I have a super busy day and am going to be in a city about an hour away all day, not getting home until later in the evening. He's out for a while today, but will be home around 5. I asked if he could go to the store since he'll be free earlier. He was like, well, can't you just go later? It's open until 10, you can go when you get back, or maybe you can go early tomorrow morning. I have jury duty at 8:30 tomorrow morning, for perspective. Basically, I'm just very busy and am about to have a very stressful week with jury duty plus trying not to fall behind on work because of it. It would just be so nice if he could do this one thing for me. But he was insistent that I guess I'm just going to do a late night shop tonight. This type of thing happens periodically. I've talked to him before about feeling like he doesn't help out, but he always says, we agreed you take this chore. I don't feel that he does his agreed on chores every week. If he's really busy, I'll do them for him. It's just a nice thing to do when someone is stressed. Ick. Is this something I should talk to him more seriously about? TLDR, boyfriend refuses to help with grocery shopping, even when I'm extremely busy and will have to go late at night. Would it best to discuss this more seriously? How to go about that conversation? Edit, thank you to everyone for the advice. I am still going through the comments. I stepped away for a while and am a bit overwhelmed by all the responses. I will read more thoroughly while I'm waiting around in jury duty tomorrow. Just want to let everyone know that I did actually end up ordering groceries online for delivery, as many people suggested. Thank you for the suggestion. I had not tried it before and hadn't really thought to, but it was very convenient and might be my go-to in the future. Edit 2, since lots of people have asked, he used to do his own grocery shopping before we moved in together. I just offered to take that chore when we moved in together because he doesn't like it. He doesn't have agoraphobia, and is fine generally in big crowds. Possibly there is a deeper reason behind it that I should ask about. I've always just thought he didn't like it. I have gone to the store with him, before we moved in together, and he seemed fine in that setting, just wanted to be done quickly. Also, since lots of people have asked, it's a weekly chore for us. Edit 3, I did talk to him last night more to see if I could get a handle on his reasoning other than, I don't like it, as suggested by this thread. He repeated that he just doesn't like it a few times, then added that he doesn't like it because you have to drive to the store and it takes a long time. So I'm afraid there's no silver bullet reason, he just doesn't like it. Further clarity, I do not think he needs to start doing the shop, I'm fine doing it 99.9% of the time. I'm just surprised that he wouldn't help me out on the one weekend in 2.5 years that I couldn't make it work. Stories number 27. Aita for calling my grandparents' house my childhood home after I bought it. My girlfriend, 25F, and I, 25M, bought my grandparents' house at the start of the year. My grandparents wanted to downsize, and when they told us this, we told them we'd love to buy it from them, started this process last year, and they agreed. They also gave us a really amazing bargain because they wanted to help us with our forever home. I was so happy because it's the house I really considered home as a kid and it still felt that way to me. For some background to explain it. My parents had me younger since they were 19 and 21, and it meant my grandparents really had to step up to help with me. Even though my parents technically raised me and I technically lived with them, I spent far more time with my grandparents. I was at their house Monday through Friday before and after school and from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. every summer. There were times I spent a week or two at their house while my parents were especially busy or if they wanted to vacation without me. My parents settled more and started having more kids when I was 11 and I was pressured to spend more time with them and at home, so I bond with my siblings. This meant I didn't spend as much time with my grandparents at their house. But it never stopped being the place I felt was home. I'd even say my grandparents were more parents than my actual parents were when I was a kid. So my girlfriend and I bought this house together and we told our families after it was official. My parents took offense to me calling it my childhood home. They said I grew up living with them and was raised in their home. My grandparents reminded them I spent more time in their, now mine and girlfriend's, house than my parents' house. That wasn't good enough for my parents. They said it was insensitive and was a dig at them. And I said that wasn't what this was. I told them it as about what felt true to me. My parents said it was disrespectful to them and I wouldn't change their mind. That I should have known better. Aita. Stories number 28. Aita because I wouldn't put my stepdad on my child's emergency contacts. So my mother and father broke up when I was around 12. She then got a partner who had zero interest me in. According to my family, my stepdad said he would adopt me and my mom rightly said no as he'd been in my life a year at most and we didn't get along in that year and he didn't take it well. My aunties say they think he took it out on me. This aggression got worse as I grew up. He'd do things like lock me out of the house when they didn't let me have a key, so if they'd forgot to leave a key I'd have no other option but to try and see if any friends could let me stay at theirs, and many awful things in between it'd take an age to list. I probably wasn't the easiest to deal with as a child, admittedly. Skip forward to the present day. I have a baby of my own and have had recent problems regarding my son and my parents. So the first was a family wedding we all were invited to. My son is only just 2 and we are a big family who like to drink. 7 o'clock was the latest I wanted to be there. I then got told the day before by my mum that she'd book me a hotel room and if I get a lift down with her they're getting a taxi to the hotel around midnight. I said she shouldn't have done that without asking and I'd already arranged a lift back. Her partner then got on the phone, called me selfish and childish and that not everything is always about me. I ended up just not going to the wedding. The second time my mum was looking after my child while I went to night school. She was going to have him until the morning and bring him home. When I got back home I called to check how he'd gone down. He doesn't stay there too much. They have problems with him getting to sleep. They didn't answer for the first 2 rings and then my mum messaged me and it had a load of typos which isn't normal for her. I rang and she was drunk, slurring, and my 2-year-old was still awake in the background. When I asked if she'd been drinking she started saying I was being stupid and she couldn't believe me. I walked to their house to get my child and she called me an unfit mother and threw his clothes at me. Her partner came out and asked me why I overreact so much. I just walked off. Since that me and my mum once again are trying to repair. Because I don't drive, I asked her to drop a form off for my baby's nursery that he's due to start. She didn't drop it off and instead took it home and read through it, and when she saw that her partner wasn't on the emergency contact she asked me why and accused me of pushing him out. She then said if he wasn't on the emergency contacts she didn't want to be, and I told her I don't trust him after everything that's happened. He's never, not once in my life, ever been there for me in an emergency. He has only ever been a person who's made me feel worthless. I wouldn't ring him in an emergency for me or my child. Why would I put him down? He also doesn't drive, so wouldn't be much use. She then said if that's how she felt then she will cut contact with me. Stories number 29. Why would he not let this go? I walked into a Starbucks today that I had been to many times before. It was crowded, but I didn't see anyone in line, so I walked up to the counter. All of a sudden, this man pushes his way right next to me, into my space, and starts ordering. Startled, I turned to him and said, "Excuse me, I'm in line." The barista then clarified that the man was actually in line first, that I just didn't see him because he was standing far back from the counter, not in the usual place that the line forms. I said, "Oh, okay, sorry," and backed up to let the man order. But this man would not let it go. He turned to me and said, "Wow, you're so rude. What an attitude. Just so rude." I turned to him and said, "I thought you were cutting me in line, it was a misunderstanding." And he said, "Yeah, but the way you said it, wow, just so rude," as he's looking me up and down like I'm some disgusting ingrate. He then turns to the baristas and continues with it, "Can you believe how rude she is? Like wow. Just amazing. Wow." And kept going and going, really trying to put me in my place and make an example of me. He continued to shake his head and smirk the entire time, staring at me until I left the store. It was beyond uncomfortable. Why would he go on and on like this when it was a clear misunderstanding and I apologized? ETA, reading everyone's responses and looking back, I think he was pissed that I stood my ground by saying I was in line and not just immediately stepping back. He felt the need to level the playing field after that. Stories number 30. Aita for rubbing my girlfriend's pregnant belly before she was showing. My girlfriend Kaylee, 23, is like 10 weeks pregnant and she isn't showing at all yet. Last night we were watching TV and I started rubbing her belly. She was fine with it. Then I kissed her belly and she sat up. She asked what I was doing and I said I was kissing our baby. She got upset and started crying. I asked what was wrong and she said I was calling her fat. I told her that I absolutely wasn't, and I was simply just kissing her stomach because she's carrying our baby. She said that she didn't have a baby belly yet, and whatever was there is just because she's fat. I tried saying that she wasn't fat at all, which she literally isn't, but apparently I'd already said it. Then this morning she didn't eat breakfast, and when I asked why she said that she was too fat to eat and started crying again. I don't know what to do now. I feel really bad about everything. Is there anything I can do to make her feel better? Usually I'd buy her really expensive chocolate from her favorite place and flowers, but I feel like chocolate isn't the best thing here. Stories number 31. Aita for yelling at a 19-year-old and asking for him to be fired. Throwaway account. I, 37M, and my husband, 39M, have been together 11 years. My husband owns a small bookshop and recently has hired a boy to help him. This lad, I'll call him Joe, is gay, and while me and my husband very obviously have no issue with this, Joe seems to do things a lot differently to us. For context, both me and my husband are Irish immigrants to London. We grew up 20 minutes away from each other and went to the same, very Catholic, school. We aren't exactly flamboyant or outwardly gay, and don't exactly do PDA since that's how we were raised. On my lunch break from work I like to visit my husband, bringing him records I think he might like in his coffee. Recently however Joe has started making comments. It started small with him saying things about queer joy and how he loves gay couples, which we didn't mind at all. In all fairness, it's a fairly scary world for queer people right now, and I understand seeing a happy married gay couple means a lot for a kid. But then he started getting a little too comfortable for my liking. He started asking things like, "Who's the top?" and calling us the F slur jokingly. I think it's entirely inappropriate to be making those comments to his boss, but my husband told me to let it go. Joe calls us the F slur a lot, which I had brought up a few times telling him calmly to not do that, but when he continued I learned to let go despite my distaste for it since it didn't seem to bother my husband too much, but last Wednesday I lost it. I was up by the counter when Joe came in. He immediately started blathering on about how why we are, and while my husband chuckled awkwardly, I did not. Joe noticed this and said I was a stick in the mud and repressed. I was trying to keep my cool until he called me a Fenian FT, and I lost it. For anyone who doesn't know, the term Fenian isn't exactly a slur or anything, but it isn't exactly nice either. Me and my husband jokingly call each other Fenians or Paddies from time to time if we've something particularly Irish, and I've never exactly viewed as a very offensive word to me, but something about this English boy made me snap. I asked him if he thought that was an appropriate thing to say to his boss's partner and started shouting. Telling him he's way out of play and if he wants to keep his job he should buck up. I left to cool down a bit and 30 minutes later got a call from my husband berating me saying that Joe was crying and that he's just a kid. I do feel really bad since he's only young, but I still think he needed to be knocked down a step or two. Am I the asshole? Edit. I see a lot of people making comments about the nature of the relationship between Joe and my husband. My husband has asked Joe to stop on my behalf before, but this isn't something that really bothers my husband, and to be fair it's his workplace, not mine. Update. Joe is my husband's son. I won't go too much into the details for both my and their privacy, but I had a major fight with my husband about why he was being so lenient with him and why we didn't have my back in this. We were shouting back and forth until he shouted something about blood being thicker than water. I shout back about him being just some boy and he stopped suddenly. Then he told me Joe is from an ex-girlfriend of his who's now unable to take care of him, so my husband picked up. He's been paying child support for years. We each have our separate bank accounts, so I didn't even notice. I'm contemplating separation and divorce. Someone I've known for 25 years became a stranger in 10 seconds. I physically got sick thinking back on those sexual remarks that he made to his father. My husband always went white as a ghost when he said those kinds of things, and that was possibly the only thing he actually gave out to him for, but it makes me feel sick all the same. Stories number 32. AIT4 abandoning my girlfriend and newborn son by going through SEAL training. I am 23, and just got through BUD/S to become a SEAL. It was the toughest stretch of my life, physically and mentally, but I pushed through because I believed in what I was doing for myself, and for my future family. My girlfriend, 21, and I had been together for 3 years when she got pregnant. It wasn't planned, but we decided to keep the baby. At the time, I was already locked into the pipeline. I told her from the start that I wouldn't be able to be around for most of the pregnancy or even the birth. She said she understood. Maybe she thought it wouldn't be that hard, or maybe she just wanted to believe it'd be okay. Either way, I went in. I missed the birth. I wasn't there for any of it, the hospital, the first night, nothing. I found out a couple days after, during one of the few times I got access to my phone. It hit me hard, but I had to compartmentalize and keep moving. Now that I'm past training and waiting for orders, I've had more time to talk to her and things aren't good. She's dealing with postpartum depression, overwhelmed, barely sleeping. Every time we talk, she ends up crying. She says she feels like I abandoned her and our son. She tells me she's alone, that I left her to do everything by herself while I went off to chase a dream. I don't blow her off. I stay on the phone as long as I can. I talk her through whatever she needs. I've been sending money and trying to help however I can from a distance. But it never feels like enough. She says I should have stayed. That real men don't leave their families behind. Her dad even told me to my face that I'm selfish, that I wanted a cool title more than being a father. I didn't walk away because I didn't care. I went through hell over the last year to set us up long term. I'm earning steady pay, full healthcare, housing, benefits, everything I never had growing up. I didn't want to be a part-time dad with nothing to offer. I wanted to be someone my son can look up to. Someone who made the hard choices for the right reasons. Do I feel guilty for not being there? Yeah. I think about it every day. But do I regret going through with it? No. I did what I believed was necessary, even if it's not appreciated right now. Stories number 33. My 27F, ex, 26M, dumped me in January after 9 years together because he didn't think I was wife material. Now he reached out wanting to talk because he needs to get something off his chest. I don't know why he doing this or if I should met him. Update. So we ended up meeting, and no, I didn't go to him. I had told the receptionist at my work if he came looking for just say I'm out for the day after he showed up once. I didn't want the drama of him around my job. So Nate just kept going to my usual places like the grocery store I go every Saturday evening or the park I ran at Sunday mornings, his words, till he would eventually run into me. And he did yesterday. He was waiting at the coffee shop I go to after my morning run. When I saw him I tried to turn around and leave, but he kept calling me, so I thought to myself if everything went pear-shaped a coffee shop would be safer than my walk home. So I just sat down and asked him what he wanted. He gave an apology that wasn't an apology, you know, the type with, "I'm sorry but," and "pity me." He blamed his mental health, his job, his parents, his friends, everyone but himself. I took someone's advice on here and said, "Cut the crap, I already know everything." He genuinely looked shocked and stared at me for a second. I guess he thought his coworker already told me everything so he couldn't lie. Here's what really happened. He fell for a girl in his office. When he told me her name I knew her immediately. I've met her a few times. He told for the last 2 years he idolized her. To be fair, she's beautiful with an amazing personality, and he hated me because I was the one stopping them from being together because his coworker was too classy to be a side piece. When he broke up with me he confessed to her that he was madly in love with her and he ended a 9-year relationship to be with her. Well, here's where it gets funny. She doesn't even like him, lol. She called him a piece of trash and told him if he ever spoke to her outside work she'd report him to HR. So I asked him, what has any of this got to do with me? Like we are over. I clearly cut ties. There's no reason for us to speak. He wants to try again, promised we'd get married before the year ends, that we belong together. I told him no, I'm nobody's second choice. He threw me away after 9 years and said some pretty cruel things to me, and now he thinks if he snaps his fingers I'll come running back. He tried to beg and fake tears, bringing the good times in our relationship. I told him please leave me alone as he wasted too much of my time already. I texted my cousin to meet me at the coffee shop. He kept saying nonsense, even suggested if I went to couples counseling for a few months he'd leave me alone. The 20 minutes it took for my cousin to arrive felt like 20 years. In the end I just stopped listening and stood at the counter making small talk with baristas till my cousin arrived. She told him to fuck off and if he tried to follow us she'd call her brothers. He stayed in the coffee shop as far as I know and we just went home, that's it. It's only been a day but I feel like it's over and I'm free of him. Stories number 34. Aita for demanding my friend pay me back for her daughter's plane ticket today. Editing to add, since I spoke with our friend group and it shed light on why they felt the way they did. I was not aware our friend was having financial issues with the trip because she never said anything to me about it. More so she was hiding it because last week she had to borrow $900 for the cost of the hotel, which means she not only didn't have her portion but she spent some of my portion too since we split it and paid $650 each. I sent her my half in February because I wanted my full trip to be paid for so I wouldn't have to think about it. She also came up with the plan of me paying half for her daughter because she wouldn't have been able to afford the full cost of the flight. Mind you, this is a trip she asked to be a part of because I said I was taking my kid to Hawaii this year as a vacation. Initially I had no intention on traveling with anyone else and she did not have to go, especially if it was going to put financial stress on her. That being known now, it did look to them like I was ignoring that she was struggling and expecting the other half of the money. I pointed out that the daughter could work off the ticket cost by letting my dog out when I'm working. As for her reasoning to not wanting to go, her boyfriend's parents are also out of town the same week, so she is planning to spend time with him alone. The school excuse is what she came up with because she thought her mom would be more sympathetic towards it. Needless to say, I've booked my own hotel and will likely only see her during the flight, which may be awkward because we're sitting near each other. I've decided I'm distancing myself from her and taking this as a lesson about group trips. She's likely going to get a flight voucher for her daughter's ticket and I'm out for the portion that I paid for the flight. I don't expect her to make up for the hotel since this is something I've chosen to do myself. My friend group has apologized for jumping to conclusions without knowing the facts, and several have urged her to cancel her trip. Throw away because my main page has a lot of my friends on it. My friend and I planned a trip in November to Hawaii with our younger kids. Initially we asked her oldest daughter, who is 17, if she wanted to go, but she said no. Fast forward to February when we decided to buy the plane tickets, we asked her daughter again, and she said she would like to go. My friend asked if I could pay for half of her ticket, and I agreed since the daughter said she'd babysit for one night so we could go out alone. Our trip is in 4 days, and today her daughter said she no longer wants to go because she doesn't want to miss school. When I heard this, I asked for my half of her ticket cost back since she's no longer going, and the reason I paid was for the night out. Now my friend is upset, saying I shouldn't expect to get anything back. I explained that if she chooses not to go, that's fine, it's her choice, but I do expect to get back the money I paid for her trip. A lot of people are calling me saying I should be more understanding. Honestly, I would have been if this had been discussed earlier and if we hadn't asked her before buying the tickets if she wanted to go. So Reddit, I know you're super honest, Ida, in this situation. Stories number 35. Aita for distancing myself from my cousin after she got with my boyfriend. I, 26F, intentionally didn't attend my cousin's engagement party. About 6 years ago, I found out that my cousin, 29F, had been secretly involved with my boyfriend at the time. By the time I learned the truth, the relationship with him was already over, but the betrayal still hurt, especially coming from family. We were never particularly close, but I was shocked that she could do something like that to me, and even more hurt that some family members knew and chose not to tell me. I'm not a confrontational person, so I chose not to make a scene. Instead, I quietly distanced myself from her and from those who were aware of the situation but said nothing. My mom knows what happened and supports my choice to keep my distance. My dad, on the other hand, tends to side with my cousin. He often dismisses my feelings by saying things like, "Aren't you over that guy?" or "You have a new boyfriend already," and even accuses me of hating his side of the family, which I've never said. His comments are really hurtful. My dad also has a history of misleading me about family gatherings, telling me we're doing one thing but then bringing me to events with his side of the family. So about 4 weeks ago, my mom gave me a heads up that there was a surprise engagement party planned for my cousin. She knew I likely wouldn't want to be there. I told my boyfriend and suggested a weekend trip to visit my younger cousin, 24F, who lives out of town, and we turned it into a fun getaway with winery stops. When I got back, my dad asked if I saw that my cousin got engaged. I said yes. He asked if I texted her to congratulate her. I told him no. He then started guilt-tripping me, saying her dad wished I had been there, and criticized the way I act toward her. I don't have children, but I'd like to believe that if I had a daughter who went through something like this, I'd support her and respect her decision to protect her peace. I don't hate my cousin. I just don't trust her, and I prefer to keep my distance because of what she's done. Stories number 36. My sugar daddy, 71M, asked me, 20F, to marry him. I don't even know how to begin this without sounding like a cliché, fake or something, but here it goes. This isn't some wild fantasy or twisted drama. This is really happening, and I'm still trying to process it. I started being a sugar baby last year. I was drowning in tuition debt, student bills, living costs, and just life. A friend, who'd been doing this longer than I had, introduced me to a reputable agency. One that actually has policies in place for safety and professionalism, like supervised first dates and 6-month contract renewals. It felt weird and scary at first, but I was desperate, and compared to some of the horror stories I'd heard, this one felt safe. Professional. It only took about a month and a half before someone chose me. Let's just call him Greg. He's 71. And yes, I know how that sounds. But bear with me, our first date was under management supervision like the agency required. We went out to a quiet high-end restaurant. He was tall, like 6 feet 1 inch, towering over me. I'm only 4 feet 11 inches. Asian did me dirty with my height, lol. Silver hair, very well put together, and honestly in better shape than most guys my age. I found myself laughing and smiling way more than I thought I would. He was a total gentleman. He didn't try to impress me with money or flashy things. He asked questions about me. He listened. He told me up front he had been with a few sugar babies before, but never renewed their contracts because he found them obnoxious, his word. But he picked me because he saw my traits in my profile. I'm submissive, quiet, respectful. Not in a doormat way. Just, soft-spoken, I guess. He also admitted he gets lonely. His kids and grandkids are busy with their own lives, and while he doesn't resent them for it, he said the silence in his big house can be deafening sometimes. He wanted company. Intimacy. Affection. It felt strange at first, but he was never pushy. He told me to be myself. To tell him if anything made me uncomfortable. He covered my school bills, tuition, helped me with my living expenses. After a while, he asked me to move in, saying it'd be easier and safer than living in a dorm or struggling to pay rent. Yes, this is allowed under the agency policy as long as the agency is informed. He even assigned a driver to take me to and from university so I wouldn't stress about transportation. Over time, I got used to the arrangement. The closeness. The consistency. Yes, we've been intimate. But even then, he's always been gentle and respectful. He always asked first. Always made sure I was okay. And if I said no, he'd just kiss my forehead or cheek, hold me, and say, okay, sweet girl. He never pressured me. Never made me feel like I owed him something. We'd cuddle. He really liked to hold me on his lap while we watched old movies or while he worked in his home office. He liked being close. I didn't mind it. I liked it, actually. Last night, after we were done being intimate and had cleaned up, we were lying there, cuddling like always. Then out of nowhere, he said it, I love you. He said it before, but always in the moment, while we're doing it. I never took it seriously. I figured it was just heat of the moment stuff. But this time, it was different. He said it quietly. Clearly. While looking me right in the eye. Then he asked me to marry him, not in a grand way. No ring. No speech. Just, softly. Like he'd been thinking about it for a while. He told me he knows it's a big ask. That he doesn't want me to rush. That he loves me. Not as a sugar baby, but as a woman. That our connection feels real to him. I didn't say anything. I just curled into his chest and we eventually fell asleep. It's morning now. I'm typing this in his guest room, while he's downstairs making coffee like nothing happened. I feel conflicted. I like him. Maybe even more than I want to admit. But I've always thought of him as a job. As someone I'm supposed to stay professional with. And now, everything feels blurry. I don't know what to feel. Also, it's a lot to ask. It's marriage for God's sake. I guess I just needed to get this off my chest. Because my heart is all over the place right now, and I don't know who to talk to. Stories number 37. Dating as a woman in her 20s that doesn't want kids is borderline impossible. Not that dating is going well for any of us at the moment, but being a 26-year-old woman that doesn't want kids has made it an added layer of hell. Here's the situations I run into. Guy A says he's not sure about kids, and as soon as I mention I don't want any, he gets this look in his eyes like he's never really thought about it before and typically ends things shortly after. Guy B tells me that it's fine that I don't want kids, he could have kids or not have kids and he would be happy either way. Then he ends up ending things later on because he wants the option to have kids in the future. Every guy I come across either hasn't spent a lot of time thinking about it until they meet someone like me, or they think they can change my mind. As soon as they realize I'm not a doormat in this department they drop me. I put the fact that I don't want kids brazenly into my dating profile so it's not like they get caught off guard. Doesn't matter if they're in their 20s or 30s, they have no idea. So not only do I have to deal with men that don't know what they want to deal with in a relationship, I also have to deal with men not knowing if they want kids or not. I literally don't think I can keep doing this to myself at this point. Stories number 38. Aita for not letting my dad meet my newborn daughter, even though he's changed. I, 29F, just had my first child, a baby girl, 2 weeks ago. It's been emotional, exhausting, beautiful, all of it. But one decision I made is already causing family drama. I told my dad, 55M, he won't be meeting her. Ever. Here's why. My dad was horrific growing up. He was a textbook narcissist, angry, manipulative, terrifying when things didn't go his way. He never hit me, but he hit walls, smashed plates, and broke doors in front of me and my mom constantly. He'd scream at us like we were enemies, not family. One time, when I was 12, he made me stand outside in the rain for an hour because I got AB on a math test. When I cried, he told me to stop being dramatic and start being better. I went no contact when I was 20. It was the best decision I ever made. I've spent nearly a decade in therapy, building boundaries and healing. 2 years ago, he got sober after a health scare. Since then, he's reached out several times, birthday cards, voicemails, even showed up at my old apartment once. Always with the same message, I've changed. But never a real apology. Just guilt-tripping wrapped in fake warmth. When I announced the birth of my daughter, just a simple Facebook post, he commented, "Can't wait to meet my granddaughter." I ignored it. Then my aunt called and said he was crushed I hadn't reached out. She said, "He's trying. You can't punish someone forever." But here's the thing, I'm not punishing him. I'm protecting her. If I let him in, even a little, what happens when he flips again? Or when he tries to parent me through her? I won't make my child carry the trauma I've spent years trying to unload. Now my aunt and cousins are calling me heartless. One cousin even told me, "If you're so healed, why are you still holding a grudge?" Stories number 39. Found out my husband was cheating, and went public. I found out my husband was cheating on me, and instead of confronting him right away, I stayed quiet. I waited, watched, and gathered everything. The late nights, the sketchy work trips, the locked phone, the perfume that wasn't mine, lipstick on a coffee cup, and the genius move of stuffing hotel receipts in my glove box, like I wouldn't find them. So yeah, I played dumb. 4 months. Because when I make a move, I make sure it sticks. I had divorce papers drawn up, and the day he was served, I made it crystal clear to everyone what he'd been up to. I posted on Facebook. Not to be petty, but because I've spent years biting my tongue while he disrespected our marriage in secret. He thought he was being slick. Thought he'd never get caught. Thought I'd never leave. He was wrong on all counts. It wasn't about revenge. It was about reclaiming my peace. He lost the right to my loyalty the minute he gave it to someone else. I don't owe him silence. I don't owe him protection. And I sure as hell don't owe him a graceful exit after what he put me through. I'm not proud that it ended this way. I'm proud that I didn't let it break me. I'm done being lied to. I'm done shrinking myself to keep the peace. And I'm done letting someone else write the narrative of my life. I didn't deserve this, but I do deserve better. And that's exactly what I'm going to find. Stories number 40. Women are opting out of dating, should men even care anymore? 2 articles crossed my feed recently that pretty much confirm what a lot of guys have been sensing. Why single women want to remain single. Only 34% of women are dating compared to 54% of single men. The general vibe? A growing number of women are choosing to opt out of relationships, dating, and even marriage altogether. And somehow, society is treating this like a feminist victory and a moral awakening. Let's be honest, a lot of modern women are raising their standards, not in terms of becoming better partners themselves, but in terms of what they demand from men. The paradox? As women expect more from men, they seem to be doing less for men. Less nurturing, less compromise, less accountability. But when men check out or push back, they're labeled emotionally unavailable or not stepping up. The NPR piece essentially celebrates women decentering romance to focus on themselves, careers, hobbies, pets, wine nights, whatever. And sure, if that's what makes them happy, fine. But here's the part no one wants to say out loud. Men don't actually need to chase women anymore. The rules of the game have changed. If dating has become transactional, emotionally draining, or just flat out unrewarding for men, then why keep playing? Maybe men should start doing the same, and stop building their identity around being providers or approval seekers. This could be a positive shift. Focus on your purpose. Build your life, your health, your income, your network. Not to impress anyone, but to live well, on your terms. What are your thoughts? Are you still in the dating game? Or have you started shifting your energy elsewhere? Stories number 41. Please stop going to the ER. I've been seeing so many people on my personal Facebook complaining about ER wait times, and then you find out they went to the emergency room for something like a basic stomach virus or a sore throat. Like, come on. The ER is for emergencies. Not mild symptoms you've had for a day. If it's not life-threatening, go to immediate care or make an appointment with your primary care doctor. Yes, I know there are people who don't have insurance or access to regular healthcare, that's a whole different issue, and I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people who do have options, who choose to clog up emergency rooms with non-urgent stuff, then act shocked when they're waiting 4+ hours. You're wasting time, resources, and space that someone with a real emergency might need. Just be smarter about where you go. That's all I'm saying. Update: I am also not talking about people who have special conditions that can't be treated at urgent care. I am talking about people who have mild symptoms that they know more than likely are a virus, etc. Reading comprehension is your friend, guys. You guys are listing off the most dramatic things just for the sake of an argument with an anonymous person online. Go touch grass. Stories number 42. I stole thousands from my employer and got away with it. As you can probably guess from the title, I found a gap in procedures and exploited the hell out of it. I wouldn't call it a loophole, just a gap in the apathy of others. Circa 2005 I worked for a company which sold bits and bobs of everything both in store and online. I did stints in the main distribution center dealing with returns but mainly worked in store as a shift manager. Part of that role was dealing with returns which included things customers bought online. Big thing of the returns was that any item £10 or under which was opened was written off as waste and binned. If it was an online purchase it didn't require a physical receipt, just confirmation from manager, me, that it was one of our products. This was also before refunds and returns could be done online. They could only be done in store. Bonus was that the refunds for online purchases could either be onto original payment card or in cash. Guess what I started doing? I started doing dodgy returns for non-existent items. I also knew that the binned returns were sent to the distribution center and binned from there and never truly counted, minimum wage, minimum effort, so stock counts were always off. I only ever did small items and around £30 a day that I did it for. I did this successfully for 3 years and netted £17,000 to £18,000-ish cash and used it for my everyday purchases, and little bits went into saving account. Left after that and was able to put a deposit on a house, and I wouldn't have been able to do that otherwise. Do I feel guilty? Nope. Would I do it again? No, but mainly because there wouldn't be any way that I could get away with it. Do I feel sorry for companies which have a problem with theft by employees? No, mainly because they create the conditions which allow it to occur and thrive. In my experience, employee theft happens because they hate the company or do not earn enough to live. The company's first reaction will always be to clamp down and tighten procedures to make it harder while ignoring the root cause. Why are your employees stealing? What can you do to make your employees not want to steal in the first place? Raise wages. Improve conditions. Improve managers' interpersonal skills. How about share incentives or profit sharing, giving you employees some skin in the game? Whenever I hear of a company with an employee theft problem, I automatically assume they must be terrible to work for, and I have zero sympathy. Stories number 43. Entitled Guy Thinks Grocery Store is His Personal Pantry. So this happened last night at a local grocery store. I'm in the self-checkout line with a basket of stuff, and this guy, maybe late 50s, polo shirt tucked into cargo shorts, comes up behind me and immediately starts sighing loudly. Whatever. Not my problem. Then, as I'm scanning my stuff, he walks past the entire line, goes up to the employee manning the self-checkouts, and goes, "Hey, I just need to grab one thing. Can you scan it for me real quick?" The employee looks confused and says, "Sorry, I can't check people out from here." This guy scoffs, like he was just told he can't breathe air anymore. Then he says, "Unbelievable. Every time I come in here it's the same lazy service." He turns around and looks at me, the next closest person, and says, "Can you just let me go ahead of you? I'm in a hurry. I had like 10 items." I said, "Nah, you'll be fine." He rolls his eyes and goes, "People have no decency anymore, right, dude?" Cutting the whole line and complaining that we're the problem. Gotta love the people who think the world is just waiting to cater to them. Stories number 44. Whipped for telling my blue-collar boyfriend to make his own breakfast, lunch and dinner for the week because I'm cold. My 30F boyfriend, 30F, of almost 2 years has just started his seasonal blue-collar job again. I love him very much and I am pregnant with our first baby and my only one. We both work full-time, but he works outside all summer long, with the hours getting longer as the season progresses. I make him breakfast in the morning, pack his and his brother's lunch that I cooked the night before, and make him a separate dinner every night. These details are important for later. We have had the issue of him not meeting my needs emotionally, and it doesn't seem to matter how many talks we have or which way I approach it, the outcome is always the same. He doesn't talk the whole time. He'll end up just using my own words to either try to get me to shut up, say what he thinks I want to hear, or he just continues saying nothing, pretending to sleep, body turned away from me or staring at the TV, and I walk away with no closure or reassurance or anything besides the feeling of being emotionally naked in front of someone who could not care any less. It sucks. Just now I, once again, experienced the latter of those two outcomes. This weekend we were supposed to celebrate our baby making it to viability, after a very scary miscarriage scare, and his first week back to work by just walking over to this new cafe and checking it out. It's 1 block away. It didn't happen yesterday, and when I asked this morning if we were still going, after getting completely dressed up, he just said, "If you want," without even looking up from his phone. Needless to say, we did not go. This is my 6th attempt at getting him to go on a date with me. We have not gone on a single one. I've gotten dressed up every time and it has ended with me in tears. It's about 6:30 here now and he's just been sleeping on the couch. I came to the bedroom to lay by the window and write and ended up taking a nap too. I woke up to him asking what I have been doing this whole time in an angry tone. When I started to respond, he walked away. I went out to the living room with him and the feeling you get when someone just doesn't like you or want you around was palpable. I decided to ask him why he's with me and said I really wanted to know the honest truth. He ignored me and put on a movie. I asked again and added that I don't feel loved by him. He said nothing still until I loudly asked, "Did you hear me?" He didn't look up, just said, "I could say the same about you," as he exhaled from a deep sigh. So I asked, "What have I done to make you feel that way?" He said nothing. I asked again. Still nothing. More staring at the TV. This is important. What have I done to make you feel that? Nothing. Hello? Finally he responded by saying, "Nothing." So then I asked again, "Then why did you say that?" Blah blah. You get the idea of how that conversation went. I went on to explain that that's how I really feel and have reasons why and explained how I can see it doesn't matter to him. He said nothing, so I left because we were getting nowhere. A few minutes later he gets up and slams the bedroom door shut where I am laying without saying anything to me still. I get up and ask him why. I had to ask about 3 or 4 times before he responded with, "I was cold." I asked what the real reason was and how a bedroom separated by 2 hallways and a bathroom was making him cold. I pointed out that if he were cold and thought closing doors would somehow help, why he only chose to slam the door of the room I was in, didn't turn on the heater when he walked by the AC, didn't grab a blanket, or a jacket, and finally how slamming a door was going to make him warmer. He said nothing. I'm now kind of pissed and ask him to really break it down for me. What was the real reason behind that? He said, "You guessed it. Nothing." As I left I childishly said, "I'm going to start making you feel like trash too when I'm cold too then." Anyway, we were also supposed to go to the market to pick up all the things I'll need to cook his meals this week, and since it's already later in the day, I would start cooking now. But I'm considering doing none of it, and when he asks me to go to the store in a moment saying, "I'm too cold," and when he asks where his lunch is tomorrow telling him, "I was too cold." TLDR, boyfriend emotionally stonewalls me but still expects me to cook 3 meals a day for him. After telling him I do not feel loved and walking away because he wasn't responding, he walked across the house just to slam our bedroom door shut with me in it, but no other rooms, didn't turn on the heater or grab a blanket, because he was cold, whipped it to not cook for him and his brother this week because I'm cold too. Stories number 45. Aita for demanding money back after a friend threw away most of my kitchen utensils. Hiya. So context, my husband has a group of friends who are together since school. I moved to his country for work study and come from a different culture. We welcomed our lovely baby girl, and are lucky to be in a country where parents can take a good amount of off time. We decided to spend 2 months on my country, so my mum could bond with the baby, since she couldn't be here when my first was born, COVID. Coincidentally, a couple we know was returning from a trip around the world, and needed to rent an apartment. It was a perfect match, they cover our rent and we can be relaxed since they can look after our apartment and car. Well, once we returned I noticed our kitchen was almost empty. I mean baking utensils, forks, knives, pans, cooking ingredients, casseroles, even utensils my mom brought from my home country for special meals were gone. I was furious. I still cannot believe how someone can do such a thing. She replaced one of 2 frying pans and that was it. We still have a few pans, but specialty items to cook and bake different things are gone. My husband allegedly talked to the friend, let's call her Sarah. Sarah acted like she did a favor. Once she realized we were not happy, she argued only those she could not make clean enough were thrown away. I say allegedly because my husband tends to diminish the issue to not cause waves. I demanded she replaces every single thing. My husband is begging me to let it go, not to lose a long friendship. I feel like I am in crazy town, I mean who does it? Especially without talking to the owners of the house. If you don't know what something is for why throw it away, I cannot wrap my head around it. Am I the AH and she was just doing a favor, or am I being gaslit to high heaven? Stories number 46. I just spam called my year-long spam caller. I recently scam called my scam callers and it got them to stop. They were calling 10 to 15 times a day, each time spoofing a US-based location, and had the exact same voicemail, which has caused me to need to delete my entire voicemail inbox 3x weekly for at least a year. Extremely frustrating. So many calls during work meetings, important moments with friends, etc. Every single time, the same voicemail message. This is Jennifer from the senior underwriting team calling about your loan. I found Reddit post about this specific scam, and in one comment a guy claimed to have scam called them back and it got them to stop. So I decided, what the heck, let me see if this works. I called, put myself on mute, and hung up after 5 to 10 seconds of them talking. I did this exactly 266 times in 35 minutes. Each time to the same number. I cycled through 20 to 30 employees with accents from Australia to India to Mid-Atlantic, at least 3 different company names they claimed to be from, and many scripts. Sometimes they'd start one script then mess up and start on another. Other times they'd just say hello. The best was when they changed mid-script what company they were claiming to be from. Then sometimes they'd say hello Mr. Boop. After about 150 calls, I started getting intermittently hung up on immediately after they answered the call. I knew I was getting to them. Finally, at call 260, I reached the final fucking boss. In a deep, mob boss type voice, I hear, and I kid you not, Mr. Boop, you've gotta stop with these spam calls. I mean, seriously, you gotta have something better to do with your time. This happened Thursday and I'm still riding the high. Edit, oh yeah, and they have not called me back. Stories number 47. I sugar waxed my boyfriend. Last week, a friend and I decided to make our own sugar wax, and surprisingly, it actually worked. When I told my boyfriend, he shyly asked if I'd try it on him. He's got some hair on his shoulders, neck, and stomach that bothers him. I don't really mind it, but I was happy to help. For context, we were at a party this weekend where a few of the guys were wondering, loudly, why women don't just wax, because that seems easiest. Well, today I waxed him. Girls, I love that man more than I ever thought I could love anyone, but watching this 192 centimeters giant of a human squirm with fear in his eyes as I applied and ripped that shit off. I can't lie, it was glorious. To his credit, he admitted he had no idea, and said he has even more respect for women now, not that he didn't already. But yeah, oh and bonus, I got to wax his ass crack. Sorry, it made me smile and I just wanted to share. Stories number 48. Am I overreacting to my almost ex-husband's girlfriend telling me that him and me have to sell our house after the divorce so they can buy a house together? I'll try to make this not too long. Not sure where to start, but I guess at the beginning. I moved to my husband country many years ago. While there we had kids, moved stoned a bit and I struggled with feeling at home. At one point, when our youngest was 2, he mentioned moving to my home country. I asked him multiple times if he was sure. He said he was. I warned him that once he opened that door for me, I could not close it. I had been homesick for many years. It still took us 5 years to make that move. In those 5 years he changed from a calm, warm person to someone who would get angry with me a lot. I used to be more outspoken, but I learned to keep my mouth shut. I even thought a few times he had a brain tumor. I hoped once the move was done, he'd be his old self again. So we ended up moving. Bought a house. But nothing changed. I ended up having a burnout with a depressive period. He finally got his residency. I had therapy and slowly got better. But words still fight. I tried to avoid making him angry, which was really hard. But almost 2 years after moving, during one of these fights, I was done. I told him I wanted a divorce. We stayed living in the same home as neither of us had a place to go. After about 6 months I did tell home that if he would meet someone, he should go for it. Which he did about 6 moves later. Due to it still arguing, he moved in with her quite fast. Which was great. Now, the deal with his residency is that if we'd split, he'd have to reapply, which would never be a guarantee he'd get it. And the last thing I wanted was that my kids would lose their father. And I'd been with him for 18 years before we split, so I feel loyalty as well. So we agreed to stay married while he'd look into dual citizenship. While he lived with his girlfriend, our relationship turned into a brother-sister kind of relationship and we actually got along. Fast forward 3 years. He broke up with his girlfriend, because she felt like he should have gone for the dual citizenship and she felt like it was too much while still having a friendship. She felt she wasn't his priority. I thought this was a pity as her and I got along really well. So I let him move back in. He met his current girlfriend a few weeks after the breakup. But due to her having kids, she did not want to live together. Her idea was them living together once her kids finished high school, so 4 years from when they talked about it. So he still did not do anything about his dual citizenship. A year into this new relationship, 6.5 years after I told him I wanted a divorce, I actually ended up putting an application form in for him. Since then he has been to the immigration for the official bit. Request is in, but it can take a year or more before he has my nationality. After that we want to do a simple divorce. We already talked about the house, etc. We both wanted to keep this house for our kids, and sell it once they all moved out. Rentals are really hard to get, and I told him I really worried about after this, becoming homeless if we needed to sell the house and I could not find a rental I could afford. He said he'd never put me out on the street just to sell the house. Fast forward to today. His girlfriend visited us. While we were sitting in the garden, we were talking about the house. I saying how in the future, I might pay X rent in order to stay here. Or that we'd have to figure out a way as if really like to stay here. She told me point blank that was not possible as he needed the money so they could buy a house. I could not say anything as I was flabbergasted. Now I do understand they would want to buy a house together in the future. But as she owns her house, lives there with her kids, they'd stay there until I'd be able to raise my kids. They are teenagers, but one of them is autistic, so her moving out is not that simple. She says her house would be too small. Am I overreacting by being angry and upset about this? I know we will need to sell our home in the future. But our plan was always to keep it as long as possible. It also hurts me to think I stayed married all this time for his peace of mind, let him move back and etc., which also means that I lose our financially as I cannot get certain benefits that his had as a single mother, and that as soon as we are divorced, we'd have to sell our home. Rationally I think I'm overreacting. But emotionally I feel really upset and angry. I would love some outside views. For anyone getting through this, thanks. Update, thanks everybody for your comments. I've sat down tonight with my ex to talk about expectations and how I was hurt by his girlfriend. I let him know that she crossed the line and that she had no say in our house etc. He told me that it would never be his plan to rush calling the house. He actually mentioned that I've been really patient with him through everything in the last few years. And he sees this as returning the favor. We got to an understanding that this looking for a new house for me will take time. Once he gets citizenship, we will get legal and financial advice. I let him know I will not sign any divorce papers until I feel comfortable, due to the 2 years after divorce to sell the house. But I'll be fair to him but I Acoskopy the same. We talked for a few hours and he seems to understand my point of view. Regarding GF, I told him I don't trust her. Also that she has no say and I do not want her to talk to me about it. I perceived what she did as rude and that she had no place in the house selling decision. This will take time. It's on me to get my life together. Stories number 49. I love my boyfriend but he's broke and I'm building resentment. I, 20F, and my boyfriend, 22M, have been together for about 9 months now. Both of us aren't in the same financial situation in life and I feel bad sometimes since I can see that he struggles to afford a lot of things, especially schooling since his mother recently passed and his relatives wanted him to get a scholarship instead of paying his tuition. He said he couldn't go back to school because he was grieving his mom and worked in some other ways. However, there has been a recurring problem in our relationship where whenever we go out, I always pay the bill. This happened even when we first started dating and even before his mom passed. There are many times that I cover the bill and he tells me he'll pay it back, but he always never remembers. He keeps on borrowing money and conveniently forgets about it that I can't even begin to keep count. He's a lovely person though, but his vices, vaping, and binge eating turns me off from wanting a future with him. This resentment keeps on building because I feel like I'm being taken advantage of, not to mention that he didn't really get me anything for Valentine's and my birthday. What should I do? Stories number 50. I locked one of the bathroom stalls at work from the outside on purpose, making it unusable. 2 weeks ago I got incredibly angry at my company for reasons that are not so relevant for this post. In a fit of petty revenge, I locked one of the bathroom stalls in the toilet. These stalls use indicator latches for locking-unlocking, and have a white-red indicator on the outies to show if it's occupied or not. Normally, these can only be locked-unlocked from the inside, but if the little beam is balanced vertically before closing the door, it is possible to tip it over by sliding the indicator a bit, locking it from the outside. This is exactly what I did. Anyway, I thought that someone is going to notice this by now, as many people use the toilet, but so far it's been locked a full week and nothing changed. There are 3 other stalls, so people can still do their business, so no one is really inconvenienced or harmed by this. My only regret is that I locked the first one in the row, and not the one next to it, because this way, I could poop in peace, knowing that no one will sit in the stall next to mine. I could unlock it from the outside the same way I locked it, but at the moment I am sort of more curious to see when the company will finally do something about it. Stories number 51. I'm to be groomsman and girlfriend who I live with has not been invited to wedding. I have been invited to be a groomsman at my friend's wedding but my girlfriend who I live with has not received an invite. We will have been together 2 years at the date of their wedding and have currently lived together for 8 months. The bride-to-be was incredibly rude to my girlfriend the first time they met, describing her as, the one you are currently sleeping with, amongst other unsavory comments. She has had an issue with her since this, despite my girlfriend being incredibly pleasant to her anytime they've met. My friend for who I am to be groomsman for has said they are tied to the list they made early last year. However, at that stage I had already been going out with my girlfriend. I feel that my relationship has been completely disrespected. Would it be wrong to decline the invite? What should I do? Edit. Blown away by the responses to this post, I was 99.9% certain I was going to decline and was largely curious on consensus. I'm very privileged to have a number of groups of friends and I have no qualms with losing a couple if required. Thank you all for your responses. Stories number 52. Aita for stealing my mom's earrings after she threw away my sex toys. My mom lives nearby and her husband was away, traveling for work, so she wanted to stay overnight at my place for some company. When I got home I noticed she'd cleaned my room and moved some stuff around. Later that night while she was sleeping, I went to grab my dildo from my drawer. It wasn't there. Neither was my vibrator. I checked everywhere, but I could not find them. I asked her if she'd moved anything from my drawer. She told me she threw my toys away because she didn't want me using them, with, if you had a BF and wanted to get married, you wouldn't need that stuff. I was so upset. She refused to pay me back for that stuff. Before she left I took a pair of her earrings from her purse. I called her that night and told her that she'll get her earrings back when she reimburses me for what she threw out and that I'll throw the earrings out if she doesn't pay me the money back. She was angry and said I was being petty and childish. She didn't pay me that day or the next day. My sister told me to just let it go, because that's just how mom is. But I'm tired of hearing that excuse. A couple days later, my mom sent me the money, no apology, just the payment and a text, now give me my earrings back. I dropped the earrings off at her house. I don't think I went too far. Stories number 53. Fake girls. There's this girl I know whose entire personality revolves around being a strong advocate for women. She constantly talks about fighting the patriarchy, empowering other women, and maintaining high standards especially when it comes to dating and relationships. She presents herself as someone who doesn't tolerate misogyny or disrespect, and she makes it clear that she expects the same from the people around her. But recently, I found out something that really doesn't sit right. Her soon-to-be husband has a history of making extremely degrading comments about women online. He casually throws around the B word and posts things that are blatantly disrespectful and misogynistic. It's not like she's unaware of it, she's seen these posts, and she knows exactly how he talks about women. And yet, despite everything she claims to stand for, she's still with him and planning to marry him. I just don't get it. How can someone be so outspoken about female empowerment and fighting sexism, but then turn a blind eye to it when it comes from the person they're choosing to spend their life with? Why does this kind of contradiction happen so often? Stories number 54. My boss sent me an email at 4 a.m. for an event I needed to attend by 7 a.m. My workday starts at 8. Now she wants to meet with me tomorrow. Edit, meeting already happened. Update posted. Please read before commenting. I no longer need advice on how to tackle the meeting and addressed many of the comment themes in my update. OG post, my boss is notorious for never reading an email. Over the past year, she has sent me multiple emails asking questions, when the answers could be found in the email she was already responding to. This all came to a head with a conference. She asked me if I wanted to attend a conference and I responded yes. She then asked if I would register everyone for the event. I asked for details about the registration. She forwarded an email with these details, and that email also contained many questions. Knowing her, I asked her if she had responded to those questions. She replied, "What questions?" Literally scroll up and look at the email. Now, having been made aware of these questions by me, she asked me to respond to them. One question was if we wanted to host a booth at the conference, which she said yes. I responded with answers and checked it off my list. She received an email late March stating they hadn't received our registration yet and that they needed it by April 1st. She forwarded me this communication April 2nd and asked me to handle it. No, I didn't forget. The conference had a tech issue and I cleared it up. But she sent me the email to handle this after it was already late. This was the last communication I received about this conference until 4 a.m. day of the event. I logged on at the start of my workday at 8 a.m. to see 2 emails from her. 1, a forward at 4 a.m., dated over a week prior, with details for setup for the booth and how it started at 7 a.m. Mind you, the conference is an hour drive for me. At 6 a.m., another email, asking if I had everything good to go for our booth. When I logged on at 8 a.m., I replied and said due to not receiving this information until this morning, I would not have time to go back to the office and retrieve the booth materials and still arrive at the conference on time. I shut my computer and drove to the conference. When I arrived, I had a pretty nasty email from her stating she had asked me to handle the booth, so of course we would be having one and that I needed to go back to the office and get it. I replied that I was driving and now arrived at the conference, and that there was a box at the other office, 10 minutes away from the conference, that she could grab on her way in. She did grab it and we had a booth. She came up to me at the conference asking what had gone wrong, and I told her simply that I did not have this information until this morning and planned my workday around the information I had. She has now asked for a meeting with me tomorrow morning. I feel as though she is going to try to place blame on me here, and I don't know how to respectfully tell her this is her fault. She did not provide me the info, she did not ask me to bring anything, she asked me to respond to an email, which I did. I want to express my frustration in how her lack of reading an email has continuously created more work that either gets trashed because she didn't read the info and now has scrapped the project after the work was completely done, or makes me have to make last-minute stressful adjustments for information she had weeks ago and never sent. But I also can't get fired in this job economy. What do I do when she inevitably places the blame of this on me tomorrow? Edit to add, this is an incredibly small company. 20 to 25 people. We do not have an HR and there is no one above her. Stories number 55. Would this give you the ick? Update. I phoned him and he rejected the call, so I sent an audio recording saying, sorry if I rang at a bad time. It occurred to me that you may have thought I was blowing you off for Saturday night. I genuinely wasn't feeling great, but I was looking forward to seeing you. I felt we were making a connection with each other, but if you feel differently, that's okay. I would appreciate if you could be straight with me instead of ghosting, and we'll move on. Thank you for the lovely dates and wish you all the best. His reply via text, hey X, I thought it would be better to just leave meeting up this weekend since you were feeling unwell. I've enjoyed our dates this far and we can see next weekend. If you're feeling better we can maybe reschedule this date to then. I can't believe how much this post blew up. There have been some really helpful comments, thank you. There are so many negative comments too. Quite a few insults disguised as truthful advice. There are some misogynistic comments also disguised as truthful advice. Comments about my age, comments implying I'm uneducated. Comments full of vitriol, etc. It's sad that so many people have such giant chips on their shoulders and how easy it is to be cruel behind the protection of a device. Wouldn't it be tragic if I actually gave a damn what you negative Nancys think of me or what you say about me, because I don't. One more thing. ICK, original post went on a few dates with a younger guy. I wasn't attracted to him at first given the age gap, but he seemed mature and we started to have a nice connection. We arranged for him to come to my place to possibly stay the night, but the day before I woke up with a very bad looking sty in my eye that was noticeably swollen and red. It also wasn't the right time of the month either. A double whammy. He had sent me a text that morning saying he was really looking forward to seeing me, so I thought it best to tell him honestly that we may not be able to do as much as I'd like with it being the wrong time of the month, and told him about the sty because it looked awful. I gave him the option of making other plans and asked him to let me know. He never replied to me and now I'm being ghosted. So I'm wondering, did I give him the ick by giving TMI? Should I have lied and made a different excuse? I prefer to be honest and I was afraid we'd lose the connection. Would something like that turn you off a woman completely? I'm actually gutted this happened. I had such a good feeling about him. ETA 1, from the comments, everyone has assumed I cancelled. I didn't. I told him how bad the sty was, that it could look worse for our date, and asked him if he would prefer to cancel or make other arrangements. I also told him the day before our planned date. ETA 2, I came across his FB profile and curiosity got the better. His status said, in a relationship. He did tell me he was 3 months out of a year-long relationship, and I asked if he was ready for dating and he said he was. Maybe he's not ready. Stories number 56. AIO for locking up my snacks because my roommate kept stealing them. I, 19F, live in an apartment with 2 other girls, and for the most part, it's chill. Except one of them, let's call her Kayla, has this habit of eating everyone's food, then pretending she didn't. Like, girl, it's not a ghost eating my hot Cheetos. At first I was nice about it. I'd label my stuff, gently remind her, even offered to split groceries once. She always hit me with, OMG my bad, I thought it was mine. But this girl doesn't even buy hot Cheetos, like ever. So last week I got fed up and bought a little lockbox for the pantry and put all my snacks inside. Petty? Maybe. But I work and pay for my own groceries, I'm not feeding a freeloading gremlin. Now she's sulking and telling people I'm treating her like a thief and making the house tense. Our other roommate says I probably should have just talked to her again, but how many friendly chats do I need to have before it's not my job to babysit the damn Oreos? Update, AIO for locking up my snacks because my roommate kept stealing them. So ever since I locked up my snacks, Kayla's been acting super weird. Not like full-blown mad, but giving me that energy. You know when someone says they're fine, but they're slamming cabinets a little harder than usual? Yeah, that. She hasn't touched my stuff since, which is a win. But now she keeps making these comments like, oh, I'd offer you some, but I don't want to get accused of stealing anytime she eats something. And I just smile like, girl, please. Our other roommate, bless her peacekeeping soul, tried to gently suggest that maybe I could take the lock off now that the point has been made, but I was like, nope. I don't trust people who act offended when you set a basic boundary, honestly. The vibe's kinda tense but also peaceful. My snacks are safe. My energy is unbothered. She even labeled her cereal the other day, so I guess the message really landed. Anyway, thanks for the support. Turns out locking your hot Cheetos can lead to personal growth, for everyone involved lol. Stories number 57. AITA for sending footage of my neighbor's husband sneaking into another woman's house. I have security cameras around my house. Nothing crazy, just front and back for peace of mind. They record automatically with motion. One night last month, I caught my neighbor's husband, mid-40m, sneaking around oddly late, like around 2 a.m. heading into a house across the street where a recently divorced woman lives. He waited in the alley and used the side door. I wasn't gonna say anything. Not my business. But a week later, the neighbor's wife, who I've always gotten along with, told me she thought her husband was cheating and asked if I'd seen anything weird on my cams. I paused, then asked, do you want me to check? I showed her the clip and she lost it, like sobbing in my kitchen level upset. Now her husband found out and is threatening me with legal consequences for spying and ruining his marriage. Some neighbors say I should have just kept quiet. But she asked and I just answered. Aita. Stories number 58. Is my boyfriend, 27M, fetishizing me, or am I, 20F, overthinking about this? I, 20F, have been dating my boyfriend, 27M, for about a year now. We're from different ethnic backgrounds, which has never been a big deal for me since I've dated people from various races before and never had a specific preference. In the beginning of the relationship, I found out that both of his previous girlfriends were the same ethnicity as me. At first, I didn't think too much of it. I figured maybe that's just who he happened to click with. But over time, I realized he's only ever been attracted to women from my background, and he said he doesn't really find women of other ethnicities attractive. That started to feel less like a preference and more like a fixation. While I don't think watching porn in a relationship is cheating, the type of content he watches makes me incredibly uncomfortable. It's all videos that hypersexualize my race. On top of that, he's active in Reddit communities that revolve around fetishizing not only my ethnicity but specifically our exact interracial dynamic. He once even asked me to wear racially inspired lingerie in bed. And while some people might be okay with that, I couldn't help but feel like he wasn't seeing me, just a fantasy version of someone who looks like me. It all made me feel more objectified than appreciated. Yes, I found some of this out by going through his phone, which I know isn't great, but honestly, I feel sick. I can't shake the feeling that I'm just a fetish object to him instead of a real person with feelings, thoughts, and an identity beyond my ethnicity. Is this something I should be genuinely concerned about? Stories number 59. My F21 boyfriend, M24, opened our relationship. Now that 4 finally found someone, he wants to close it. We'll be updating soon. After talking to everyone, I plan to end things with my BF. Thank you for the clarity pushpin. TLDR at the end bit. I come from a small town where everyone knows each other. I was raised in a very strict Catholic household. I had a pretty sheltered life growing up, no dating, no parties, none of that stuff. So when I moved to the city for college, it was a whole new world for me. I had total freedom. That's when I met my boyfriend. He's a little older, and honestly, the most amazing person I had ever met. He taught me so much about life and love and made everything feel exciting. I was completely over the moon when we became a couple. We've been together for 3.5 years now. I had so many firsts with him. Naturally, I assumed we would get married. He was my one and only. Then about 8 months ago, he sat me down and told me he felt like our relationship was losing its spark. I was shocked because I thought we were doing really good. For a second, I thought he was about to break up with me. But instead, he said we should open up the relationship and explore polyamory. He said it's more normal now, and that it could actually help bring us closer. I was hurt. Like, really hurt. I couldn't believe he'd even ask me that. But I loved him too much. He's my first love. I didn't want to lose him. So I said yes. He made some rules like, no bringing other people into our beds, we live separately anyway, and to keep things away from places we'd usually go. But honestly, I didn't care about the rules. I couldn't even imagine being with someone else. I only wanted him. But that first month, things didn't get better. I saw him less and less. He was always busy. I checked his social media and saw he started hanging out with some girl. She posted him all the time. I was burning with jealousy, but I didn't say anything. When I did see him, he was sweet like always, but it started to feel like he was just trying to make up for not being around. I felt like I was the one doing all the work planning stuff, texting first, chasing after him, holding on so tight while he felt far away. Then a few months ago, we were supposed to see a movie together, but he bailed on me last minute. I went anyway. While I was there, I ran into one of my friends, and she was with her older brother. We ended up watching the film together, Nosferatu, if you're wondering. Afterward, we grabbed some drinks and I started noticing how attractive and funny he was. I caught him looking at me a certain way too, like maybe he felt something too. I didn't pursue anything though, this was all so new to me. Liking someone else. That felt so weird. I wasn't used to anyone but my boyfriend. He eventually found me on Instagram, and we started talking. I told him about the open relationship and being poly, and he was super chill about it. He said he was happy to spend time with me without worrying about cheating. We started hanging out more, and honestly, I didn't feel so alone anymore. I didn't feel like I had to beg someone for love. Even the little time I spent with my boyfriend started to feel enough, because my heart didn't feel so empty anymore. One day, after we become close friends, he just kissed me on the lips. And it hit me, I had feelings for him, sexual ones. We ended up hooking up not long after. It was amazing. I felt wanted. Cherished. He was so gentle, so generous. I couldn't get enough of him. It felt like he balanced me out in a way I didn't know I needed. I finally understood what being poly could really mean, loving more than one person in a way that felt real and full. I grew very attracted. We even joined the gym together and started working out. He's a busy guy but always made time for me, always invited me into his world and his hobbies. I felt special. And giddy. Then this week, my boyfriend comes to me and says, I think we should close the relationship and focus on each other. I was confused. I asked him, why? Things are going really good for us. He said it's time to think about the future and building something serious. Then he brought up religion. You're Catholic, you should understand. If you want this to last, it has to just be the two of us. When I hesitated, he started guilt-tripping me, like I was doing something wrong. Like I wasn't thinking about us. I love him. I really do. But now, I feel confused. I feel upset. I didn't ask for any of this. He opened the door, and I just followed because I loved him. And now that I found a little peace, a little joy, he wants to shut it all down. It feels unfair. Just wanted this off my chest. Also throw away. TLDR, boyfriend opened up relationship to become closer with me, instead it got worse. I finally start seeing someone else like he does now. He wants to close it, making me feel bad. Stories number 60. I got attacked by a woman for talking to her BF. Would you take it to the court or opt for a settlement agreement? TW, description of mild violence. I've talked about it with my family and close friends and they all think I should proceed with it, but I would also welcome more opinions because I overthink everything. Especially if you have dealt with something similar as a woman. I went to the mall in the evening, like 21:30, it closes at 2200 hours, because I needed to get missing things for my great-uncle's birthday party since he lives in the middle of the arsewhere and I knew I would sleep long and drink alcohol the next day. Got a lot of fruits and vegetables that needed to be weighted. In this particular store there are only 2 scales at the vegetable fruit section and none near the cashier, which means that if you forget to weight it, you have to go back across the entire mall. One was broken and the other was occupied by a guy in his, roughly, mid-30s who clearly couldn't find what he was looking for. After waiting for 5 minutes, I offered him help, so we were both standing side by side and trying to spot a particular onion when, out of nowhere, I got smashed in the back of my legs at full force and full speed with a shopping trolley, then shoved aside by a woman who immediately started screaming at the guy for always talking to whores, etc. She also tried to grab and push me when I was going away. They stood in the only aisle leading away from the area. I didn't talk to her at all, and my only physical contact was yanking my arm away. I went to the security because even though the woman didn't follow me, she was throwing insults in my direction and getting more and more aggravated, even though her partner was attempting to calm her down. And after driving for 5 hours and having 2 more hours to go, I really just wanted to weight my purchases. Skull. They handled it great. 2 went to the couple, 1 talked to me, asked me about injuries and offered to either have them kicked out or call the police. I opted for the latter BC even though I only had huge bruises, it was mainly because I was taller than the woman. I'm 186 centimeters, she was solid 20 centimeters shorter, and didn't stumble, otherwise I would fall face first to tiled floor. Not to mention that she was able to leave handprints and scratches when trying to grab me, and I'm no weakling. Definitely felt to me like she could have injured someone who wasn't that lucky or was similar to her in build. I also am officially diagnosed with PTSD from a violent encounter to the point I really dislike people touching me without warning from the back, so this wasn't fun for my nervous system, and my dad and brother had to come to pick me up because my hands were shaking like crazy. That's also why the tone might seem off to someone. My processing of such situation is lagging. At first I was 100% sure to take it to the court, but the more I think about it, the more it seems like I'm destroying the woman's life for her partner's infidelity. She was crying about him cheating and he was very nonchalant when the police arrived. Which I know doesn't really matter, because she did try to physically hurt me, but part of me still feels terrible about it. Edit if it's relevant. I'm in my early 20s and I've never seen this couple before. Another edit, located in Europe, so settlement is an option for this case. Stories number 61. I don't love my wife anymore. Onions, light tears. I, 32M, and wife, 32F, have been married for nearly 6 years now and together for 9 years. No kids. We both loved each other very much. When we got married, I was on a very stressful work assignment and that took a toll on me. I needed to vent out and talk to someone. When I tried to talk to my wife, she ignored me and told me that I only talk about work and don't talk about us. I tried to improve myself and tried to spend more time with her. But whatever I did, it was not sufficient for her. She started having intense fights with me. The fights got so intense that I saw no option than to end my life just to stop the fights. In each fight she called me names, asked for divorce. I tried to calm her down and understand her concerns and tried to work on myself. But over time, these fights continued and my love for her was replaced by fear. I was constantly walking on eggshells around her. She also accused me of having affairs, called me gay when I was not in the mood as I was tired from my work and my body just put me to sleep with all the exhaustion. I decided to quit my job to pursue higher education and switch to a better job and also to spend more time with her. During my higher education, I tried to give her the best life, spend good time with her. Still that was not enough. She still fought and the fights could be heard by other people. She did not care about other people listening to our fights. She asked for divorce in front of a friend during a group trip. And she acted very rude with everyone. That just broke me and something in me changed. I just lost all love for her that day and decided that enough is enough and I too want to separate now. I told her multiple times that don't do and say anything that will be irreversible, but she ignored it each time. I told her I want to separate. But now she is threatening suicide, emotionally blackmailing me and saying that she will take the responsibility to make everything better. She went to doctor and got diagnosed by anxiety disorder and is now blaming everything on that. She is also blackmailing that how could I leave her because of a disease. But man, I am just tired. I am hopeless and helpless in my life. Whenever I bring up the topic of separation, she creates so much drama that I just give up. I have accepted that we will never separate. But I firmly told her that we will only live as roommates from here on. No kids, no physical intimacy and no other expectations from me. Let's live individual life and try to be happy. I know this is not ideal, but that's the only way I see that I can live my life now. Stories number 62. Aita for insisting that our baby takes my 25F surname instead of my fiancé's 26M. Not the a-hole. Me, 25F, and my fiancé Arjun, 26M, are currently 5 months along in our pregnancy with our unexpected, but very welcome, first child, a daughter. Relevant to the story, I am white British and he is of Indian descent, 3rd gen in UK. This is a throwaway as I don't want this to be linked to my actual account. We met 6 years ago at university on a group project, where we were sorted alphabetically by surname and the rest is history. Obviously, I'm not going to put our actual surnames on the internet, but they are both 3 or more syllables and begin and end with the same letter sound. For the sake of the post, say his is Mukherjee and mine is Mulvaney. We have decided our daughter's first and middle names and are looking at the surname situation, which has been heated. I have always been resolute in keeping my surname, and while I always thought I would double-barrel any kid's names, given the similarity and length of our surnames, we both agree it would be really unfair for the kid as it would be a tongue twister that she would have to explain through school. So, I suggested we use my surname as the surname and have his as a second middle name, basically on all important documentation, so if he is taking her anywhere it's easier won't be called up on it. Whilst he said the second middle name was a good idea, he was angry and upset that I want to use my surname, when passing the name down is something fathers do. Thing is, in my opinion, surnames are very linked to families and his family have made it clear that I am not welcome. His parents, despite both being born in the UK, disagree with our relationship and want him to marry another person from his culture. I have only met them about 5 times, due to how deeply unpleasant they are to me, and he has a distant relationship to them too. My parents and brother, 24M, have been the ones to take us under their wings, be there for him and even offer up our home for a bit when he moved to our city. He is super close to them, and my brother is one of his groomsmen in our wedding next year, and I want to honor them by giving our surname to our child. I want our daughter's surname to represent a place where she, and both of her parents, are always welcome. He says I have a brother, who can carry on the family name whilst he has a sister who has already had kids, and I retorted saying I don't see why that duty should only be for men. I said it's not the Middle Ages anymore, and I am contributing as much money and time into our daughter, am growing and birthing her, and have a family who have supported our relationship and her unconditionally. It became a fight, so I went to my parents, the next town over, where I am typing this now so we could have a breather. They don't know the situation. I get that men have come to expect to have the surname, so I feel really guilty, but I want to carry mine on too. Any advice is super appreciated, as I really don't know what to do. Edit. Thank you so much for your replies. I got a message saying I should clarify the following. The first name is Western. He's had the girl name picked since he was a teenager, and all of his boy names we discussed pre-finding out were Western, albeit pretty international names. The first name was 100% his choice, and I fell in love with it too as I realized it was a variation of my nan's name. Say my nan was called Carol, the name is Caroline. The middle name is Indian. Stories number 63. Aita because we won't let anyone live with us. Background, we have a beautiful 4,200 square foot home in a beautiful neighborhood. We have no children and it's our happy place. Several years back we allowed a friend to live with us as she was going through a divorce and moving back to her home state. It ended up being a disaster. She was an alcoholic and what was supposed to be a few weeks ended up being 6 months before we kicked her out. My husband and I made a pact that no one would be able to stay longer than a visit like Christmas week, etc. Since then we've had the following. My dad's ex-wife wanted to move in as she was having financial issues. We said no. My uncle wanted us to take in my cousin and her 4 children because she was experiencing homelessness due to her drug problem and he wanted them to be in a stable environment. So it's okay to make our environment unstable. We said no. Now another friend keeps bringing up moving with us because we have all this room. Again we said no. We are getting very tired of people continuing to move in as we have the room. Are we being assholes? Stories number 64. Girlies who like being done up on the daily. Do you ever feel self-conscious about being done up when most people around you aren't? Especially at work. I really enjoy a daily light makeup look and a nice, flattering outfit. Perfume, occasionally nails done, rocking up after a whole shower body care routine etc. However, nearly everyone around me, especially at work, are not into that and don't wear makeup or wear very casual clothing. I fear that I look like I'm trying too hard or that I come across as vain or insecure. I just really genuinely enjoy looking put together and ready whenever I go out. It makes me feel feminine and more confident. I am just wondering if anyone feels the same or if I'm way overthinking it. I fear being judged for caring about my appearance or if it is anti-intellectual to be girly. Sometimes I feel like I hold myself back because I'd be way more into a soft winged liner and a bold lipstick look if I felt like I wouldn't be out of place. I just love the 1950s beauty routines where women maintained a daily classic look and how the women used to match the lipstick with their nails. Trust me, I don't want us to return to the 1950s, but I do like the care and attention that was put in looking beautiful in a classy way. I feel like where I am it is more common to put in no effort and only getting dolled up when clubbing or special occasions etc. I mean, of course this is their prerogative. I don't know. I'm just venting lol. Stories number 65. Bought a truck for my fiancé, he lives with me, and I think we need to break up. WDID. Long story short, I am recently divorced. Previous marriage was a dumpster fire of mediocrity and low libido, but I do have 3 children from that marriage. My fiancé and I met online and the first time we met it was like fireworks. What was supposed to be a quick meetup turned into an overnight weekend stay because we didn't want the date to end. Everything moved very quickly. He originally lived 2 hours from me, and would commute every day to his job. Not a great option, and it taxed both him and our relationship. I think we need to break up because he left that job 2 months ago to start his own company, and he's just not doing anything. He plays video games all day, doesn't do chores around the house, doesn't help with the kids, nothing. He doesn't make money at all, which I wouldn't mind if he was actually doing anything to build his business. The worst part is, I've brought all of this up to him and he just says I'm starting with my bull again and walks out. We never actually talk about anything. I feel done. But I don't know how to get him to realize I'm done. The truck is fully in my name. The house is mine. Everything is mine. Oh, his mother lives here too. That's a fun issue as well. She lived with him when he had his own place and she ended up moving with him so he could get rid of his $1,700 apartment that she was staying in. Kind of a hot mess all around. Yes, I know I'm an idiot. I really did see potential in him. But I realize now I can't force someone to become what I think they can be if they're not willing to put in the work. What do I do? Stories number 66. How common is this perspective for guys? I'm a 27F and went on a few dates with this guy 31M and things have been going well. On our second date, we brought up the topic of physical intimacy. I remember him saying that he thinks physical intimacy is different for women and men. That women who sleep around are respected less than if a man would do it. He said, a key that can open up a lot of locks is a good key but a lock that opens to a bunch of different keys is a bad lock. Everything else is really good and he's been super respectful. He's soft-spoken and values making me feel safe and respected and we're taking our time on physical intimacy but I couldn't believe my ears when he said that. How common is that perspective for guys? This guy tends to be very blunt, so maybe this perspective is more common than I think. In my head it's a red flag, but I'm conflicted on if it's just a common male perspective and he can still be a good guy with this perspective. Stories number 67. Can a cop threaten to shoot you for speaking? My mom was pulled over this morning right outside my little sister's school. The cop already had a gun pointing at her right after coming out of the car. While having her hands up in the air she asked, "What's going on?" and the cop replied, "Keeping talking and I'll fucking shoot you." More cops show up, turns out they are looking for someone with the same color car. They let my mom go. My mom asked for that specific officer's badge number but he didn't give it to her. He said he doesn't care if she complains to anyone about him. His coworker, another cop, literally told him to shut the fuck up. I understand he pulled her over thinking she was a suspect but to tell her that he's gonna shoot her for asking what's going on is absolutely insane, and doing so right outside of a school. Even the neighbors there saw everything and are worried to step out. Can any complaint even be made? Thank you for reading. Stories number 68. What usually men do in their 20s. My guy friends keep talking about how your 20s are for figuring things out, but from the outside, it kinda just looks like a chaotic mix of gym phases, getting ghosted, trying to cook one healthy meal and giving up after 2 days, and spending way too much money on sneakers. I've seen dudes blow an entire paycheck on a gaming setup and then complain about not being able to afford rent. They'll argue about protein powder brands like it's life or death, but won't go to the doctor even if they're literally limping. Dating-wise, some act like they want a relationship, but then panic if someone texts back too fast. I've also noticed a weird obsession with being emotionally unavailable, like it's a badge of honor. One guy told me he doesn't do relationships because he's still building, but he meant building a fantasy football league. I'm not judging, just genuinely curious if this is a universal thing or just the guys I've been around. What do y'all think guys actually do in their 20s? Stories number 69. Had sex for the first time in over a year and acted like a starved raccoon. I feel disgusting. We were kissing. It was going well. Then my brain short-circuited. 1 year of drought hit me like a truck and I went full National Geographic. I bit her lip, not gently, I threw myself on top of her like I'd been released from a basement, I even made this weird groaning sound that I swear wasn't human. I don't even know what position we were in. It felt like interpretive dance meets emotional breakdown. At one point I was just kissing her neck and whispering, "I missed this," like I was in a bad indie movie. She was sweet, said she had a good time, but I know I came off like an unhinged golden retriever. Now I'm sitting here overthinking everything, convinced she's texting her friends, "Bro, he bit me like a sandwich." Is this just post-intimacy shame? Or did I actually terrify a woman? Stories number 70. Found menstrual cap in the dishwasher. I am just horrified and shocked how some people are uneducated about sterilization versus sanitization and hygiene. The sarcastic part is this is happening in the hygiene sub. Let me tell you something very basic, not all the dishwashers are sterilizer. Learning is not shameful but normalizing things without proper scientific knowledge is. So I just got back home after being away on vacation for 2 weeks. I was cleaning up after cooking and went to empty the dishwasher, and I found my roommate's menstrual cup in there. Like, mixed in with the clean dishes. I was honestly so disgusted. I messaged her right away, and she casually said that she does this all the time. Which completely shocked me because we've been living together for almost a year, and we both use the dishwasher equally. I had no idea. I told her that this is an absolute no for me. I just can't stomach the idea of our eating utensils being cleaned in the same cycle as something like that. Since then, I've been feeling super grossed out every time I think about it. The worst part? I just renewed our lease for another year last month, so I feel stuck. I don't know how to move forward with this. How do you live with someone after finding out something like that? What should I do to make sure it's hygienic enough to wash my dishes now? Edit 1, we don't share the bathroom. Each has own. Edit 2, so I talked to my roommate and she said she sometimes use boiling pan or dishwasher for menstrual cup. I asked her which pan is it and she showed me the pan she has been using for boiling her pastas. I never used that pan, thanks God. So guys, she won't use the dishwasher from now on. OMG, my stomach can't take it anymore. Stories number 71. Aita for leaving a party early because no one was talking to me. My friend invited me to her boyfriend's birthday party. I don't really know him well, but I wanted to support her, so I went just because I like her. I showed up on time, brought a gift, and tried to make conversation, but most people already knew each other and were sticking to their own groups. I barely knew any of those people. My friend was busy hosting and didn't really have time to talk. After about an hour of sitting there pretty much by myself and drinking, with only a few polite exchanges, I decided to leave. I messaged her later that evening to wish her a good night, but she responded saying she was disappointed I bailed so early and that it seemed like I didn't want to be there. Now I'm wondering if I really did something wrong. Stories number 72. I went on a foreign exchange trip and had to be naked. I'm 18 and from Ireland. When I was 14, I joined a foreign exchange student program and I went to the Philippines to stay with a host family. While I was staying there, we went to a beach. When we arrived at the beach, the family's 2 daughters, both 12, went into a changing room to put on their swimsuits, but I was told to strip completely naked. I refused, but the girl's mother called my mother and my mother told me to follow the rules, and eventually I took all of my clothes off. The girl's mother said it is normal for boys to be completely naked when at the beach and swimming in the Philippines. There was 5 other kids on the beach, 3 girls and 2 boys, and both boys were naked.